Hey everyone, and welcome to this Adobe Animate tutorial for beginners, the complete 9-hour 2D animation course. In this course, you'll learn everything you need to create beautiful 2D animations from scratch. We'll start with the basics, drawing, tools, and the timeline, and move step by step into character design, rigging, lip sync, walk cycles, and full scene animation. This complete course includes 52 videos, carefully designed to take you from a total beginner to a confident animator. Whether you've never used Adobe Animate before or want to sharpen your animation skills, this is the perfect place to start. So, let's dive in and start bringing your ideas to life with Adobe Animate.
When you open Adobe Animate software for the first time, this window will appear for you. On the left is the Open option, which when you click on it, you can easily select the projects you have previously saved from your computer drive and click the Open option. Okay, I'm closing this for now. Above the Open option is the Create New option. If you click on it, the New Document window will open for us, where we can create a new document for ourselves. Now, what is a document? If you have seen Photoshop and Illustrator software on my educational channel before, you are completely familiar with documents, but if you have not, I must tell you that documents are like sheets of paper on which we design and execute our designs and animations. Now, these documents or papers that I mentioned have different frame sizes. For different tasks we need different sizes. Here, too, if you pay attention, it is written preset. These documents with different sizes are also called presets, which now show us 4 presets. We can choose Full HD, HD, 4K documents and different modes here for our work. For example, if we want to use them for Instagram, Telegram, or Facebook and social networks, there are different sizes here. Click on each of them to see their width and height written in this section. For example, if I choose this preset for Facebook, you see that its width is 600 pixels and its height is 315 pixels. There are a lot of them. We can choose the preset based on our needs. There are also other presets in the game section. There are also options and presets in the educational, advertising, web, and other mode sections. Here I select the character animation section and choose the HD preset for my work, which has a value of 1280 by 720. In fact, a height of 720 and a width of 1280 pixels. In the unit section, which is currently disabled for us, we can choose the unit of measurement, which we will discuss later. It is disabled for us here, and a very important point that my friends should definitely keep in mind is the frame rate option. Note that frame rate is the number of frames that are displayed to us in 1 second. Each frame is an image that appears together to create movement. That is, when we say that this animation or the preset that we have chosen is 30 frames per second, it means that there are 30 frames or images in 1 second. Just keep these in mind, my friends, that when we work with them, you will fully understand later and will be reminded for you. Now, for the time being, just theoretically keep in mind what I am saying. Now, the higher the frame rate of an animation, the smoother the movement will be, and the lower it is, the animation will be slower or choppy. Now, how do we know how much the frame rate should be? For example, for animations that we make for social networks such as Instagram or Telegram, these 30 frames per second are suitable. For example, 24 frames are used for cinema films. Or if you choose the web, you see that its frame rate is 24. For some games, I also consider 30 to 60 frames because it requires a higher frame rate. Finally, my friends, I choose these 30 frames per second, the HD mode, and in the Type Platform section, I choose the same Action Script option. And I click on the Create option here to create the preset for me, and a new document is also created. But friends, if you pay attention in this section, these documents and presets also exist exactly. We could easily click here and create a document and a preset for us very quickly, and from here you can quickly come and select your document. I click on the Create option here to create a new document for me. So here's our document that has now been created, and we can run our designs and animations on this document. At the top, if you pay attention, my friends, there are menus that we can choose from in future lessons, and we will review their options together. On the left side of the software, there are various tools that we will learn all of them in the following tutorials. We can click here to completely close the tools and click on this arrow again to make the tools appear for me. Here is our document. You can see the document we have chosen. For example, in the File section, I can create a new document again and click on Create to create a new document. Now we have two documents and we can work on each of them separately. I will delete the second document for now. At the bottom, my friends, there is a timeline where we will create our animations. We can come from this section and zoom into the timeline like this. Zoom in or out. Here is the play option and the other options that we will discuss in future lessons. If you pay attention to frame 60, it shows second 2. The timeline continues in this way. If you pay attention, these are our frames. If I make this bigger, these are our frames, and since we have chosen 30 frames per second, if you pay attention here, after 30 frames, it is written 1 second above. So every 30 frames is 1 second. If you pay attention to frame 60, it shows second 2. The timeline continues in this way. My friends, you can move around the software environment using these levers. Move left or right like this. You can also move up or down like this. For example, if you exit that environment, you can easily click this option to quickly return to the previous state. Click the center stage option and quickly return to your previous state. Sometimes, my friends, we need to rotate the artboard for our design. Using this option, which is the rotation tool, select it, hold down the left mouse button, and move the artboard like this. Again, to return the artboard to its previous state, simply click on this center stage option to return the artboard to its original state. If I select one of the tools, that point is also deleted. There are also a few panels on the right side of the software environment, my friends. If I select Assets, you can see that there are a number of characters here that we can download and use. We will discuss them in the future. Here is the Properties panel where we can change the settings of documents and objects. Here is the Color section. We can change the colors. We change the color of objects and shapes. We use the Align menu to align the shape on the document or align the shape. And finally, there is the Library option, which we will use later. But friends, if I go back to the Properties panel and select it here, it says Doc in the Document section, which is an abbreviation for our document. My friends, we can change the color of the document from here. For example, click here and place the mouse on any of these colors. The color of the artboard changes for us. For example, if I click here, the color of my artboard now turns yellow. I click on it again and choose the color white for it. We can also change the length and width of the document here. If I hold down the left mouse button and drag here, I have made the document much smaller. If I press Ctrl+Z, my document returns to its previous state. So pressing Ctrl+Z takes you one step back and pressing Ctrl+Y takes you one step forward. If you click on the Edit menu or menu, it says Ctrl+Z goes back and Ctrl+Y takes you one step forward. We will continue working on this and you will fully understand. Now, my friends, when we want to change one of these like this, you see that this height does not change. We can only change the width like this. But if I press Ctrl+Z again and return to the previous state, activate the Scale Content option. If I change the width or height like this, the height changes automatically, and in fact the changes are proportional to the width and length like this for us. Both the length and width change, and in fact it does not spoil our artboard shape. I'll press Ctrl+Z a few times to get back to my previous state. 1280 by 720. I will also click on this option so that I can see my share in full. Now, my friends, if I reduce the zoom amount a bit, that is, I get farther away like here, 50% mode, and if I select it, you will see that we have gone a little farther and we can also look around the artboard. If I click on this option, you can see that the entire surroundings of my document also turn white and I can place the designs wherever I want. But remember, what we ultimately output is within this framework. Okay, I'll deactivate it for now. The next option, my friends, is FPS, which is actually the frame rate, which I explained to you when I wanted to create a document at the beginning of the video. It is shown to us here as FPS and is set to 30, which means that 1 second is made up of 30 frames. I can also change the value and set it to 24 like this. If you look at the timeline, 1 second is now equal to 24 frames, which is also written here. I can go back and select 30 for it. Now, my friends, if I press the play button, you see that it has changed and now every 30 frames is 1 second. So whenever you change the frame rate or FPS value, you can see it here as well. Okay, I'm deactivating it for now. Now, my friends, when you change the zoom level from here, for example, I can select the fit in window mode to see the entire document. Or I can zoom in a lot. Whenever you make changes to the zoom and want to quickly go back to the previous state, you can press Ctrl+1 to quickly see your entire artboard. Again, my friends, in the Properties window we can, for example, activate the ruler. We can activate the Snap to Object mode, which we use for the adhesion of shapes in the artboard. You can also use this option to create adhesion in guides and lines. Activate and deactivate it, and we can lock the guides, which I will explain to you in full detail later. I just want to introduce you to it now. You can see that the other panels in the Properties window are inactive. Why are they inactive? Because we haven't selected any tools yet, so that the Tools section is activated. If I click here, the Tools section is activated, and if I create a shape, for example, like this and select it, you see that the Object panel opens for me. And I can make changes here and change the color of my shape like this. So whatever tool or shape we select, the corresponding section in the Properties panel is activated for us. Then, my friends, finally, this software like Photoshop in the Windows section, if you go and select Workspace, you see that it has Classic and Animator modes and different modes. Choose any of them. The windows will change for you in this way. You can also change these according to the work you need to do. For example, if I select the Classic mode, it changes like this. You can also change the workspaces from here. For example, I will select the basic mode for it to return to the previous state. You can also change the windows again, my friends. For example, let's come here and make the timeline bigger. Drag and separate each of these sections. You can also activate the different panels that we need in the Windows section. Now, if you have messed up the different panels like this, you can quickly restore them to their previous state and go to the Windows section, Workspace, and click on the Reset option. Now that I click and press the Yes button, you see that all the settings of my working environment return to their previous state. Okay, my friends, I won't make this tutorial too long. You can watch the rest of the lesson in the next video. In this video, I will continue my 0 to 100 Adobe Animate software training by teaching you the important and useful selection and gradient tools. The first tool we will be working with is the Selection tool. If I right-click on this tool, you can also see the Subselection tool here. First, I will select this tool with the shortcut key V. To use this tool, I first need to create a shape here. I will select the Rectangle tool and set its color in the Color section. I will also choose a color for the stroke. I will also set the size of the stroke to 11 here. Now, by holding down the left mouse button, I will draw the square or rectangle like this. Now I will select the Selection tool. Note that by holding down the left mouse button in this area, I can select the entire shape like this. Now I can hold down the left mouse button and change the position of my shape. But what is very important here, my friends, is that when I hold down the left mouse button and still haven't released it, you will see a faint image of the same shape in its previous position. This faint image actually tells us where our shape was before, and now we can determine its new position. For example, I want the shape to be here and I release the left mouse button. The reason why this faint shape is shown to us, my friends, is because in animation, when you want to animate a shape or part of an image, you need to know its previous position. This way it helps you and shows you the previous position of the shape, and you can choose a new position for your shape. So you can do this by holding down the left mouse button. But friends, if I click on the artboard to deselect my shape, This time with the same selection tool, I will only click on the red inner area called Fill. This is the fill, which is also red. Here I can now change the color of the shape again. But when we click here once and drag the mouse again with the left mouse button, we can separate the fill from the stroke. I can select the stroke again and change its color, or I can select the stroke and move it. So the selection tool both selects the shape and separates the fill and stroke from each other. Fill is the inner color and stroke is the line around the shape that you can see now separated. I will press the Ctrl+Z keys on the keyboard again to return the shape to its previous state. You see, friends, again with the same tool, if I click on the stroke, which is now green, and hold down the left mouse button and drag it upwards, you can see that the stroke is now separated from the fill. You can also do this in this way. If I double-click, I can move the entire stroke like this. If I click only once, I can separate it individually. So you see that the stroke can also be separated individually. I will press Ctrl+Z again. But friends, if I hold down the left mouse button and drag it on the stroke, this happens too. Here I hold down the left mouse button and drag it. I also drag it upwards a bit. I select the stroke again and drag it upwards. In the same way downwards. You can see that now a flying saucer has been created for us. Now, if we want to separate the stroke again, just click on it once and drag it like this. So click once to select it and hold down the left mouse button again and drag to separate the stroke. But if you only drag it once, it changes the shape of the stroke. Again, I will press Ctrl+Z to return to the previous state of my shape. So by now, you have understood how different the selection tool is. Now if I draw another shape here, I press Ctrl+Z to choose the purple color. I will also consider the yellow color for the stroke. I will create another rectangle. Now, my friends, if I select both shapes with the same selection tool and click on this option that says Expand to Fill, now I will choose a color in the fill section. You can see that the two shapes I selected have become one shape and no longer have a stroke. Now we only have fills. So the use of Expand to Fill is this, and to convert to fill, and if I want to move it now, I can easily select one of them or two shapes. I can move them like this. I will press Ctrl+Z again to return the shape to its previous state. I will press Ctrl+Y to go one step forward. If I select two shapes again and this time click on the Create Object option, our two shapes will be converted into one object. I will click on it. In fact, now our two shapes have become one shape like this. Now I can change the fill and see what happens. I will change the fill color and also change the stroke. So in this case, when we came and selected the Create Object option here, our two shapes became one shape and we can change the fill and stroke simultaneously. I will press Ctrl+Z again and go back to the previous state. Also, my friends, if I come and hold down the left side and select a part of the shape, you can see that only a part of the shape is selected and I can separate the extra part. See how much this tool and feature can help us, my friends, in animation and how powerful this tool is. I will press Ctrl+Z again to return the shape to its previous state. I will right-click on the selection tool again and select the subselection tool, which has the shortcut key A. Using this tool, I can select this point. You see, when I select it, I can move it and create a new shape for myself. In addition to what I said, my friends, we can select and change the corners of the shape. If I hold down the Alt button on one of these points along with the left click, I can create a curve for my shape using these levers. We can change the shape of our shape using any of these levers. As you can see, the shape changes completely using these levers, which we will cover in detail in future lessons. If I hold down the Alt button again, I can move these levers individually. Now using the same subselection tool and holding down the left mouse button, I will select my shape and press the delete key to delete it. I will create a new shape for myself like this again. The next tool, my friends, is the free transform tool, and as the name suggests, it moves the shape. If we select the whole shape and drag it, the whole shape will be moved for us like this. The same faint shape is also shown to us again. If you only click in the inner area, it will separate the inner shape and the fill area again. I will press Ctrl+Z. But another thing it does is change the size of the shape. If I hold down the left mouse button from here and drag, the fill will be made smaller for me like this. I will press Ctrl+Z. But if I select both fill and stroke and hold down the click and drag again, it will make both fill and stroke smaller for us. We can do this from any direction. I will press Ctrl+Z again to return the shape to its previous state. You can rotate the shape using the free transform tool. First, select the whole shape and rotate the shape like this. If I hold down the Shift button, I can rotate the shape in 45-degree increments. That is, a 45-degree rotation is created with each rotation. I will press Ctrl+Z again. I will select the whole shape. If I hold down the Shift button, the shape will be scaled proportionally for me. Now if I select the whole shape again, you can see that the mouse icon has changed and a rotation mode has been created for it. In this case, if I hold down the Alt button and rotate the shape, you can see that the rotation is created for me from the opposite corner like this. I will press Ctrl+Z. If I do the rotation to this side while holding down the Alt button, now the rotation from the right side will be done for me like this. I will press Ctrl+Z. We can also come here in the Properties panel and scale the shape. Using the Position and Size tools here, we can scale the shape proportionally. We can also move the shape on the X-axis and the Y-axis from this part. If you want to scale the shape disproportionately, you can click on the lock icon and change the size of the shape. In fact, scale your shape disproportionately. I will press Ctrl+Z to return the shape to its previous state. I will select the shape and delete it. The next tool, my friends, is in this section. If I right-click on the free transform tool, you can see that there is a gradient transform tool here. To be able to use this tool, we must first create a shape. In the fill section, I will choose the gradient mode, which includes several colors, and here I will create a rectangle like this. Now I will right-click on the free transform tool here and select the gradient transform tool. If I double-click here now, I can come from this corner and change the gradient mode like this, or I can move the colors from this point. I will explain more in future videos when we come to the lesson on colors and gradients. Now I just wanted to show you the tool and how we can use it. Okay, instead of a gradient, I will now choose only one color for my shape. Again, I will quickly create a few more shapes like this using the rectangle tool. Now, my friends, if I right-click here in the Tools section, there are other tools here such as Lasso, Polygon, and Magic Wand that we can use to select shapes. For example, if I select the Lasso tool, I can draw a line around the shapes I want like this, and these shapes are now selected for us. I will move them with the free transform tool. I can also choose the Polygon tool instead of the Lasso tool. Just by clicking the left mouse button and clicking on the parts that we want, we can select them like this. Finally, I come here and double-click. Now only these parts that we selected are selected for us. I will move them with the free transform tool. Okay, let me select the shape and change its color to explain the next tool. The next tool, my friends, is also the Magic Wand tool, which I will right-click here and select. This tool selects similar colors by clicking on one color, which is more useful for photos because it works in pixels. To use this tool, I will quickly import a photo and make it much smaller. Now with the selection tool, when we have selected the photo, I will click on the Break Apart option in the Modify menu. Now using the Magic Wand tool, I will click on this area to select similar colors, and here I will hold down the left mouse button and drag. I will select this area and drag it like this. Now you can see that it selects the area where the colors are similar like this. I will press Ctrl+Z to return to the previous state. Okay, my friends, I will not make the training too long. Be sure to practice all of these things that I have told you well, as they are very important and we will use the same tools in all future projects. In this video, you will learn how to draw and design with various brushes. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Okay, my friends, I select the Fluid Brush tool from here. You can see that in the Properties panel and in the Tool section we have the settings for this tool, which we will review all of them together. But friends, this tool may be disabled for you. Because the Fluid Brush tool works on the GPU or graphics card, and if you don't have a suitable graphics card, the Fluid Brush tool will probably be disabled for you. In any case, if this tool is active for you, you can select it, and in this way you can create a line or a design. If you want to know what the application of this tool is, I must say that we use the Fluid Brush tool to create natural lines that look like they were created by hand. Okay, here I can make the brush size smaller and choose a color for it from here, for example a red color. And I can draw another design or line for myself. Okay, my friends, I press the Control and a button to select all the lines I drew and press the Delete button. I again create some lines in this way with the Fluid Brush tool. Now with the Free Transform tool, I can select any of these lines and place them wherever I want in this way. You see the lines that overlap. Because these lines overlap, they are selected for us as one shape. But if my friends, I select the Fluid Brush again, and in the Tool section I disable the Object Drawing Mode option. And I draw lines that overlap again, because this option and this setting are disabled, I can again select and move each line individually with the Free Transform tool. But when this option is active, I select this tool again, and in the Tool section if I activate it again and change the color and draw a few lines on top of each other, because it is active now, it selects all the lines together and I can move them. In fact, it tells us that these lines that you overlap are now considered as one shape. Okay. I press Ctrl and A again from the keyboard to select and delete all. I select the Fluid Brush tool again and draw a line like this. So now you have learned the application of this tool. The next option, my friends, is here for us, which is called Brush Mode. In normal mode, when we overlap lines. Let me change the brush color again and draw the lines on top of each other. You can see that the lines are placed on top of the previous line in this way. But if I come here and, for example, click on this option and select the Paint Behind option here and click and draw a line, you can see that this line is now placed under the previous line. The lines are placed above, and I have selected this option because now the new lines that I draw are placed under this line. Now I select the Paint Fills Only option again and draw a line again. In this case, my friends, you can see that the line I drew is only visible where I drew it on the previous line. The outer line is not visible and I can only draw and see the new line inside the previous line. I click on this option again and select the Paint Selection option here. Now if I draw a line in this way, you can see that the line is deleted. In this case, we must first select one of these lines. For example, I select this line and click here with the Fluid Brush tool. Now you can see that new lines are added for us only where we selected the line. So whichever line you select in this mode, you can only create a new line on that selected line. I select Fluid Brush again and change its color from here again in the Tool section. I choose black. Finally, my friends, I click here again and select the Paint Inside option. This tool creates lines on top of other lines and also inside combined lines. In general, this option behaves a bit strangely and I usually don't use it. I select all these lines again and delete them. I select the fluid brush tool again. Here is an option called Lock Fill. Its job is to lock the color. If I draw a line, you may not see any effect of this option. If I click on it again, there is still not much difference. But if my friends, I select the gradient mode in the fill section and draw a line again in this way. I also draw another line. You see that the line starts with red and then shows me a different color each time. Again, if I draw another line here, you can see that the lines have a slightly different color and the color changes along the line. I press Ctrl and A again to select all the lines and delete them. I draw a line again. This time I click on the Lock Fill option and draw a line again in this way. In this case, you can see that the gradient mode completely changes and actually fixes the gradient color for us. So you saw in the previous case that the color changes gradually and gives us different colors, but in this case we apply the gradient color ourselves. I press Ctrl and A and delete. I select Fluid Brush again. I choose black from here. The next option we have here is for using the pen. If you are using a tablet or laptop that has a pen and can use the pen to draw designs, you can use this option. If I activate this option in this way, you can see that the velocity option is activated for us here. That is, if I turn it off, it is deactivated, and if I turn it on, the velocity option is activated. This option adjusts the speed. That is, when I draw a line in this mode, you can see that the beginning of the line is thicker and the continuation of the line is thinner. I draw another line again and you can see how it works. But if I change the speed from here and move it to the right, the beginning of the work becomes thinner, see? And if I draw the line slowly, there will be a few changes, but if I draw the line with more speed, you can see that the line becomes thinner at the beginning and thicker at the continuation. So this option allows us to create lines and designs in this way with pen pressure. I am doing this for you now with the mouse. So this option is related to the speed of your hand. The more you increase the speed, the thinner the line becomes. I press Ctrl and A and delete the lines. And I tilt the velocity to the right a bit to show you the difference in the lines. I press Ctrl and A and delete. I'm disabling this for now. When my friends I activate the Use Pressure option here, you can see that the pressure option also exists here and is activated. See, if I turn it off, it is deactivated and I can turn it on again. Now I can adjust the thickness of the pen with pen pressure here. If I make it very low, the line is created in this way, and if I increase it, you can see that the line becomes much thicker and you can use this option to adjust the thickness of your pen. I delete all the lines again. I put this in the middle. So my friends, you have learned this option too. These options are also available in the settings of other brushes. But here you can reduce the clarity of the lines or shapes you create. If I reduce the opacity and draw a line with a larger size, you can see that the clarity of the line for us will be less. If I make it even lower, you can see the difference here. I increase the opacity again and set it to 100. You can see that it was very light, and now we can see the clarity of the line completely and 100% here. Okay, I'm deleting all the lines again. At the beginning of this video, I said that the size option adjusts the size of the lines we create. The next option we have here is Stabilizer, which adjusts the number of points on the line we will create. For example, I reduce its value a lot and draw a line like this. Now I increase the value again and try to draw another line in the same way. If you pay attention, you will notice that this line is now much smoother. I will tell you the reason now. If I right-click here and select the subselection tool and select two lines, it is clear here that there are many more points. If I zoom in a bit here, you can see the number of points. Here the number of points is less, and here, because the stabilizer value was at a minimum, there are more points for me. I click here again and come here and set the zoom value to 100% in this way. Now I select the fluid brush. You can see that when the stabilizer value is high, a smoother line is created. I delete all the lines again. I draw another line. I reduce the stabilizer value a bit. The curve smoothing option makes the curves smoother and softer. The more I increase this, the smoother and softer the line curves become. If I reduce its value, you can see that it loses its smoothness. The taper option creates a tapered shape for the lines. If I increase its value and draw a line, you can see that it gives us a tapered shape. If I reduce its value, the tapered shape of the line disappears. I increase its value a bit. The angle option also changes the angle of the pen. We can use all of these options in the way I told you. I delete all the lines again. I draw a new line. I also explained what these two options do. Make sure this option is enabled to match the pen scale to the scale of our scene and image. I will not explain this option yet because we have not reached the symbols section. But in the end, if you have created a brush and need to save it, click this Save as Preset option and you can use the same settings you made again. Okay, I click Delete Preset here to delete it because I don't need it. I delete all the lines. Friends, the next tool we have here is the Classic Brush, which is much simpler than the previous tool. Just select it and adjust its size from here. We can also choose the type of brush from here. For example, if I select the circle pen, it creates a line like this. If I change the brush type and draw another line, the line is created diagonally. We can also choose other modes for it. We can change its color. The opacity value, which I told you about in the previous tool. You can change it like this. I also fully explained the above option to you. I delete all the lines. Friends, if you want to use this tool and save a brush, after selecting the brush type and other settings, you must click on this option and save your brush. In this way, you can use the same brush later. You can change its angle, and in this way you can also change its shape and form in this way. If you click the OK button, this brush will be saved for you. In this section, the new brush has been created and you can quickly select it and use it again. By increasing the smoothing value, the line that is created will also be smoother. And finally, if I select two lines here with the subselection tool, you can see that in this case the number of points is much higher, and in the previous case where we had a smoother line, the number of points is less. These are very important in animation, my friends. Also, with the subselection tool you can move any of these points and create new shapes for yourself in this way. You can also select any of these lines with the free transform tool and make them smaller or larger. You can rotate it, and if you also hold the Shift button, you can make the shape smaller or larger proportionally from this corner. You can also change the color of the lines from the object section. Well, my friends, this was all I had to tell you about the Fluid Brush and Classic Brush tools. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Thank you for staying with me until the end of this video. Remember, if you haven't subscribed to my channel yet, subscribe and please like the video. See you later. In this video, you will learn how to use the eraser tool and create different shapes. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. The eraser tool is located in the Tools panel. To use this tool, we must first create a shape. So, I select the rectangle tool and drag with the left mouse button to draw a rectangle like this. I select the eraser tool again, which is very important in Adobe Animate software. Now, I hold down the left mouse button and drag to erase a part of the rectangle. You see that both the stroke and the fill, which is the inner color, are erased. Now, I make the eraser tool size smaller and drag again with the left mouse button held down on the shape to erase both the stroke and the fill. However, there is another option here with an icon that looks like a faucet. If this icon is active, it will only erase a part of the shape. If I click on a part of the shape, it will only erase that part. See, I click on the red color and it erases it. This way you can erase different parts of a shape. I deactivate this icon. This time I select the eraser mode icon. I click on it and select the Erase Normal option. In normal eraser mode, it erases both the fill, which is the inner color of the shape, and the stroke, which is the line around the shape. This time I select Erase Fills. In this mode, if I drag with the left mouse button held down on the shape, it will only erase the inner color like this. You see that the stroke color is not erased at all, only the inner color is erased. I go back here and select the Erase Lines mode. In this mode, the eraser tool only deletes the stroke of the shape and the inner color of the shape is not erased. I come back here again and click. This time I select the Erase Selected Fills option. Now, if I drag the mouse over the shape while holding the left button, it will delete only the selected parts for us and the unselected parts will remain. The reason for this is that, in this mode, we must first select a part of the shape. I use the Transform tool to select only this part of the shape and now I select the Eraser tool again. I click on the tool window and here I select the Erase Selected Fills mode again. Now, if I erase like this with the left mouse button held down, it will only erase the selected parts for us and the unselected parts will remain. Just remember that it only erases the fill, which is the inner part of the shape, and it will not erase the stroke even if you select the stroke. I click here again and select the Erase Inside option. In this mode, you see that it only erases the inside parts of the shape. To make it clearer, I create another shape and select the Eraser tool again. Now, in this mode, if instead of dragging we just click on the shape, this tool can work better. We rarely use this option, but this is how it can be used. Now I press Ctrl+A to select all the shapes and then delete them. I create a new shape again. I select the Eraser tool and select the normal mode again. The other icon shows the eraser in a diagonal shape. Now, if I select this icon, you see that the Eraser tool is slanted. So this option is now active. If I click on it again, the slanted mode is deactivated. Now I can erase wherever I want like this. Since the Eraser tool is in normal mode, both the fill and the stroke are erased like this. I create another shape and select the Eraser tool. Friends, this option is also useful for those who use a stylus on tablets and laptops. Increase the size of the Eraser tool from here and erase the parts you want like this. I deactivate this icon. Now here we can choose the type of eraser. For example, I can choose the square mode for my eraser like this. Or I can choose other modes for my eraser from here. I have already mentioned that you can change its size. If I click the plus sign here, I can create a custom eraser for myself. We can define the type of eraser, square or circle. For example, I select the square and I can set its angle and I can also make it narrower or wider like this. If I click OK in this state, it will be saved for me here. Now I can use it whenever I want. If I want to delete it, I select it again and click the delete icon here. If I want to edit it, I can click the edit option here. I delete it. If you want to save these settings, you can click the Save Preset option to save these settings for you. If you want to delete the preset, click the Remove Preset option. In Adobe Animate software, the eraser tool settings are very extensive, and we use this tool a lot in animation. There are also a few options here, such as zoom size with stage, which I fully explained in the previous lesson, which zooms based on the size of your stage. This option, friends, must also be active because it coordinates the eraser tool settings with the brush settings. See, for example, here if I set the size to 59, the brush size will also be 59 in the brush section. Exactly the same settings are activated for my brush. But if I deactivate this option and set its size to 200, for example, and now go back to the brush tool or the classic brush, you see that there is no change. And its size remains at 59. I go back to the eraser section and reduce its size. I activate this option again. The Erase on Active Layer option is also for when we have multiple layers. Since I haven't taught you layers yet, I don't want to go into this topic too much. but to show you its application. In this section, I click on this plus icon to create a new layer for me. The color of the new layer is purple. I create another shape like this and change its color. I choose the green color. I select the eraser tool again and set the eraser type to a circle in the tool section. Now, if I delete this part, you see that the eraser erases both the top shape, which is green, and the bottom shape, which is red. But I activate this option, friends, and for example, I select the red shape. Now if I delete it with the eraser, you can see that it only erases the red shape, but because the top layer is not in selection mode, the shapes inside it are not erased. Okay, I'm deactivating this for now. This option also relates to symbols. We haven't reached that lesson yet. I will definitely teach it later. I select and delete all of these. Now I select the Shapes tool. If I right-click on the rectangle, there are other shapes here, but for now I select the rectangle. A shape is created by holding down the left mouse button and dragging. If I hold down the Shift key, the shape is created proportionally and in fact a square is created. If I don't hold down Shift, I can create a rectangle or square freely. If I hold down the Alt key, the shape is created from its center. If I hold down Shift and Alt together, the shape is created from the center and proportionally. By holding down the left mouse button and moving the mouse like this. Okay, friends, now I don't want to go into the colors and strokes window because it is a very broad topic and I want to teach you colors and strokes in detail in the next lesson. I select another tool called Rectangle Primitive. I draw another square. This tool is a bit different, friends. The difference between this and the previous tool is that, for example, if I select this corner with the selection tool and drag it, I can round the broken corners and apply the changes I want to the shape. Now, if we want to use the eraser and hold down the left mouse button and erase, you see that only the previous rectangles and shapes are erased and this rectangle primitive is not erased, which is another difference between these tools. I hit Ctrl plus Z again to bring the shapes back. This time I select the oval tool, which creates circle and oval shapes for us. I color it green and I can draw a circle like this. I can create an oval or circle freely. If I hold down the Shift key, I can create a perfect circle. Hold down the Alt key to make it larger or smaller from the center. Here again I right-click. There is another shape here called Oval Primitive, which if I select it and draw another circle here. Let me put these in the corner. I'll put the circle here. Friends, the difference between this oval primitive and oval is that if you come and click on the circle with the selection tool, you can create a half circle from this corner and increase or decrease its value. So you can do this with the selection tool and left click in this area. You can also do this from this section. You can also do this from the oval options section. I'm returning it to its previous state. From this side, we also said that it is possible. The other option, friends, is to create a ring mode. The inner radius option from the center creates a ring mode for us like this, which is very interesting. Now, if you want to return the changes to their previous state, click the reset option. I place the shapes in the corner of the image. I click on this tool again and select the Polystar tool and create a pentagon. Now let's increase the number of corners from here like this. Now I can create a 9-sided because I entered the number 9 in this box. I erase these shapes and select the Polystar tool again and select Star in the Style section. Now I can easily create a star. I reduce the stroke value a bit. I select the shape and reduce the stroke value. By clicking on the document, I deselect the shape and select Polystar again. If I increase the number of sides from here, I can create a star with a lot of sides. I reduce their number, for example, I choose the number 10 for it. From here, friends, we can come and change the size of the star points, which is between 0 and 1. If it is 0.9, it will create a star like this for me. And if it is 0, it will create a star like this. Now we can select each of the shapes with the free transform tool and change their color. Thank you for staying with me until the end of this video. In this video, you will learn how to use anchor points and how to copy shapes. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. In order to use anchor points, we must first have one shape. So I select the rectangle and draw one rectangle like this. Now I select the shape with the transform tool. Meanwhile, you can see that there is a white dot in the middle of the figure. This point is called the anchor point or the central point, which actually revolves around this point. Now if I keep the mouse here from this part, you can see that the shape of the mouse changes, and if I hold the left click, I can rotate the shape like this. If you look carefully, our figure is rotating exactly from the middle, because the white point or anchor point is in the center. Now with this transform tool, if I click on this point and hold the left click and place it in this corner and rotate the shape from this corner, notice that our shape rotates from the white dot that is now in the corner. If I select the anchor point again, for example, I set it to the top, now my figure rotates from the top. Place the anchor point in another place and it will work in the same way. So the shape rotates around the white point called anchor point. Now, to put the anchor point back in the center of the shape, I have to double-click on it so that it is exactly in the middle of my shape. Also, if I make the shape smaller or larger from here, you can see that the shape becomes smaller and larger from my center. But if we place the anchor point here and make the shape smaller, the shape does not change from this side and only I can zoom in or out from the right side. I take the anchor point again and place it on the right side. This time, the shape from the left side can be enlarged or reduced. Double clicks on anchor point again. So now you have learned how to use anchor point. I'll select the shape and delete. But friends, if you remember in the previous lesson, we created one rectangle with broken corners, and I said there is another rectangle that if I create it now, using the selection tool, I can round its corners from here. Curves are created for 4 sides. But sometimes we want only one side or 2 sides of the shape to be curved. To do this, it doesn't matter what kind of rectangle you created. I delete both rectangles and select the rectangle tool again. Now, in the Properties window and the Tool and Rectangle Options section, the rectangle settings can be changed. I click on this option and set the curvature value to 50 pixels. Now every rectangle I create has curved corners. I can make the amount of curvature much higher or lower. This time I set it to 20 px to create less curvature. Now I choose this option. In this case, we can determine the amount of curvature for each side separately. For example, I don't want the upper and left corner to have a curve, so I set its value to 0. I set the right and upper corner to 50. I set the left and bottom to 50 pixels. And for the right and bottom, I set its value to 0. Now, if I create a new rectangle, the curve is created on the 2 sides where I created a 50 pixel curve, and there is no change on the 2 sides where I set the number 0. You can then use this technique to create curves for 1 or more sides of the rectangle. I select the shapes and press the delete button to delete all the shapes. I reset the rectangle settings and create another rectangle. Well, now I select the transform tool again to copy the shapes. For now, I put this shape in a corner. From the Edit menu, I click on the Copy option, which I can use Ctrl and C instead. I click on the Copy and again click on Paste in Center option in the Edit menu. In this case, it places the copied shape in the center of the document. I enter the Edit menu again. Our copy command is still there and I don't need to hit the Copy option again. This time I come and click the Paste in Place option. Now my new shape is copied and placed exactly on the previous shape. If I move it, you will see that the new shape is created exactly on top of the previous shape. So Paste in Center places the shape in the center of the document, and Paste in Place places the new shape on top of the previous shape. The shortcuts of each option are written here. You can use these shortcuts. This time I choose the Paste Special option. When I click the method, this window is created for me. Normally, if I click OK on the Flash Drawing option, it creates a copy in the center again. I can come now and move it like this. Now I select all the shapes with the free transform tool. I select the Copy option from the Edit section and select the Paste Special option again in the Edit menu. This time I select the Bitmap option and click on the OK option. In this mode, you can see that the bitmap mode shows the shape in the center. A white background will be created and all the shapes we copied from it will be displayed as bitmaps, that is, as pictures. If I make it bigger, you can see that the quality of the picture will be lower. All shapes that we create in Adobe Animate software are in vector mode. That is, no matter how much we make them bigger or smaller, their quality will not change. But in the bitmap mode that we copied, the shapes are displayed as pixels, and by enlarging the image, it loses its quality. I remove all shapes except one. This time, when the shape is in selection mode, I'll press Ctrl+C. Your shape will be copied here, and if I press Ctrl and V, the shape will be copied again and placed in the center. This is another model of copying that you can copy your shape with Ctrl+C and Ctrl and V. Another way to copy is to choose your own shape with the Transform tool. Hold the Alt button and drag with left click, and in this way you can create multiple copies of your shapes. I hold the Alt button, and by holding the left click and dragging, multiple shapes are created. Well, I hit Ctrl and Z to go back to my previous state. I choose my shape again. This time I choose the Cut option or press the Ctrl and X keys. If I click the method, it hides the shape. Well, if I press the Paste option here again, it will display the shape again. But I select it again and cut the shape from the Edit menu. I create a new scene. My friends, in the next lessons I will teach you how to create a scene, but for now, just so you can see, I will select the Scene option in the Insert section so that the second scene will be created for me. So this was scene 1, and now I entered the second scene. If I click Paste in Center in the Edit section, I can insert the shape I cut into my new scene. I create another shape again and select both. I press Ctrl and X, the shortcut is Cut option. I go back to scene 1 and press V Ctrl. In this way, my shapes fall into place. And friends, the next point, we said that whatever shape you choose, the anchor point will be centered. But if you select 2 or more shapes at the same time, the anchor point will be placed in the middle of your selection. And if I rotate the shape from this corner, you can see that the 2 shapes from the center of the 2 selected shapes create the rotation. Again, we can change the anchor point, which also changes the center of rotation. So, friends, using these methods that I told you, you can copy the shapes very easily. If I double-click on the anchor point again, it will be placed in the middle of the shapes I selected. Therefore, I must practice all the things that I told you so that in the future you will be able to learn more difficult lessons much more easily. Thank you for staying with me until the end of this video. In this video, you will learn everything you need to know about colors and different types of gradients as we continue our Adobe Animate Beginner to Advanced tutorial. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. As you probably know, coloring shapes and characters is very important in animation, and you should learn this lesson well. I will first select the Rectangle tool. I can choose a color for Shape 1 from the Fill section. I will choose the color red, and by holding down the left click, I create a rectangle. Now, friends, if I want to change the color of the shape in the Fill section again, you see that it will not change. The reason is that after you create the shape is deselect. So you should first select the shape with the free transform tool, and then change the color of the shape again from here. There is another option here, friends. It is called Fill Alpha. This tool decreases or increases the transparency of our shape. To help you understand this better, I will create a new layer here. I will teach you layers in future lessons. Right now, I just want you to learn Fill Alpha. I create a new layer and create a new shape. I select it with the free transform tool and change its color to green, for example. Now I will reduce the alpha value like this and click on my document. Now you see that the transparency of this shape has decreased and you can see the blue rectangle under this green rectangle. So you can change the transparency of shapes using the Fill Alpha option. Select the shape, and if you set the alpha value to 100, the shape will return to its normal state. Okay, I will generally select this layer from here and delete it. I select the shape again. In the Fill section, you can choose any color spectrum that you want. You can choose black, white, or gray. Or you can choose absolute and complete colors from here. Red, green, blue, purple, and various colors. The color code of the shape is displayed on the mouse cursor for any color you place. Each color has a unique color code and the color code is displayed here. You can also reduce the alpha value from here, which I explained the use of. If you click on this icon, the shape will be displayed without color. I click on it and you see that now the shape only has a stroke and no longer has an internal color. I select my shape again and delete it. I select the rectangle again. I click in the Fill section and choose another color for my shape. I create another rectangle. I make the stroke smaller. If I click on Fill again here, there are different gradient modes. The gradient changes the color of our shape from one color to another. For example, you see here that black goes to white or white to black. I choose the other option. In this case, the color in the center of the shape is white and gradually changes to black. Friends, all these colors are changeable. Now I select this gradient. To change the black and white colors, I go to the color panel. The color panel is here. If I click on it, the color panel opens for me. Also, if you don't have this panel, you can activate the color panel from the window menu. Once you activate it, this section opens for you. For you to see it better, I will place it here for now. You can easily move any panel, as I explained in the previous lesson. Now you see that the solid color mode is active, which means that I can only choose one fixed color for the shape. I select the gradient mode. Now to change the gradient colors, I double-click on this slider. Now I can choose a color. For example, I choose the color red here to replace the black color. I double-click on the other slider and choose the color blue. Also, in this section, you can see the color codes again. Click on any slider to display the color code. Again, I can click here to create another slider. With each click, another slider is created. If you use the double-click method, you can add another one. Why didn't it work now? Because our shape was deselect. Select the shape and click on the slider to create another slider. Double-click and choose the color yellow. You see that now it shows the yellow color in the middle of our shape. Select the shape again. You can change the yellow color to a blue gradient, for example. Or you can change the yellow color to a red gradient and apply the changes to the shape as you wish. As I said in the previous lessons, the gradient tool is also available here. If you select this tool and double-click on the created gradient, you can change the gradient like this. This time, instead of linear gradient, I can choose the radial gradient mode. You see that the changes are applied to us like this. Again, I can apply the changes to the shape from here. I change the color from here, and since the radial gradient tool is now active, we can apply the changes to the color of the shape. If I click here, I can make the gradient smaller, I can make it bigger, or I can rotate it from this section and create different modes. Note that if the transform tool is selected, you can only apply changes from here, but if you select the gradient tool, you will have access to these levers. Again, I click here, friends. Now we can use the bitmap fill option instead of colors. Now use a photo instead of colors. For example, I select a photo for this shape and click on the open option. You see that it replaces this photo instead of the color. Now if I want to move the photo in the shape, I can come back here and select the gradient tool. I click on the anchor point that I taught in the previous lesson and drag it down. I adjust the photo in the shape. You can also make other changes from here and make the photo smaller or larger. I make the photo smaller. You see that, in this case, the photo is repeated. The smaller I make the photo, the more the photo is repeated inside the shape. You can also move up and down the document by rotating the middle mouse button. I select the shape again and choose the same solid color and choose one color for the shape. Or I can click here and choose one color. Friends, the same settings exist for the stroke, and you can change the stroke color or choose the gradient mode. If I choose the color black, part of the stroke will turn black and I can change the other colors again. I choose black for the stroke. If I click on the paint bucket icon like this, it will show me the color code and the color spectrum again. I can change the color again from here. The same settings exist in the stroke section. We can change the color mode by clicking on any of these options, and we can choose different color spectrums. If you click on this icon, the fill and stroke colors will be switched. There is another option in both the fill and stroke sections that removes the color or stroke. Since the stroke is now active, it will remove it. If you have clicked on fill and click on this option, it will remove the internal color. It depends on whether you have selected fill or stroke. To recreate the color, I use the paint bucket tool. If I select it and click here, this color is created and I can change the color of the shape again. But friends, if you have chosen any color you want and want to save it, click on the Add to Swatches option. Now this color has been added to the Swatches panel. Now I will activate the Swatches panel from the window menu. You see that the color we created has been added here. I choose another color, for example green, and click on the Add to Swatches option. This color is added to the panel. I can then easily use this color. The same color spectrum exists for us in the Add to Swatches panel. We can choose any of these colors that we want. We can also click on this folder icon and add a folder for the colors we want to create ourselves. I choose the name I want for the folder. For example, I write Arsh. The folder is created for me. Now I click on the Create New Swatch option. You see that the color we chose has been added to the Arsh folder. I choose another color, click on this option, and it is added here. I click on the Arsh palette again here and click here. In this way, you see that the new color has been added to the Arsh folder. In this way, you can add your desired colors to the folder. Choose any color and click on this option. You can choose a name for that color or you can activate the gradient mode. You can add any settings you want to the color and click on the OK option. You will see that another color folder is created. You can also hold down the left click on any color and drag it and place the colors in the desired folders. To delete colors, click on the desired color and press the delete button. It will be deleted for you, or we can select the folder, for example, and press the delete button. This folder will be selected and deleted here. Well, friends, these were all the settings you should know about color and coloring. Practice what I told you in this tutorial to fully master these options and tools. Thank you for staying with me until the end of this video. In this lesson, you will first learn about the different types of strokes, then you will learn how to work with the line tool, and finally, you will be taught how to design with the pen tool. Okay, friends, I will create a rectangle. The stroke of this shape is currently black. If I select the shape with the free transform tool, I can change the stroke color from here. Choose any color you want for the stroke. Also, if you have seen the previous lesson, you will remember that you can choose the gradient mode for the stroke from here. In the previous lesson, I fully taught you how to work with gradients. For example, I will consider this gradient mode for the stroke, and now you can change the stroke colors in the color panel. The color of this part will be green, and by double-clicking on this slider, I will choose yellow instead of black. Since I fully taught you the color panel in the previous lesson, I will not go into this section anymore. I'm going back to the Properties panel. I select the shape again and choose the color black for the shape. We can also decrease or increase the stroke opacity. From here, I can reduce the stroke alpha. If I click on the document, you can see that the stroke opacity has decreased. Now we can see the document from under the stroke. If I zoom in a little, it becomes clear that the stroke transparency is much lower. Okay, I'm going back to the previous state. I select my shape again and set the alpha value to 100%. Now, instead of the stroke of the shape being a straight line, we can choose different styles. For example, we can use a dashed line or other styles. When I select the dashed line, it may seem at first that no change has been made. But if I decrease the stroke size and zoom in on the shape a bit with the zoom tool, now you can see much more easily that a dashed line has been created for the stroke. I increase the stroke size again and you can see the dashed line. But to adjust the dashed line, we can click on these three dots and select the Edit Stroke Style option. Here I set the spacing and size of the dashes. First I make the dashes smaller and then I set the spacing of the dashes. After making the dashed line settings, we click OK. Now you can see that the spacing of the dashes has increased. I select the shape again and increase the stroke size. I can go back to the stroke style section again and choose other types of strokes from here. For example, you can select dotted. This way, you can replace the regular stroke with a circle or other types of stroke. I select the shape. There are other stroke styles here. You can also use these ready-made strokes. Okay, I select the normal stroke. The next option is to set the stroke width mode, which if you click here, there are different modes for the stroke width. See the changes here. I select the normal stroke again for my shape. From here, we can determine whether to scale the stroke horizontally or vertically. There are also normal and none options. I choose normal. What is important to us here, my friends, are these 6 options. First, I return to the initial view to see the document in its entirety. Note that the shape is selected. In the lower part, the miter join option is active, which creates sharp corners for the stroke. By selecting this option, I can choose the broken mode for the stroke. The difference is quite obvious. or you can select the round join option for the stroke. The difference becomes more apparent when I make the stroke larger. So you can choose a round, broken, or regular stroke. But there are also 3 other options here that do not change anything when you select them. These options work on the line. So I will create a line with the line tool. Note that if I hold down the Shift button, a perfectly straight line is created. Now I select it with the Free Transform tool. I make it smaller. Now, my friends, pay attention to the beginning and end of the line. You can see the changes on the line by selecting each of these options. You can round or break the beginning and end of the line. These tools are very helpful in design. I press Ctrl and A to select the shapes and delete them. I select the Line tool again. I make the stroke size smaller. If you hold down the left click and the Shift button, the line is created straight. Also, if you hold down the Shift button and drag the mouse down, you can rotate the stroke or line 45 degrees and make it bigger or smaller. If you hold down the Alt button, the line is smaller or larger from both sides. Finally, if you select the line, the same settings that I explained previously exist for the line. In short, you can choose the color of the line from here, make it bigger and smaller, and change its style and width from here. Now I select this line and delete it. Now I select the Pen tool. If I right-click on the Pen tool, there are other tools that we will discuss. First, I select the Pen tool and click to create a point. With a second click on the document, a line is created. The reason the line is not straight is that I changed its settings before, so I press Ctrl and Z and go back. I select the Pen tool and reset its settings to default. I click on the document several times and create lines. If you click the left button, broken lines are created, and if you hold down the left button and drag, you create curved lines in this way. When the line is curved, 2 levers also appear that we can change by holding down the Alt button. In this way, I can correct the lines. When I have corrected the line, I can hold down the left button and drag and continue my work in this way. And finally, I click on the starting point of the line to close the shape completely. My friends, the Pen tool is a very important tool that we use a lot for character and scene design. Also, if I come and right-click on the Pen tool and select the Add Anchor Point tool, now I can click anywhere on the line to add a point to the line that I can change the line again. I select the Subselection tool and change the location of the points in this way. You can select any point and change your shape. I right-click on the Pen tool again and select the Delete Anchor Point option. Now if I click on any point, that point is deleted. In this way, I right-click on the Pen tool again and select the Convert Anchor Point option. Now by selecting any point, I can make changes to the shape and lines using these levers. Remember that in order to use the Convert Anchor Point tool, you must first select a point and then drag to apply the changes to you. If we select the Pen tool and hold down the Alt button, we can make changes to the lines much more easily. Now I press Ctrl and A to select all the lines. I increase the stroke size and change its color. You can do the same settings that I taught you this time using the Pen tool. My friends, if you look at this corner, it has a broken state. We can choose the round state from here. Changes are applied easily. Okay, my friends, I have told you all the points and topics related to this lesson. I hope you enjoyed it. Be sure to practice with these tools yourself to fully master them. Thank you for staying with me until the end of this video. In this video, I will teach you how to use the 3D rotation, 3D translation, zoom, eyedropper, and hand tools. If you look at the toolbar, you will notice that the 3D rotation and 3D translation tools are not there. To access these tools, click on the three dots here. Now you can see the 3D rotation and 3D translation tools here. To make it easier for us to access these tools, I will hold down the left click on this tool and place it here. This will place the 3D rotation and 3D translation tools next to the other tools. This way, we will have much easier access to these tools from now on. There are a number of other tools here that we will use and learn about in later tutorials when we need them. Okay, let's click here to close that window. Now, friends, to use the rotation tool, we first need to create a shape. So, I will create a rectangle. With the selection tool, I will select a part of this shape and change its color to make it distinct. Now, with the free transform tool, I will select my shape completely. If I want to work with the 3D rotation tool, I will select it, and if I hold down the left click and drag, you will notice that nothing changes. The reason why we cannot use the 3D rotation tool now is that we first need to convert the shape to a symbol. So, I will right-click on the shape and select the Convert to Symbol option to convert the shape to a symbol. Then this window will open for you. I will teach you this window in full detail later, but for now, just to teach you this 3D rotation tool, I will click OK with these settings. Now, when my shape is converted to a symbol, I will select the 3D rotation tool. You can see that lines have been created in the middle of the shape, and if you hold down the left click here and drag, you can create a 3D effect for the shape and rotate it on different axes like this. You can do this on both the X and Y axis as well as the Z axis. You can also hold down the left click on the red circle and rotate the shape freely on all axes. You can also change the rotation point by changing the location of the anchor point. Now I will press Ctrl plus Z several times to return the shape to its previous state and double-click on the anchor point again to center it. Now, this time I will select the 3D translation tool. Now you can see that two axes have been created on the shape, and I can move the shape along the Y-axis like this. And I can also move the shape along the X-axis. And since the shape is in 3D mode, you can see that the direction of the shape also changes with each movement. There is also an axis in the middle, which is the Z-axis. If I place the mouse in the center of the shape, the letter Z will appear. Now, by holding down the left click and dragging, I can move the shape along the Z-axis. For example, I will move the shape away and then I can bring it closer again. And here's how to work with the 3D rotation and 3D translation tools, which we will use a lot in future projects and can create different 3D shapes. Remember that in Adobe Animate, the X-axis is red, the Y-axis is green, and the Z-axis is blue. Also, friends, in addition to the two tools that I just taught you, I want you to get acquainted with the eyedropper tool. The eyedropper tool samples the color of objects and transfers that color to other shapes. For example, I will create a rectangle and make it green. When the shape is selected, I select the eyedropper tool and click on the red color. This will change the color of the rectangle to red. Or if I choose the blue color, the rectangle will turn blue. So this was the use of the eyedropper tool, which I also introduced to you. The next tool is the zoom tool. I select it. If I want to zoom in on a shape, I just hold down the left click and create a box and then release the left click. This will zoom in. I can also come here again and select the Fit in Window option to see the entire document. Also, friends, by holding down Ctrl and the minus key that comes after the number 0 on the keyboard, you zoom out of the document. And if you press the Ctrl and equal keys on the keyboard, you zoom in on the document. Also, whatever tool you have selected, if you press the Z key, the zoom tool is activated. Then you can zoom in by clicking on the desired location. I select Fit in Window again. The next tool is the Hand tool, which I select. When I zoom in on the document a bit and hold down the left click, I can move around the document. You can also do this by holding down the spacebar. I go back to Fit in Window again. The next tool I want to introduce to you is the Rotation tool. When you select it, you can rotate the document. Remember that this tool does not work in Fit in Window mode, so I change the zoom level. Now if I hold down the left click and drag, I can rotate the document like this. Wherever I click, the rotation will be created from there. I go back to the previous state again. We will cover the Time Scrub tool in future lessons, which is for testing and displaying animations. Right now, since we haven't created an animation yet, we can't use this tool. In the next lesson, when you learn how to animate, we will cover this tool. Okay, friends, these were all the tools that I wanted to tell you about in this tutorial. Be sure to practice all of these. Don't rush into creating animations because all of these tools that I am teaching you are very essential. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. In continuation of Adobe Animate software training, in this video you will learn how to work with Paint Bucket, Ink Bottle, and Asset Warp tools. To see more tutorials, subscribe to my channel. Getting started with the Paint Bucket tool. We'll begin by using the Paint Bucket tool. To utilize this tool, which is located in this section, we'll create a line using the Brush tool. The lines must cross each other to form a closed shape, or we can create other shapes in this manner. For instance, if we want to color the interior of this shape, we cannot typically select the shape and fill it with color. For example, if I change the fill here, you'll notice that the color of the line I drew with the brush changes. However, if we want to color the interior of this shape, we can only do so with the Paint Bucket tool. I'll select this tool and go to the Tool panel. Now let's choose a color for the shape's interior, such as red, and click here. As you can see, the shape's interior is now red. We can also choose a different color, such as yellow or blue, and click here. This will fill the interior sections of the shape with that color. Press Ctrl+A and then Delete to remove the shapes. You can achieve the same result using the Pen tool. For instance, use the Pen tool to create a closed shape. If you want to fill it with color, you can choose a color again and click here with the Paint Bucket tool to fill the interior. I'll select the shape using the Free Transform tool. Now, we can change the stroke color and increase its value, as well as change the fill color again. If I right-click on the Paint Bucket tool, the Ink Bottle tool is also available. Its purpose is to create strokes. To achieve this, I'll first select the interior color using the Selection tool and place it here. As you can see, this color is now only the fill color. We can change its color from here. Now, to create a stroke for the interior color, I'll select the Ink Bottle tool here and click on this edge here. The stroke is created in this simple manner. I'll select the shape again using the Free Transform tool and double-click to select the entire shape. I'll reposition it, and you can change the stroke and fill colors from here. So, the Paint Bucket tool fills the interior of closed paths, and the Ink Bottle tool creates strokes. We can also easily select a portion of the stroke here and adjust its value. Well, those were the two tools I wanted to introduce to you. I'll delete the shapes. Now, friends, there is another tool called Asset Warp. I'll select the Asset Warp tool. The shortcut for this tool is the letter V. To use this tool, I'll create a rectangle. I'll select it using the free transform tool and assign it a color. For instance, I'll choose a gray or blue color. To make it clearer, I need to reduce the stroke. Alternatively, I can temporarily remove the stroke from here. Now, I'll zoom in on the shape using the zoom tool. Hold down the left mouse button and drag to get a better view of the shape. Now, I'll select the Asset Warp tool. This tool allows us to create wavy patterns on the shape. Note that when you select Asset Warp, the tool settings are displayed in the tool panel. Now, when I click on the shape, its color changes slightly, indicating that the shape is ready for modification. And the shape settings are once again activated in the object panel, allowing us to change its color. If I click again, a mesh with a point is created on the shape. When the point is created, dragging the mouse will reveal a bone connected to the point. This bone is used to connect the points together and establishes relationships between them. However, if I don't want these points to be connected, I'll click the red point once more. It will be deselect, and the bone will be hidden. I'll click again in the center of the shape, and you'll see that the point turns red again and another bone is created. If I click the red point again, that bone will disappear, and I'll create one more point at the end. I'll click on the point to deselect it. Now, we can hold down the left mouse button on the points with the same Asset Warp tool and drag them down. This allows us to create a curved shape for our own shape. We can create as many points as we want on our shape. I'll press Ctrl+Z. I'll create another point in this section. I'll click on it again and I'll do the same here. Now, I can easily create the warp effect for my shape again. You can do this without any limitations. And since we didn't select the bone mode, each point creates its own curvature and bending effect. The settings for the Asset Warp tool are available in both the tool panel and the object panel, and we can use them. For example, we can reduce the mesh value from here. The lower the value, the better, because if you increase it too much, it may put pressure on your system and you won't be able to continue working. If we click on the eye icon, we won't be able to see the mesh anymore. It still functions, but it's no longer visible. There is another option here called Envelope. If we activate it, you can see that hollow circles have been created in the corners, which we can move around in this way. And we can use the levers it gives us to change the shape of our own. I'll disable it again. I'll smooth out the shape a bit to bring it back to its previous state. I'll activate Envelope again. Using these points and levers, we can transform the shapes into whatever we want. We will animate all of these things that my friend is telling you, and we will transform one shape into another. Now, friends, I'll select and delete the shape. I'll create another shape and select the Asset Warp tool again. This time, I won't double-click and I want the bone to be created. And I'll create another bone here. Finally, I'll click on it to deselect the bone and allow us to continue working easily. Now, if I hold down the left mouse button on this point, you can see that I can move the point independently. And if I move the other points, you can see that this point follows the previous point and moves. Notice, I make it smaller, I make it bigger, this point moves too, and it's no longer separate. Because we activated the bone mode, that point moves with it. But if I move this point, the previous point doesn't move. Now, we will discuss bones in detail in the next lesson. If I move the starting point, the whole shape moves like this. So, the starting point moves the whole thing. And if I change this, it moves the top point. If I change the last point, it moves alone, and it creates a slight change in the other parts. Now, when we want to create bones, we can choose the hard or soft mode for them. The Flexi mode gives us levers that we can also use. The shape changes depending on which option you choose. We can also use the bone rotation option to rotate the points. We can change and rotate the selected point from here. If my friends select a point and activate the freeze point option. Now, if I make changes here, you can see that this point stays in place and no longer follows the previous point, because we froze that point. If I select it again and disable freeze point, the point moves easily. So we can use this option in this way. Now, since my friends haven't taught me about the timeline and animation yet, I don't want to go into that too much, because we can easily create different animations using this tool. But to show you how we use it, I'll quickly create an animation with the Asset Warp tool so that you can better understand this tool. We will teach you the timeline and animation in full detail in the next lesson. I'll click on frame 50 and then press the F6 key. This will select my shape using the F6 key. I'll make a change to the shape. Click or double-click on this gray area to turn it blue. I'll right-click on it and select the Create Classic Tween option here. This way, friends, you can see that I have an animation here. Okay, friends, I don't want to go too far with this now. In the next lessons, when I teach you about the timeline and animation, you will get familiar with all of these things and you will be able to create different animations. Thank you for staying with me until the end of this video. In continuation of the animation tutorial with Adobe Animate software, in this video, you will learn about the transform, align, and arrange panels. To access the transform window, we go to the window menu, and here I select the transform panel. If you press Ctrl and T, the transform window will be activated for you and placed here. In order for these options to be activated, I first need to create a shape like this. Then, with the transform tool, I select my shape, and now the options of the transform panel become active. Using these options, I can make my shape horizontally larger or smaller. I can also vertically resize my shape very precisely. If I want to proportionally resize my shape, here I click on this chain icon to activate it. Now, if you hold down the left mouse button and drag on any of these boxes, you'll see that your shape becomes proportionally smaller or larger. Again, I deactivate the chain, and I can individually resize my shape horizontally or vertically smaller or larger. Now, if I see that the new shape I created is not suitable and I want it to return to the previous state, I click on the Reset option to revert the shape to its previous state. The next option is Rotate. When I hold down the left mouse button on it and drag, I can rotate the shape to any degree I want. For example, I can rotate the shape exactly 45 degrees like this. Again, if we want to return to the previous settings, here I click on the option, and the shape returns to its previous state. The next option is Skew. If I click here, its options become active. If I hold down the left mouse button here and drag, you'll see that the shape changes like this. Or from here, I can skew the shape vertically. This option can help us in designing and creating various animations. Alright, I press Ctrl and Z to return the shape to its previous state, or I can click on this option to reset the settings to their initial state. Two options, 3D rotation and 3D center point, also exist here, but they are currently inactive. To activate these options, first, I need to select the shape with the Free Transform tool. Then, right-click on the shape and click on the Convert to Symbol option and press OK. Now you see that these options have been activated. If I change the 3D rotation option in the X-axis, the shape rotates in 3D. If I rotate it in the Y-axis, you'll see that the shape rotates in the Y-axis. We can also do the same thing in the z-axis. And very precisely, for example, I can determine that a 20% rotation should be applied to the shape. You see that a 20% rotation is applied to the shape in the z-axis. Again, I reset it. The next option is 3D center point. If I change the numbers here, no changes will be applied. To use this option, we need to select the 3D translation tool. You see, here the 3D center point is displayed, and we can change its position from here. I change its position in both the X and Y axes. Now, rotation is applied from this point. I can apply rotation from this part in the X-axis or from the Y-axis in the same way. I can place the 3D center point anywhere I want and apply rotation from there. I place it here again, and this time rotation is applied from this point. Alright, I click on this option to revert the settings to the previous state. Quickly, I create another shape and select a part of my shape, change its color to make it more distinctive. Again, I select it with the free transform tool. Here also are the options flip selection horizontally and flip selection vertically. If I click on flip selection horizontally, you'll see that my shape is flipped like this, and now the blue part is on the left. If I click again, it returns to its previous state. The same happens vertically. To make it clear, again with the free transform tool, I select this part of the shape and change its color. Again, I select my shape and click on flip selection vertically. You'll see that the green part moves to the bottom, and we can flip our shape like this. The option duplicate is also here. I click on it to create a copy of the shape. And in this way, I can have a copy of my shape. Again, I click on it to create another copy. So, in the transform panel, we can do all the things I mentioned. We use this panel in animation. Okay. I press Ctrl and A to select all shapes and press the delete key. For now, I close the transform panel. I create a few ellipses and change their colors. I create another copy of the shape and select it. I hold down the Alt button and drag to make a copy and change its color again. I make this ellipse much smaller. One important point I want you to know is that if you select one shape with the free transform tool and place it on another shape, and I click here to deselect it and then select my shape again and move it, now you see that a cut is created in the previous shape. But to prevent this from happening, you need to convert each shape you create into an object. I press Ctrl and Z to revert to the previous state. I select it and click on the Create Object option here. I select this shape too and click on Create Object. And I select this shape and click on Create Object. Now each of my shapes has been converted into a separate object. If I place them on top of each other again, and deselect the shape and now separate the shapes, no cut is created on the shape. This point is very important. The next window is Align, which I want to teach you about. Click on Align in the window menu. In this part, you can see it. I hold down the left click and drag it out so you can see this window more clearly. I'll place it here for now. In normal mode, if I select all shapes and click on the Align Horizontal Center option, it will align the centers of the shapes in one line. Now, if I click on the Align Vertical Center option, you'll see that all shapes are aligned on top of each other. In fact, the central version of all shapes aligns on top of each other. So, in the normal mode, we can align the shapes like this. But again, I separate the shapes and click on the Align to Stage option. In fact, the stage is the document itself, which is white. I select one shape and activate this option. Now, I can specify that the selected shape is placed in the center of my document, and I can easily place it exactly in the center of my scene. I can specify whether it should be placed on the left or right side or at the top. In this way, we choose the appropriate location for the shape. So, if you click on this option, it determines the position of the shape based on the scene or document, and if you disable this option and then select both shapes, we can adjust the position of the shapes relative to each other. Again, I press Ctrl and Z. The next option in this window is Distribute. If I enable Align to Stage and click on this option, the shape will be placed at the top, or I can place it in the center or at the bottom of the scene. In this way, we can also use this option. The next option is Match Size, which allows us to match the sizes of shapes. If I disable Align to Stage and select all shapes, I can match the width of all shapes. I click on this option, and the width of all shapes becomes equal. I can also specify that their height should be equal. I press Ctrl and Z. If I want my shapes to be completely equal in size, I click on the Match Width and Height option. In this way, all my shapes become equal in size. Now, if I have different shapes and want to equalize the spacing between them, I use this option, and in this way, the spacing between all my shapes becomes equal. I repeat this process to learn its application. Now, if I select only one shape and enable Align to Stage and click on the Match Size option, you'll see that the selected shape matches the size of the document. Okay, I press Ctrl and Z to revert to the previous size. I close the Align window so that you have fully learned it. I enlarge these shapes a bit. I select the red shape. Sometimes it's necessary to move a shape under other shapes. To do this, first select the desired shape, right-click on the shape. Now choose Arrange and then click on Send Backward. In this way, the selected shape moves one step backward. I press Ctrl and Z to return the shape to its previous state. Again, I right-click on the shape and this time select Send to Back. In this way, the selected shape is moved behind all other shapes in the document. I right-click again, and this time I choose Bring to Front. Now, the shape is in front of all other shapes. I press Ctrl and Z. If I want the shape to come forward only one step, I click on the Bring Forward option. This way, the shape moves forward only one step. So, using the Arrange option, you can adjust the arrangement of shapes. Also, in the Modify menu and Transform options, you can find the options related to Arrange here as well. Also, right-click on any shape. Transform and Align options are available here, and you can find each of these options here. In the Transform section, there are options related to the Transform window, and I have taught you all these things. Thank you for staying with me until the end of this video.
Continuing with the animation tutorial using Adobe Animate, in this video, I am going to teach you about the Layers section. Alright friends, whenever you create a document, you can see the Layers section in the bottom left part of the timeline. Layer 1 is automatically created when you select the document. I will enlarge the timeline a bit so you can see it better. First, we need to understand what layers are and their purpose. Layers are like transparent sheets stacked on top of each other, and in each layer, we can create as many shapes as we want. Any changes made to a particular layer will be applied to all the shapes on that layer. Now, I will demonstrate this so you can understand it better. As we mentioned, when we create a document, Layer 1 is automatically created. Here, I select the rectangle and draw several rectangles like this. Now I have created all these shapes in Layer 1. If I click on the layer, you can see that all the shapes in Layer 1 are selected like this, and with the Free Transform tool, I can move them around. If I want to deselect the shapes, I click on the document. Now, I click on the New Layer option here to create a new layer. I select the new layer and right-click in the Shapes section, choose the circle, and draw a few circles. I select a circle and change its color, for example, to red. I hold down the Alt key and create several copies. Now, if I select layer 1, the rectangles are selected, and if I select the new layer, the circles are selected. Now, if you select the desired layer from the Properties panel and the Objects section, you can change the color of all the shapes in the layer simultaneously. I select purple for the circles. I click here to deselect the circles. So, whichever layer you select, you can change the color of the shapes simultaneously in the Properties panel and the Objects section. One thing to note is that shapes in the higher layer are always displayed in front. If I now select the higher layer that contains the circles and place it over the rectangles, the circles will be on top of the rectangles. But if I select layer 1, which contains the rectangles, and drag it to the top, you can see that now the rectangles are on top of the circles. Okay, I will select this shape and place it here. So you have learned that using this option, we can create as many layers as we want and place different shapes in each layer. Also, to delete any layer, just select the desired layer and click on this icon. Now we can group different layers together. By using this new folder tool, if I click on it, a folder is created. If you double-click on the folder, you can name it. I won't change its name. I drag the other layers and place them in this folder. Now the layers are inside the folder. If I close the folder layer and open it again, it's clear that the layers are inside the folder. If I select the folder layer and want to delete it, I can click on the delete icon. When you delete the folder, all the layers inside the folder are also deleted. I press Ctrl and Z to undo and bring the layers back. Here, we can hide the shapes inside the layers and then reveal them again. We can do this for folders as well, or we can do it individually for each layer. Alright, I select this layer, hold down the Ctrl key, select this layer too, and place them above the folder. Like this, you can see that 2 layers have been removed from the folder. Now, friends, so you can see the layers more easily and clearly, I hold down the Ctrl key, select 3 layers, right-click here, and in the Properties section, I enlarge the layers. I select the folder layer and delete it. Here, there is an option called Highlight Layer. If I click on it, I can differentiate 2 or any number of layers based on their color. For instance, now a line has been created for the orange layer. If I click here, only the color of this layer will be highlighted individually for me. The next option is Outline. If I enable it, you can only see the lines and outlines of the shape, which helps us see beneath the shapes when the workspace is crowded. Click it again, and the colors will reappear. The next option is Hide, which I can click to hide all the shapes within the layer. I can click again to make them reappear, or I can hide or show them individually. The next option is Lock Layer. If I lock the layers, I can no longer select the layer or shapes on the document. However, we can click it again to unlock it. We can also lock each layer individually. When there are a lot of layers and shapes, this lock feature can be very helpful. The next point is that you can move each of these shapes individually with the Transform tool. However, if you select the circle layer, all the shapes in the layer will move simultaneously. Here, there is an option called View Only Active Layers. If you enable this option, you can only see the active or selected layers. To see all the layers again, you need to disable this option. Next to each layer's name, there is a document icon. If you double-click on it, the Properties panel will open, where you can change the layer properties. First, we can change its name. For instance, I will set the number 12 as the name for this layer. We can lock the layer twice or change the display type of the shapes in this layer. We can also hide the shapes within the layer here. Double-click here again to reveal the shapes in the layer. There is an opacity option here, where we can increase or decrease the transparency and visibility of these shapes. For example, I set the opacity to 15 or 20%. This way, the transparency of the shapes in this layer decreases. I reset the settings to default. The next section in this panel is for selecting the layer type. It can be normal, mask, or guide. I will teach mask in future lessons. For instance, if you select guide and click OK, the layer icon changes, and the shapes in this layer will not be visible in the final render. I select the normal option and click OK. Double-click here again. In the outline color section, you can change the layer's color. I select green for this layer. Double-click on this icon again. As I mentioned earlier, we can activate it to display shapes as outlines. Here you can set the layer size. For now, I have chosen 200% so you can see the layers more easily. You can apply any size you want here. Click the OK button. To copy the shapes in each layer, first select the desired layer and press Ctrl+C and then Ctrl+V. This way, a copy of the shapes within the layer is created. I delete these shapes. To copy a layer, right-click on the desired layer and select Duplicate. This way, a copy of the layer is created. Now the new layer is placed here. I delete the new layer. I right-click on this layer and, for instance, we can also lock the layer from here, or we can hide it. Additionally, there are options for transparency, delete, copy, and paste here, which we can also use to copy the layer. I press Ctrl+Z again to revert to the previous state. There are other options here that I will explain to you in future lessons. The last important thing to know now is to select a layer, hold down the Ctrl key, and select another layer. Now right-click and select Merge Layers to combine the layers. Now I can move all the shapes in the merged layer like this. Alright friends, these were all the important topics you needed to know about layers. Make sure to practice all these points to fully master this tool. I would appreciate it if you like the video.
In the continuation of the training from 0 to 100 of Adobe Animate software, I will teach you in this video about the timeline panel. You will also learn what frames and keyframes are and how to use them. Well, friends, first of all, let me tell you that if you click on the window menu, the timeline panel is here. If you click on it, you can disable it, and when you want to design or create your own shapes or designs more easily, you can enable it again in the window menu. If you click, it will be created for you in the timeline section. In the timeline, I can zoom in a bit. You can see that I zoom in a bit like this and then again so that you can see it bigger. I go to the frame section, I click on these 3 lines, and here I can select the medium or tall mode for the frame section. For example, I select the medium section, and it will be larger. If I select the tall section, you will see that this section will be a bit larger for us. But friends, if you look at this section, you will see a blue line that we can move, which we call the timeline. But now, because we haven't created any keyframes yet, it can't be moved and is placed in frame 1. Now, whenever you create a document, there is a frame here automatically. When I click here, it turns blue. When I click on the method, and there is a black dot inside this frame, it shows that there is no information in this frame because we have not created any shape in our document yet. But as soon as we use the software, it will be different. Now I create a shape. I choose a rectangle here and create a shape like this. You can see that our frame has become bolder, and that black point has become bolder, indicating that this frame has information. The next point, friends, is here, which shows that we are in frame 1. The number 1 is written here, and the number 30 is written here, which is our frame rate. If you remember, I taught this fully in the first lesson. If I create another document, whatever I choose, I will see that the frame rate is here, and I can set the frame rate. So now there are 30 frames or 30 images in 1 second. To make 1 second of animation, we need 30 frames or 30 pictures. When they are placed successively behind each other, they will create an animation for us. Pay attention here, it says that 1 second is equal to 30 frames. Now, I will come and click on this Insert Keyframe option so that one keyframe and another frame like this will be inserted. I will use the Transform tool, select my shape, and move it a little further. I will press the Shift button so that it moves straight forward. Now, if I move the slider to frame 1, you will see that the shape moves like this. We have created this frame. This is frame 3. If I double-click on the shape and select my shape, I can move the shape a little further. So now here is my figure. If I move the slider, you'll see my shape move like this. Here, it shows that we are in frame 3. If I click the Insert Blank Keyframe option this time, it will create an empty frame for me. When I click again, it creates empty frames for me. When we use this option to create a space between the animations, I will click several times. I will right-click here and, for example, select the Circle tool and draw a circle. When I create a circle on the frame, it is no longer empty. It has information that this is the shape of the circle that I created now. So, if I go to frame 1, you will see how I created the keyframes and then the empty frames. As a result, you will see a circle at the end. If I press the play button here, you will see that the animation I created will play. If I click on the loop option and play, this animation will repeat for me. From here, I can set, for example, from the beginning or from which frame this loop or repetition will continue. If I play it, you can see that it keeps repeating. So I turn off the loop. Now I come again, take the slider and place it on the frame. The next option that my friends have here is Insert Frame. This option determines how long the frame lasts. The frames themselves determine the starting and ending points, and they show us the distance between these 2 points. We can adjust this distance from here. See, now my circle is at this point. I will come again and click Insert Frame here. You can see that now this frame of mine is being drawn and is no longer interrupted. I will continue this work like this. Finally, I want to create a keyframe to create a final movement. I create a keyframe by clicking on Insert Keyframe. When it is created, I will double-click again with the Transform tool, stretching it until it reaches this frame that goes up. In the next lesson, I will show you how to get from this point to this point smoothly without creating a jump. For now, let me show you this. If I right-click and click on Create Shape, you will see that now there is no longer a jump and we are seeing a smooth transition. We will cover this part in the next lessons, friends. For now, we will work more on frames and keyframes. Let me put the slider in the form and play it. I will activate the loop and play it again. This is how we do this animation. So far, friends, we have created this lesson. It is very important to practice many times to master it completely. Practicing once is not enough. You must practice these parts several times. Now, instead of clicking on the option this time, friends, I can insert a frame, for example, in frame 50 or frame 60, which will last for 2 seconds. I click here and press the F5 option. By pressing F5, this frame will be created for me. To go back to the previous state, I press Ctrl and Z. To repeat, I'll come here in 2 seconds, click here, and press the F5 button or use the Insert Frame option. This will create the middle frames as well. If I want it to be animated, I right-click and click on Create Shape. This is how you can see that my figure continues to move. To go back to the previous state, I press Ctrl and Z. Now, friends, there is an option called Auto Insert Keyframe. If we right-click, there is also Auto Blank Keyframe. It creates keyframes automatically, so we don't need to insert keyframes every time. I activate this option, and now I don't need to use the Insert Keyframe option manually. Double-click and move the shape again, and an automatic keyframe will be created. There is another option called Onion Skin, which shows us the previous movements of the shape. If I right-click and click on the Advanced Settings option, you can see the onion skin feature. However, I won't cover this in detail now because it's a separate topic and requires a separate lesson. I will disable this option for now. Next, friends, regarding the loop, as I said, if you click and play, the animation will repeat, and the part you have chosen will loop. Let me draw this part of the loop. When you activate it, this part will repeat until the end. You will see that this animation keeps repeating. If I click here again, my animation will stop. Now, friends, I come back and click here at frame 60, then I click on the Insert Keyframe option to activate it. There are 3 options here: Insert Classic Tween, Insert Motion Tween, and Insert Shape Tween. We used Shape Tween here, but these 3 options are broad topics that should be discussed in separate lessons. For now, it's better to teach you these options separately in the next lesson because they are very important and show different modes of animation. In this part of the 3 lines, if I click, you can see that we are in standard mode. If I click on the Preview option, it will show different frames. You can see squares for the shapes, empty frames, and the circle shape. If there is a problem, we can fix it in the preview part. At the end of this article, I want to remind you that if you right-click in the Frame section, you can insert a frame, and the shortcut is F5. Using F5 in future lessons means inserting a frame. Remember this because we use it a lot. Also, there is a convert to keyframe option, and the shortcut is F6. Be sure to save these shortcuts. Finally, if I want to delete all these frames, I can select the All Frames option here. If I click, all my frames will be selected. Then, I will right-click again and select Remove Frame. Clicking this will delete all the frames. If I want to create a shape now, you won't see it because there are no frames. So, first, I need to create a frame with the Insert Frame option and create my shape again. Well, friends, these were all the things I wanted to cover in this tutorial. It is very important to practice these concepts several times with different parts of the timeline and frames. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. In this video, as part of our Adobe Animate tutorial series, we'll be diving into symbols. Understanding symbols is crucial if we want to work on different animation states. Alright friends, to understand what symbols are, I should explain that they are graphic objects or animations that we can save and reuse in different scenes. Once a symbol is created, you don't need to recreate that graphic or animation in various scenes over and over again. By creating it once, you can use it as a symbol in different scenes. We typically use two types of symbols, although there is a third type that I will explain later. First, I'll create a new layer. I'll select the rectangle tool and choose the red color. Then I'll draw a rectangle or square. Next, I'll create a new layer, right-click on the shapes, select the circle tool and draw a circle. I'll select the circle and assign it a blue color, placing it in front of the movie clip option. I'll then choose the graphic mode and right-click on the shape, selecting the Convert to Symbol option, which has the F8 shortcut. Essentially, I want to convert my shape into a symbol. When I click on it, the Convert to Symbol window opens. Here, you can choose a name for your symbol. You can name it anything you like. In the Type section, you can select the type of symbol you want: movie clip, button, or graphic. I mentioned that we mainly use movie clips or graphics. You should know that the button option is used for creating graphic buttons, where you can assign JavaScript codes to control them. We won't be diving into coding just yet, so we'll stick to using movie clips and graphics for now. I'll select the graphic option for this example, which we'll explore together. There is also an option to set the anchor point of your symbol. For example, if you choose the center, the point will turn black, placing the symbol's registration point in the center. If you choose the corner, the point will be located there. For now, I'll choose the center. In the Folder section, you can select or create a folder for the symbol, as each symbol you create is added to the library. You can create or select a folder if you've made different ones before. I'll select the default option and click OK. Now, my shape has been converted into a symbol. If you go to the library, you'll see the symbol we created named Symbol1. You can save it and use it in different projects. By holding down the left click and dragging it, you can create multiple copies of the shape easily. This feature is helpful if you've designed a complex pattern and want to duplicate it effortlessly. Now, I'll press Ctrl+Z to undo my actions. In the lower section, you can delete the symbol, create a new folder and place the symbol inside, or remove the symbol from the folder. I'll select and delete the folder. You can also create a new symbol using the icon here. For now, I'll close this because we're not working with the library, but instead, exploring the different types of symbols and their uses. Now, if I double-click on this square, you'll see that Symbol1 is created at the top. Let me click again to return to Symbol1. Notice that in this timeline we have created 3 layers, one for the text I wrote, one for the square, and one for the circle. But if I double-click on the symbol, you'll see that this is our Scene 1. If I double-click on the square, Symbol1 is created, and a new, dedicated timeline for my shape in graphic mode is generated. This also happens in movie clip mode, but there are differences. So, when you double-click on your symbol, you essentially enter a separate room where you can create an animation for your shape independently. Any changes you make will also be reflected in Scene 1 or the main timeline. Let me demonstrate this. I double-click again, go to frame 30, click here, and select Insert Keyframe to create a keyframe automatically, and the frames will be generated automatically as well. Now, in this keyframe, I select my shape or symbol, hold the Shift key, and move it forward. Then, I right-click on the frames in the timeline and select Create Shape Tween. As you can see, the shape moves in its own timeline. Notice that you can't see the other layers in Symbol 1 here, so pay attention to that. We've now created this animation here. I'll go back to my scene. The layers are still here, but notice that there is no animation yet. The animation only exists within the symbol if you double-click it. Now I'll double-click on the scene again to return. I'll go to frame 30 and select Insert Frame, or I can press F5 instead. It doesn't matter as long as we create the frames, and this will create the animation for us. Since the other layers only have one frame, they won't be displayed. I'll go to frame 30 and select Layer 1, which contains my text. I'll click here and create a keyframe so that my text is displayed across all frames. Now, I'll click on the circle layer, right-click on the circle, select Convert to Symbol, and the symbol window will open. This time, I'll choose Movie Clip and click OK. If I double-click on the circle, we enter Symbol 2. We've now entered the timeline specifically for this circle in movie clip mode. If I go back to the scene and click on the circle, you'll see it says Movie Clip in the object panel. If I open it, I can change its mode. I'll double-click on it again, go to frame 30, and select Add Keyframe. Now I'll move the shape forward like this. I'll right-click on the frames and select Create Shape Tween. As you can see, the circle is now moving in its own dedicated panel. Now let's return to our main scene. I'll click here to go back to the main scene. If I move the slider forward, you'll see that only the square moves forward. If I press Ctrl plus Enter, you'll notice that in test mode, only the square moves. I'll close this window. Remember, if you want to test your animation, you can press Ctrl plus Enter or go to the Control menu and select the test option. However, to make the circle move, I'll go to frame 30 and simply create a frame. I'll click on Insert Frame, but you'll notice that the circle still doesn't move. But if I now press Ctrl plus Enter, you'll see that the circle starts moving as well. So, the difference between these two modes is that in the main timeline, the movie clip doesn't display its movement. It only shows the movement when you test or render the final output. This helps reduce the load on your system. Besides these, there are other differences between the two modes as well. In fact, the movie clip mode is a more advanced animation setting that offers a wider range of options. If I click here, you'll see that there are a lot of settings available, such as using different filters. However, in graphic mode, there are fewer settings and you can't add filters to your animation. But in graphic mode, there is a loop option which, as we mentioned earlier, makes the animation repeat. If I press play here, the animation will play once. But if I select the shape, enable the loop option, and move it forward a bit, I can press play, and as you can see, the animation keeps repeating. If I select the shape again, I can choose the reverse loop option, and the movement of the shape will continue in reverse. There are more settings that we'll cover in future tutorials, but as we said, the movie clip mode offers more extensive and professional options, which will work with a lot in upcoming projects. So, These were all the key points you needed to know about symbols so that we can continue with different animation modes in future lessons. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Be sure to practice all the steps multiple times to get fully familiar with the various options. In this video, you will learn how to create classic tween, shape tween, and motion tween in Adobe Animate. As you know, to create motion, we first need to create a shape on our document. I right-click on the Shape section, select the Oval tool, click to create a circle, and then hold down the left click and drag. I also hold down the Shift key to create a perfect circle. I use the Selection tool to select it and place it here. Now, I go to frame 30 and click here. You can see that above frame 30 it shows 1 second, meaning the animation I'm creating will be 1 second long. If I want it to be longer, I go to 2 seconds, which is 60 frames, and click here, then press F5, or I can go to Insert Frame to create the frames. If you've seen the previous lessons, you know that to create motion, we first need to create frames. So, you see that from start to finish, my shape remains in this area. Now, if I right-click on this gray area, there are 3 options at the top: Create Classic Tween, Create Motion Tween, and Create Shape Tween. We use Create Classic Tween for simple animations, Create Motion Tween for more complex animations, and Create Shape Tween for morphing one shape into another. Now, at the beginning, I choose Create Classic Tween, which essentially creates the in-between frames for us. If I click on it, it gives me a message saying you first need to convert your shape into a symbol. In the previous lesson, I explained how to create a symbol in detail. So, I will cancel here and press Ctrl+Z to go back to the previous state. I click on my shape with the free Transform tool, then right-click and choose Convert to Symbol, or you can press F8. When I click here, the symbol window opens, and I confirm it in graphic mode. Now I click on 2 seconds or 60 frames, again press Insert Frame, right-click on the gray area where the frames are, and this time, if I choose Create Classic Tween, you can see that the frames turn purple. The purple color indicates that we have now selected the Classic Tween mode. I place the slider at the end, like this, and I can press F6 or choose Insert Keyframe here to create a keyframe. Additionally, if you right-click, you can choose Convert to Keyframe instead. Now you can see that a keyframe has been created at the last frame. So, wherever we place the slider and press Insert Keyframe, a keyframe will be created. Now that we've created the keyframe, with the Transform tool I can select my shape, and by holding down the Shift key, move it forward. I hold down the Shift key to ensure the movement stays straight. This way, you see a simple motion is created for me with constant speed. Why do I mention speed? Because in the upcoming lessons, you will learn that we can animate shapes with different accelerations. Now I'll play the animation, and you'll see how it's displayed. If I, for example, click on frame 20 and press Insert Keyframe, another keyframe is created. Now I can position my shape wherever I want. For instance, I'll select it with the free Transform tool and place it at the bottom. I move forward to frame 40, and this way I can create another keyframe. You can see the keyframe points here. I select my shape again and move it upward. Now, if I press play, you can see my shape moves like this. I'll also enable the loop option so the animation repeats continuously. Let me extend this and play it again so the loop keeps repeating. I'll stop it here. So, friends, this was a simple model of animation where we first need to create frames, and whenever we want to add a new motion throughout the frames, we press the Add Keyframe option and create the desired motion. Now, if I want to delete all these keyframes and frames, I press Ctrl+Alt+A to select all of them, or I can right-click here and choose Select All Frames. If I click on it, all frames and keyframes will be selected. You can then click Remove Frames to delete all frames and shapes. Now, if I want to create a new shape again, I need to create a frame first and then create a new shape. I move to frame 60, click here, and press Insert Keyframe to create a new keyframe. But because now I want to select the Motion Tween option, I will only create the frames. So you can see I haven't created any keyframes yet. I right-click here and this time select Create Motion Tween. A window pops up, asking to convert the shape into a symbol. If I press OK, the shape gets converted into a symbol. As you can see, I haven't created any new keyframe yet. At the end, I can move here, select the Free Transform tool, and easily move my shape. You can see that a keyframe is automatically created, and my animation is made. However, friends, another difference with this option compared to the other modes is that it shows the path of the ball's motion using these points. There's a line with a series of points showing us the ball's path in Motion Tween mode. Now, you may ask, what's the use of this line? In the next lessons, I'll explain these points and lines in detail. But if I select it here with the selection tool and drag it down, you'll see that the mouse cursor changes. First, click on the artboard or document to deselect the shape. You'll see that now the mouse cursor has changed. I hold down the left click and drag it downward. You'll see that the ball's motion path has now changed, and if I press play, you'll see that the ball moves along this curved path. Again, wherever I place the slider, I can use the Free Transform tool to reposition my shape. This way, you'll see the circle's motion path has changed again. At frame 40, I move the shape downward. Another keyframe is automatically created for me. Now I'll press play. I'll also enable the loop tool so the animation keeps repeating. You'll see that the shape moves along this path. Remember, the further apart the points are, the faster the ball will move. If I bring the shape further down, you'll see that the distance between the points has increased, which means the circle speed has increased here. Notice that you can see here how the speed increases. In the next lesson, we will fully cover different types of acceleration for objects, and you'll learn them in detail. For now, I just wanted to introduce the concept and prepare you for the next lesson. Now I will disable the loop function. Once again, I press Ctrl plus Alt plus A. All frames and keyframes will be selected, and then I press Remove Frames to delete them all. Next, I'll create a new frame. I right-click on the shape, and this time I select the Rectangle tool and create a rectangle. Again, I go to frame 60, create a keyframe, right-click here, and choose Create Shape Tween. If you click on it, you'll notice that the color of the frames turns brown, and in this mode, we no longer need to convert our shape into a symbol. Now, I move to the end of the frame, select my shape using the Free Transform tool, and hold down Shift to move it straight forward. This way, you can see how we quickly and simply created this animation. But now, I want to transform this rectangle into a circle. To do this, I go to the last frame, select my shape using the Free Transform tool, and delete it. Now, I select the Oval tool and draw a circle. I select the circle and position it here. So, what happens now? I'll enable the loop as well. In the last frame, let me change the color of the shape as well. This way, you'll see that we can animate the color too. Instead of red, I'll choose blue for the circle. Now, I go to the beginning and press play. You'll see the rectangle transforms like this and turns into a circle. If I stop the motion here, you'll notice that by the end of the animation, the rectangle has transformed into a circle, and even the color of the shape has changed from red to blue. So, we not only animated the shape but also animated the color of the shape. Once again, if I right-click here, you'll see various options. I mentioned Insert Frame earlier. There's also the Remove Frame option here. You can also choose Insert Blank Frame, which is available here, and you can copy any frame you want. For example, if I create a keyframe here, right-click, select Copy Frames, and then come over here, click, and choose Paste Frames. The shape will pause at this point before continuing its path. Why does this happen? Because I copied this frame here. If I press play, you'll notice a pause before the animation continues. I don't want to go into more details in this lesson now, but over time, as you work on different projects, you will get to know all these options and learn them thoroughly. These were all the things I wanted to teach you about different types of motion. In this video, I'm going to teach you how to save your projects and also how to import Photoshop and Illustrator files into Adobe Animate. Alright friends, before we save our project, we need to have a design or animation ready. I'll quickly create a simple animation. I right-click here, select the circle shape, and try to create a circle in the center. I place it in the middle and now I go to frame 50, press Add Keyframe to create a keyframe here. I right-click on the gray bar and select Create Shape Tween. Now I'll move the slider to the last frame. I want to turn the circle into several stars. I select the Polystar tool from here, go to Options, and set it to Star Mode. I create several stars. I choose the red color for the stars. Using the Free Transform tool, I select the shape, hold down the Alt key, and make several copies of the stars. Notice that the slider is currently on the last frame. Now, I select the circle using the Free Transform tool and press the Delete key. As you can see, when I play the animation and activate the loop, you'll see that we have transformed a blue circle into 4 red stars, changing both their color and shape in this way. I activate the loop mode and play the animation so it runs several times. Now, I want to save this animation so I can reopen it later and continue working on it, adding more elements to the animation. To do this, I go to the File menu. You can click on either Save or Save As. There's no difference. The first time you do this, you can click Save or Save As. You can also press Ctrl+S to save your project. I'll click Save As, choose the location to save the project, and name it. As you can see, Adobe Animate files are saved in FLA format. I click Save to save the project. Now, I'll close my project, go to the File menu, click Open, find the location where I saved the project and click Open. This way, my project reopens and I can continue working on it. Now, if I make some changes to the animation, for example, by moving them around, the animation changes. To save these changes, I go to the File menu and click Save, or I press Ctrl+S. I don't need to click Save As anymore. I just click Save to save the changes to the same file. If you want to close the project, you can click Close and save your project. Click Yes, and the work will be saved on the previous file. I go back to the File menu, click Open, and reopen the project. If I create a new document in the File menu, you'll see that now I have 2 documents. In the new document, I'll create a shape like this. If I have several documents and multiple projects, I can save them all at once. I go to the File menu and click Save All. I can give it a name, for example, 02, and click Save. This way, both documents are saved at the same time. If I go to the File menu, select Open, you'll see the second file we saved is there. We can select it and it opens for us again. Since I had already saved project number 1, it's saved on the previous file and didn't create a new one. Again, in the File menu, if you click Close all the documents you have open will be closed. If you just click Close, only the current document will close. I'll close these documents now. Now, to import a Photoshop file into Adobe Animate, I'll go into Photoshop. For example, I've created a design for myself in Photoshop. Now I want to import this file into Adobe Animate. Look, this design I've made has different parts and layers. I've placed each part separately in different layers. Now I want to import the project with all its layers into Adobe Animate and create an animation. To do this, I go to the File menu in Photoshop, click on Save As, and save my file. For instance, I choose the number 100 here and click Save. I click OK here as well. Now I'll open Adobe Animate. In Adobe Animate, I'll open a project. I create a new document and add it to my work. I go to the File menu, select Import, and choose Import to Stage. The shortcut is Ctrl+R. As you can see, the file I saved is here, so I'll select it and open it. Now this window opens. Here, I can select whichever layers I want by checking the boxes. Clicking Select All will select all the layers, and you can deactivate any layer you don't want. The important thing here is to make sure you select the Animate Layers option so the layers are imported into Adobe Animate individually. For example, if you select Single Animate Layer, the whole shape will be created as a single layer. So, I'll select the Animate Layers option. At the top, I can choose Create Movie Clip. I'll name it, for example, 101. Here, I can adjust the image quality, but I won't change it. With these settings, I click Import. If you want the project to be imported with the original Photoshop size, you can enable this option. I click Import, and the file is imported like this. If I zoom out a bit, I can see the project better. You can see all the layers here, and they're separated so you can animate each one individually. There's a line here because I need to deactivate the background layer. I select the shape, shrink it with the free transform tool, and place it, for example, here. That's how easily we can import a Photoshop file with all its layers into Adobe Animate. Now I'll select it and delete it. I can also select the layers, hold down the Control key, and select the layers like this. Then I click the Delete button to remove them. Now, to import an Illustrator file, I'll open Illustrator. So, friends, I've already created this simple character in Illustrator. In the Layers panel, you can see that I've created each part of the character separately. This will allow us to easily import each part into Adobe Animate and animate them. But to import the layers separately into Adobe Animate, first, I click on the main layer, select it, then click on the three dots, and choose Release to Layers, Sequence. Now, I can select the sublayers and move them to the top to separate them from the main layer, and then I delete the main layer. You'll see that each layer is now separate and appears in the Layers panel. Now, I go to the File menu, click Save As, name the file 002, and click Save. I click OK here as well. Now, I'll return to Adobe Animate. In the File menu, I select Import, Import to Stage, choose my project, and click Open. Once again, this window opens. I can select all the layers from here, and I can uncheck the ones I don't want. I select them and click Create a Clip. I can give it a name. In this box, I also select the Animate Layers option and click Import. You'll see that my character has now been imported into the software, and all its layers have been imported separately. I zoom out a bit. I select it with the free transform tool, make it smaller like this, and press Ctrl+1 to view the whole stage. As you can see, all the layers have been imported individually, and you can easily animate each part separately. Alright, I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. In this video, I will teach you how to change the speed of objects in Adobe Animate. In this tutorial, instead of using shapes, I want to import an image into the software. So, I go to my computer folder where the image is located. I hold the left click and place it on the document, and it is imported this way, simple as that. I hold the Shift key and resize it like this. Now I want to change the direction of the airplane. To do this, I right-click, go to the Transform section, and select the Flip Horizontal option. You can see that the airplane's direction is reversed. Now I place it here and want to convert it into a symbol. I right-click on the image and select Convert to Symbol, set it to Graphic, and click OK. While it's selected, I press Ctrl+C to copy it. I create a new layer. Now I press Ctrl+V, and this way, a copy is created, and I place this airplane above. So the upper layer is for the top airplane. Now I move to frame 60. You can see that I am opposite layer to the top layer. Don't click here because it will select the lower layer. I click at the top in frame 60 and press Add Keyframe to create a keyframe here. I do the same for the lower layer and press Add Keyframe. So we've created keyframes for both layers. I right-click on one of the frames of the top layer and select Create Classic Tween. I move the slider to the last frame and select Create Classic Tween for the lower layer as well. Now, to make sure their speeds are equal, I select both with the Free Transform tool, hold the Shift key, and move them forward. You can see that now both airplanes are moving in sync. I press the play button. See how both images reach the end of the path together. Now, friends, I select the top shape and go into the frame section in the Properties panel. Look, friends, imagine you want to travel a distance of 100 meters in 1 minute. You can start very slowly and then increase your speed as you go, or you can start faster and then slow down at the end to cover the 100 meters in 1 minute. In animation, it's the same. We can start with the airplane moving slowly and then speed it up, or vice versa. Now, to show you, when the image is selected, I go to the frame section, and in the effect settings, I click on Classic Ease. A graph appears, and we can choose different modes from this graph. Remember, in this graph, the steeper the slope, the faster the speed increases. I select another graph. Here, in the middle of the path, the airplane speeds up. In this part, you can see that the speed is low, and the slope is gentle, but here the speed increases. I double-click on this option and press play again. See how my shape starts moving slowly, but then both airplanes reach the destination at the same time. I select my shape again and choose a different graph for my work. In this graph, the airplane starts moving very fast. I double-click on this option and press play. I activate the loop mode so the animation repeats. I press play. The airplane starts moving very fast and then slows down at the end. But the bottom airplane, which is set to a constant speed, moves the distance steadily. So, as I mentioned in the frame section and effect settings, you can choose your desired speed here and double-click on it to set the speed accordingly. If you want to return to the default state, select the No Ease option, and you'll see that the line becomes straight, and it returns to its original state. Friends, you must double-click on it. Let me double-click on No Ease again. And now our two airplanes are moving at the same constant speed again. Okay, I'll select Frame 1 again. In the Frame section, I click on this pen. Here, we can manually adjust the graph ourselves. For example, I select this part and it gives me a handle. When you select the point, you can adjust the speed or acceleration of your animation like this. For instance, I set it this way, and I also select the top point and adjust it in the same manner. In this case, if I click on the Save and Apply option, this graph will be saved for me. I can choose a name for it, and I click on the Save button here. You can see that it is now selected and placed here. I double-click on it and press play. You can see that, in this way, my airplane starts moving slowly, then speeds up and later slows down again, completing the animation. Friends, these points are very important, so make sure to practice the different modes here to get fully familiar with the options. You can select different modes, double-click on them, and use them. Well, friends, the Properties Together option applies the graph we created to all frames, meaning both the position, scale, and rotation will follow the same graph. For example, if I enlarge the image at the end of the path, this enlargement will also follow the graph we've set. But if I select frame 1 again, I can set separate graphs for the position, scale, and rotation. You just need to click on this pen and set the graph for each option separately. For now, I won't go into too much detail. We'll work with these options in different projects later. For now, I'll keep ease on the Together mode. In the Rotate section, you'll see that Auto mode is active. Let me reset the shape size back to its original state. I click here again, go to the Frame section, and, as I said, in Auto mode, I can manually set the rotation for my airplane or shape. For example, if I move the airplane's nose downward at the end, you'll see that the airplane rotates like this. I press Ctrl+Z to undo and go back to the previous state. In the Rotate options, I can select the Clockwise option to make the rotation follow the clockwise direction. If I select it, you'll see a number in front of the Clockwise option. Here, I can set how many times the shape should rotate. For instance, I set it to rotate 3 times. Now, if I move the image, you'll see it rotates 3 times like this. I press play. Friends, any changes we make to the shape follow the graph we set here. Why? Because the Together option is active. So this graph works for the rotation as well. Now I can tell it to rotate 3 times, but in the counterclockwise direction. So, I select the counterclockwise option and press play. Now you can see the shape rotates in reverse in this way. So, you can also set the number of rotations here. Now, if you want the tweening settings to return to the previous state, you just need to click on the gear icon and press the Reset Settings button. This way, all the settings will return to their previous state. Well, friends, make sure to practice this tutorial and the different speed modes I taught you, so you can fully master them. Hello to all friends and loyal followers. I am Arash Adder, and I am here with the continuation of the comprehensive tutorial on Adobe Animate. In this video, we will discuss the Bone tool and its features. You should know that any character you want to animate, whether it's a human, an animal, or anything else, must definitely use the Bone tool and rigging in order to be animated. Therefore, this lesson is very important, and you must learn it in detail and thoroughly. To access the Bone tool, I click on these 3 dots, and you can see the Bone tool here. Its shortcut is the letter M. I click and hold it and actually drag it to this section and release it. Now you can see that the Bone tool has appeared. I will select the Free Transform tool and click on my document to close that window as well. Now, to use the Bone tool, we must create a shape. I want to create a basic hand and rig it for animation. So, I come here, right-click, and select the Rectangle tool to create a rectangle like this. Using the Free Transform tool, I select it again and choose a skin color for the human hand. This color is suitable for me. In the Stroke section, I select None so that there is no stroke for me. This way, you can now see that there is no stroke either. To give a more natural shape to the hands, I use the Selection tool to hold the left click from this corner and drag it to round the edge and create a better shape for me. Now, I want to rig my shape. I must definitely convert it into a symbol. I select it again, right-click, and choose Convert to Symbol or press F8. This opens a window where I can choose Movie Clip or Graphic. I select a name for it and press OK. Thus, my shape has been converted to a symbol. I hold down the Alt key and drag it to make a copy of it. To make it easier for friends to see the shape, I click on the document and darken the artboard color a bit. To create a simple palm shape, I use the circle tool. I create this shape for that. A slightly larger size is better. Now, to control the movement of the hand, I create another circle in the same way. It seems to be an appropriate size. I select it and place it here. Now we will also convert these two shapes into symbols. I select them, right-click, choose Convert to Symbol and press OK. Thus, after converting all the shapes into symbols, we select them all. I select the Bone tool. Please note that in the Layers section, we only have one layer named Layer 1. I click on the area where I want the hand to rotate, that is, the joint, and hold the left click. This way, a joint is created. To create the next joint, I hold the left click and click in the desired area. Thus, we have created one bone and two joints. Now at the wrist, I want to create a rotation. I hold the left click again and place it in the appropriate position and release it. Please note that wherever you create joints, the anchor point of that shape will be placed there. In previous lessons, I taught that rotation causes the shape to rotate from that point. Now, to control the hand, I hold the left click from here, drag it, and place it on this circle so that the entire hand moves with the movement of this circle. Please note that the main bone here is this bone. In fact, the first bone we create is the main or root bone, and the other bones are child bones. This term is given to them because they follow the main bone. Now, as we proceed, it will become more interesting. So just remember that the main bone is always the first bone we create. I will click on my document again to make the color a bit lighter. I go back to the selection tool and click. Now we can see the bones. Friends, if you pay attention to the Layers section now, instead of a layer, an armature option has been created that contains all the shapes and bones we created, and we can use this layer to animate our shape. Now, if I move this area with the selection tool, you can see that these bones are moving. By pressing Ctrl+Z, I revert to the previous state. Now I want to place the shapes back in their original positions. I click here with the Free Transform tool. Note that when it's selected, I come and place it here. Now I select the palm shape with the Free Transform tool and place it in this area. This seems suitable. I move it down a bit with the down arrow key on the keyboard. I select the Free Transform tool again, select this shape, and place it in this area. Now, to create the hand movement again, I'll select the Selection tool. And as you can see, our hand is moving and we can animate our hand in this way. But now, friends, to hide this section, let me press Ctrl+Z to go back to the previous state. To hide this control section, I click on it and go to the Properties panel for the Object and Color effect, which I explained in previous lessons. Here, I select the alpha setting and set the alpha to 0. Note that, since this shape was selected, it has hidden this shape for us. Now, we can easily select the hand. From here, whenever we want to control our shape, we can do it this way. Let's create an animation for our hand. I'll position myself at frame 30 here. I click left to create a keyframe and move my hand using the selection tool like this. Note that this animation has been created for me. Now, I want my shape to return to its original state. In fact, I want to copy this section. I click on this keyframe, select it, right-click, and choose the Copy Pose option. Pose means gesture. Now, I am copying this pose. Then, I go to frame 0 and select the Insert Frame option. The frames are created for me. I right-click on the last frame and select the Paste Pose option. This way, you see that this animation is created for me. In fact, I copied the first frame and now I play it again. Thus, we animated this shape using rigging. Now, friends, I'll select this keyframe and want to give you a brief explanation about these settings so that you are ready to create characters using rigging in future lessons. In the Properties panel, you can see that I selected this form, and the text armature has appeared. This method of animating objects using rigging is known as IK. If I want to hide these parts, I can click here and hide them. The joint sections are also here in the color effect, which I explained completely in previous lessons. Since you are familiar with these tools, it's much easier. For example, with this option, we can hide the entire hand. The shape is elongated. However, there's an option called ease here, which, if you remember, we came to in the graph section to change the speed of the shape's movement. This option is available here for us as well, but in a different form. In the type section, we can choose the type of movement, such as stop, end, start, fast, medium, and various other modes. Whichever you choose, for example, if I select this and play it, it hasn't made a noticeable change yet. But if I leave it in this state, I will select this keyframe and increase its value. Now I play it and enable the loop option, and it continues looping until the end. Now see how much the hand movement has changed. There's a step here and then it starts moving again. So, in each section you can come and select that keyframe and have different options from here. You can select other modes as well and change its value from there. The shape changed again and it has a maximum state and is recreated. We can select it again and choose the none or no ease state for it. In the options, we currently select the simple armature for the animation type. I will discuss another type in future lessons. In the advanced section, we can also choose the type of bone. By default, the bones are solid and we can choose the wireframe mode for them. This mode is important for us, and we use it to see exactly under the shape. It doesn't change anything. The only thing that changes here is the shape of the bone. We can also choose line modes or none, which hides the bone for us. The filter section, which I will teach later as a separate lesson, also has an effect option in the properties and object section. I have taught these before, and I will explain the filters in future tutorials. There is an option called joint, and if I deactivate it, I disable the joint rotation, and these bones won't move anymore. Let me select this bone and disable the joint rotation for it. It won't rotate anymore. Our hand rotates from here, but it won't rotate from here anymore. This is because I selected it with the left click and disabled the joint rotation for this bone using the selection tool. But other bones still rotate. I will select it again and enable this option. I can even determine the rotation amount with the constraint tool here. You see that an angle is created here that I can set for the shape's rotation. Now, in future lessons when we want to animate a character, we will come for all the bones and enable this constraint to restrict the interpreter, which is used for both transition and rotation. We have currently activated this for rotation. I select this bone, and by selecting bones in the location section, it shows us the location of the bone. It shows its fix and displays the rotation value to us. If we rotate it and select it again, you will see that the rotation value is -14 degrees, and it shows us that. An important option here is the pin option. If I select the bone and activate the pin option, that bone will no longer move. So, I will select it again and deactivate the pin state. I will deactivate this constraint that is for rotation. I hold the left click and select all frames up to here, then click the remove option. All of them will be deleted for me. Then I create a keyframe and raise the hand. this animation will be created. Another way we can use to create keyframes is to come and hold down the control button on this keyframe and drag it with the left click. For example, until frame 40, I release the left click here. This way, blue frames are created for me. Now I just need to come and move the hand here. The keyframe is automatically created here, and our animation takes shape. You see that this is how the work is created. Friends, I won't explain more about rigging. Practice and learn this lesson well. In future lessons, we will rig and animate different types of characters. I definitely emphasize watching this lesson several times and practicing until you master it well, as it is the foundation of animation. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. This video, friends, is the first part of character creation and animation. There are two ways to do this. The first way is to go to different sites like Freepik, download a photo or vector character, turn it into an animated character, and create an animation mode for it. The second way is to design and animate a character ourselves. I will teach you both methods. First, we will use a character's photo or vector from different sites to create an animation for it. To have a variety of characters and use them easily, you can visit Freepik. If you enter the Freepik site and search for characters, it will show different characters with components that help in creating animations, whether for ads or entertainment. To download free characters, click the Free option, then select the Download option and start downloading. To animate the character, you'll see that each character has different components. We import it into Adobe Animate as separate layers. There are two ways to do this. You can use Illustrator or create the parts in Adobe Animate. Let's open Adobe Animate. When you select a character, even if it has multiple parts, moving it with the Transform tool shows all components in one layer. To create separate layers, open the file in Illustrator. The folder you downloaded contains various sections, and the image may be in IPS format. Open it in Illustrator. Once the character appears, I choose it, remove the background, and select one of the characters. For example, I select this character, press Ctrl X to cut, press Ctrl N for a new document, and choose 1920 by 1080 from the web settings. Press Ctrl V to paste the character into the new document. Hold Shift and resize the character to fit. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to click here. All layers of this character are in the Layers panel. Now, we need to separate each layer individually. First, I click here, then on the three-line icon, and select the Release to Layers option. I repeat the same action. This way, the layers are created individually. I delete this empty layer. I select all layers and move them out of this group. I delete these empty layers again. So, you must separate the layers in this way. It's best to rename each layer appropriately here. For example, I'll rename this layer to Head. Yes, I don't want to take your time, so I'll come and save the work. I'll choose it in the File section. I'll select it in the Part 1 Want, and I'll name it in the computer, for example, CH1. You can choose any name, and I'll choose the Save option. In this way, this window will open for us. You don't need to make any changes, and I press the OK button. Now it is saved for me. I enter Adobe Animate. In this way, I come to Adobe Animate and create a new document again. If the document is empty, I come to open the import file section of the file that I saved in Stage and Chow. So you can easily see that it shows me all the layers here. I click on the import option. In this way, we import the character. This is how I make the character smaller with the free transform tool. Hold down the Shift button and place it in this area. You can see that in the Layers section, each section of Friends is entered separately. If I turn it off and on, you will see that that part is also turned off. I press Ctrl+1 to see the character in full. It is my document, and here I can select each part separately. There, when I changed the name, I wrote head. You can see that the head layer is also entered in this way and is placed here. It is very important to make the character with different layers. This was one of the methods. The second method for importing a character is to directly bring the downloaded character file into Adobe Animate without using Adobe Illustrator. In this new document, I go to the File section, Import again, Import to the Stage. I import the original file that I downloaded, not the file that I made, and I import the original file to separate the layers in Adobe Animate itself. Well, you can see the layer that it gives me here. But if I import, you can see that there are only 2 layers in the format, and it doesn't give me the layers separately. If I click here, you can see that the background is separate. I select and delete the background. I zoom out a bit, select all layers, scale them up slightly, and place them here. I press Ctrl+1 to view the full document. Now, to have each layer separately, I select one of the characters and delete the other characters. I select and enlarge this character. Next, select the character, right-click, and choose Break Apart. The shortcut for this command is Ctrl+B. This option separates the different parts of a character. Now, you can see that by selecting any part of the character, you can move them individually. The issue now is that we only have one layer in the timeline. To solve this, I start selecting each part of the character from the bottom. First, I create a new layer, select the character's shoe, press Ctrl+X, select the new layer, and in the Edit menu, choose Paste in Place. This will place the character's shoes in their place on the new layer. I repeat this process for the other layers. After creating a new layer, I select the shoe again, press Ctrl+X, select the new layer, and click Paste in Place in the Edit menu. If I now hide the character's main layer, you can see both shoe layers are in place here. I repeat this for all layers. Make sure to place each new layer above the previous ones. Here, you see that each part is created separately, but I want the character's torso in one layer. So, I select all 3 torso sections and place them in a single layer. To position this arm under the body, I select all three parts and move them under the body layer. Now, we have successfully created each layer separately. Be sure to name each layer to make your work easier. I delete the object layer. Now, I want to place the forearm and hand in two separate layers. So, I right-click again and choose Break Apart. Now, I place each part of the arm in a separate layer. I repeat this for the other arm. Now, the character is ready for us to proceed with animations such as moving the body, lips, eyes, etc. The final step is to convert each layer into a symbol individually. I select each layer, right-click, and choose Convert to Symbol. The shortcut for this command is F8. So, to convert other layers to symbols, just press F8. You can give each symbol a name, and make sure to set the symbol type to Movie Clip. I repeat this for all layers. I select each layer, press F8, and then click OK. Remember to select the body layer to include all three body sections. Then press F8 and OK. So, friends, using these two methods, we have prepared the character with different layers, ready for animation. Thank you for watching till the end of this video. In this video, which is the second part of creating a character using images, we'll focus on animating the mouth. In the previous lesson, we placed the different body parts of the character on separate layers and converted them to symbols. Now, to animate the mouth, I'll first press Ctrl+A to select the layers here. I'll enlarge the character a bit, hold down the Shift key, and position it here to work more easily on the mouth. Alright, I'll click on my document to deselect it and select the head layer, which is in symbol mode. In the previous lesson, we converted the head into a symbol. I'll double-click on the mouth area and then double-click again. You'll see that it shows different parts of the face here, allowing me to view them. If I double-click on the lips again, I can select them with the free Transform tool and press Delete to remove them. I'll double-click on the document and then double-click again to exit the internal symbol mode of the head. Now, friends, to create the character's mouth using images, we need to download various mouth shapes. For this, I'll go back to the Freepik website, which I introduced to you in a previous lesson. You can simply type mouth and click the search option. You'll see it shows various mouth shapes, and by selecting the Free option, you can download all these mouth images for free. Choose one of the images and click Download to save it. Once you've downloaded the file and unzipped it, you may find an EPS file instead of an Illustrator file. To import this file into Adobe Animate, we first need to convert it to an Illustrator file. I'll double-click the file to open it in Illustrator. Here, I'll open the layer panel, expand the layers, and look for the various mouth shapes. For example, if I expand these layers, you'll see it displays the different mouth shapes here. First, I click here Then click on these three lines and select the Release to Layer Sequence option. I'll reopen this section, select it, and drag it out. I delete the other layers that I don't need. Only the different mouth shapes should remain. These images show the different mouth shapes. For instance, the mouth shape for the letter A. I'll zoom in a bit. This shape represents the mouth shape for E. The O shape looks like this. And for the letter F, the mouth shape changes accordingly. Now, to remove these letters, I'll select them here with the selection tool and click Delete. After preparing the mouth shapes, I go to File, click Save As, choose where I want to save my file, give it a name and click Save. Alright, our file is ready. Then I go to Adobe Animate, in the File menu, choose Import, and select Import to Stage. I choose my file, which was numbered 55, open it, and click Import to bring in the different mouth shapes. When the lips are imported, you'll see that an additional layer is added alongside them in the Layers panel. I right-click on one of the lips, select the Break Apart option, allowing me to move each lip individually. Then, I select all of them again, right-click, and convert them to a symbol. I select Convert to Symbol and confirm. Now, I double-click on one of the lips to enter the symbol mode. I've selected them all within the symbol and on layer 1. I'll mention again that we have a scene here, and if I double-click on the lip again, you'll see that I enter the symbol mode. Now that we've selected them all, I right-click on one of them and choose the Align option, or I can select it from the Align panel here and center align everything. In the window menu, you'll see the Align panel here. If it's not active, you can enable it. In this way, I center align everything so they're all stacked on top of each other. I position all of them here and scale them down slightly while holding the Shift key to keep the proportions. Again, I select all of them, right-click, and choose the Distribute to Keyframes option here. This way, each of those layers will get a keyframe, and if I move the slider over the keyframes, you'll see the lips animate accordingly. I select the Play option. Now I return to the main scene where I can either click here or double-click to go back. Here, I click to create keyframes for all layers, for instance, up to frame 40. I'll zoom in so you can see better. In this way, I drag with the left click and, in the state, go and click Insert Keyframe to create a keyframe. You'll see that the lips move automatically. Now, I don't want the lips to keep moving on their own like this. I want to control the animation myself. I'll scale down here. To do this, click on the layer to select it or go to the Properties panel and select the object. Here, instead of loop, you can select single frame. Now you'll see that the character's lips no longer move. Now, for example, I can go to frame 3, return to the timeline, select the keyframe where the slider is positioned, and click Frame Picker. In the Object section to display different mouth shapes. I choose one of the mouth shapes, and you'll see that the character's mouth shape changes. At the start, I'll click on frame 1 and select the closed mouth shape, and it opens like this. I move forward a few frames and change the mouth shape every 3 or 4 frames. The closer the keyframes are to each other, the faster the character's speaking speed. I continue this process to the end. Now, if I press play, you'll see that the character begins to speak. In future lessons, I'll teach you how to add audio and sync it with the character's mouth movements. Now, if I move the character's head, the character's mouth doesn't move with it. I'll cover this as well in future lessons when we rig the character. Alright, friends, I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Until the next video, goodbye. In this video, I will teach you how to replace and animate character hands in Adobe Animate. If you remember from the previous lessons, we downloaded this character from the Freepik website and placed the various body parts in separate layers. In this panel, you can see the character's layers. Additionally, after creating the layers, we converted each one into a symbol. If you're unsure whether you've converted a part into a symbol, click on that part, right-click, and choose the Show in Library option. You'll then see that the layer appears in the Library panel. If it doesn't show up in this panel, it means the layer has not been converted into a symbol. This is an essential method for locating symbol layers in the Library panel. Now, to animate the character's hands, I'll import the character file we downloaded from Freepik in previous lessons. First, I create a new document and then import the file. From the File menu, I select Import, then Import to Stage, and load the main character file. I click on Import. I place the file in the center of the stage. Here, you can see the different hand positions of the character. First, I delete the background and then select and delete all parts except for the character's hands. I select the hands and hold the Shift key to resize them proportionally. Now, since we separated all the character's body parts in earlier lessons, we no longer need the forearm section. We just want to change the hands. So, I select all the hands and click on Break Apart to separate all the parts. Next, I select and delete all the extra parts. As you can see, some of these hands are designed for the left side, while others are for the right side. First, I select these 4 hands, hold Shift, and rotate them. Now I select these hands, press Ctrl+C, and then go to the document where our character is. I select the character's hand layer and press Ctrl+V to paste them. You can see that the different hand layers have been placed on the character's hand layer. I resize the hands and try to ensure they are all the same size. The hands are now properly sized, and I rotate them slightly. Next, I click outside the document to deselect the hands. I then select each hand individually, press F8 on the keyboard, choose Graphic for the symbol type, and click OK. I repeat this process for each hand to convert them into symbols. This hand has already been converted into a symbol, so there's no need to do it again. To make the hands more visible, I darken the document slightly. Now I select the hands and press Ctrl+X. Double-click on the character's hand and enter the symbol. Then I press Ctrl+V to paste the hands into the symbol. Here is the character hand layer. I zoom in a little more. I click on Insert Keyframe to create a new keyframe. Now, I replace the character's hand with a different hand and adjust it. I click Insert Keyframe again and replace it with another hand. I repeat this process for the remaining hands. To replace each hand, click on Insert Keyframe and adjust the hand. Now I go to each keyframe, select the extra hands, and delete them. Thus, each keyframe displays one hand position. Now I return to the main scene. I select the hand layer and, in the Properties panel under the Objects section, choose the graphic option. I click on Frame 2, hold down the left mouse button, and drag to create keyframes for all layers. I release the mouse button at frame 50 and click Insert Keyframe. Now you can see keyframes have been created for all layers. Therefore, if I move the slider, the hand's position keeps changing. To prevent the hand from constantly moving, I select Single Frame Mode in the Object section. Now, wherever I want, I place the slider, select the hand, and in the Frame Picker section or by adjusting the number, I can select the desired hand position. I click on Frame Picker, which allows me to easily choose the desired hand position. I move the slider forward and select a different hand position. For the final frame, I set the hand back to its normal state. At frame 1, I also set the hand to its normal or default state. This way, if I move the slider, the hand's position changes accordingly. Now, for the character's other hand, we don't need to repeat all these steps. First, I delete all frames except frame 1. I select the character's hand, right-click on the hand layer, and choose Duplicate Layers. This creates a copy of the hand layer. Now, I need to replace the character's other hand with this copied layer. To do this, I move the copied layer above the hand layer to maintain the order. I delete the other hand's layer and replace it with the new one. At this point, our work is complete. However, to demonstrate how it works, I create keyframes for all layers again, select the hand, and easily adjust its position just like the previous hand. So, in this tutorial, you learned how to create and use different hand positions. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial as well. In this video, I will teach you how to rig a character. In the previous lessons, if you recall, we created separate layers for each body part of the character. We also learned how to swap and change the states of the character's hands and lips. Now, we're going to rig the character so that we can animate its body parts. The first step in rigging the character is to ensure all body parts are converted into symbols. This means, based on what you learned earlier, you need to right-click on each part of the character and convert it into a symbol. If I look into the library now, you'll see that all parts have been converted into symbols. To convert any part, Simply select it and press F8 to turn it into a symbol. Since I've already converted everything into symbols, I don't need to do this step again now. The next step is to adjust the anchor points. If I select the free transform tool and click on any part, you'll see a central point on it, which is the anchor point. We need to position this as a joint. Watch as I click here to see the inner details of the shapes. I'll zoom in a bit, select the part using the free transform tool, and place the anchor point at the joint position. For example, I'll set it here so that the leg can bend from this point. The same applies to the ankle. I'll select the character's shoe, identify its central point, and move it to this position so the ankle can rotate from here. You need to do this for every part. Select the shape and position the anchor point accordingly. Let me show you how I adjust the anchor points for each body part. To make the character more visible, I'll change the background color of the document. Now, for the character's head, I'll move the anchor point to the neck area so the head can rotate from there. Let's test it now to ensure all anchor points are correctly placed. Once I've confirmed the anchor points are positioned properly, I'll click this button again to return to the previous view and see the shapes. I'll press Ctrl+1 to view the entire character. Now I'll click on the topmost layer, create a new layer, and name it Control. In the Control layer, I'll create a circle to later control the rigged character. After creating the circle, I'll separate each part of the character. I'll click and drag them apart. Hold Shift while dragging to ensure the shapes are separated along a straight line. Next, I'll select the control layer and place the circle at the top. I'll make sure it's perfectly centered. Now, I'll hold Alt and Shift to create a duplicate of the circle while keeping it aligned. I'll need 2 circles for controlling the character. Once both circles are ready, I'll convert them into symbols. After completing these steps, I'll select the Bone tool. If you don't see the Bone tool, you can find it in this section. It's important to follow these steps precisely because the order of operations is crucial. I'll left-click on the bottom circle and drag upwards to create a bone connecting the circle to this part. I'll then click and drag to the next section and release. I'll ensure the click and drag action ends precisely where the anchor points are placed. Let me zoom in a bit and continue using the Bone tool for the other sections. Pay close attention to how I create the bones for each part. If a part shifts during rigging, it means it wasn't converted into a symbol, and you'll need to convert it. I'll continue rigging. I'll press Ctrl+1 again to see the entire workspace. As you can see, we've connected all parts of the character. Now, I need to align all parts back to their original positions. I'll use the Zoom tool to zoom in and the Free Transform tool to move each part back into place. For instance, I'll position the character's head and then place the lips back where they belong. Here, you'll notice the lips are behind the character's head. To fix this, I'll right-click on the lips, go to Arrange, and select Bring to Front to move them to the topmost layer. Now you can see that the lips are positioned on top of the head. I will move the rest of the parts back to their original positions. For the hand, which is positioned under the body, I'll use the Arrange tool again. After placing all the character's parts in their correct positions, we need to test the character. I'll select the Selection tool, move the head, and see how it moves. The character's head moves like this, but the bone is misplaced. I'll zoom in a bit. To ensure the bone is correctly positioned, I'll select the lips with the Free Transform tool and adjust its pivot point to align with the lips. Now it's fixed, so I'll check the other parts of the character. To ensure the arm stays in place when moving, I'll select its bone with the Selection tool and set the speed value to 0. This bone is now properly configured. I need to set the speed to 0 for these two bones as well. I'll slightly adjust their positions to align them in a straight line. Now I'll set the speed to 0 again. Let's test the character's movements once more. As you can see, the bones are working correctly. I'll zoom in on the character's legs. To fine-tune the leg movement, I'll first enable the outline view and adjust the anchor point to the center. Testing again, you can see that the legs are also functioning well. We can also create rotation for the character using the selection tool. I'll select the top layer. As I mentioned in previous lessons, when rigging a character, a layer called armature is created, which contains all the layers. Next, I'll hide or remove the green circles used to control the character. To do this, I'll select them and set their alpha value to 0 in the object settings. This way, the controls remain functional, but the green circles are hidden. I'll repeat this process for the other circle. Now I'll create a simple animation with this character. So, friends, in this lesson you learned how to rig and animate a character effectively. In future lessons, I'll teach you how to animate walking and other movements. Continuing the animation tutorials with Adobe Animate, in this video, I will teach you how to make a character walk. If you've watched the previous lessons in order, you know we have already rigged this character. Now, if I select the armature layer, we can see all the bones here. We also mentioned that you can easily move the character using the selection tool. I want to place the character in a neutral position. If you pay attention, you'll see that one arm is above the character's leg, but it should be under the body. The front arm should be on top of the body, and the back arm underneath. To fix this issue, I use the free transform tool. I select the character's forearm and, while holding down the Shift key, select this arm as well. Now both parts are selected, and then I press the Control key and the down arrow key a few times. This way, the arm and forearm are placed under the character's body. Now this arm is under the body. I select this section and press the Control key and the up arrow key a few times. This way, the character's arm is placed above the body. In the previous lesson, I mentioned that instead of doing this, you can right-click and use the Arrange option. I straighten the character's head. Now the character is ready to walk. I select the armature layer, right-click on the character, and convert it to a symbol. I rename the symbol and confirm it in graphic mode. Now, if I return to the library, a character layer has been created for me. I converted the character into a symbol so that after creating various movements for the character, I can save them and reuse them later if needed. Now I double-click on the character to enter the character symbol. I click on Layer 1 again and place the character here. In Frame 1, the character is stationary. I go to Frame 10 and press Insert Keyframe to create another keyframe. Now, in Frame 10, I change the character's pose. There are various poses for walking, and I'll teach you one that I think is better and simpler. So in Frame 10, I change the character's pose. As you can see, this movement has now been created for me in the timeline. I continue working in Frame 10. Now I go to Frame 20, create another keyframe, and create the next movement for the character. I go to Frame 30, create another keyframe, and create the next pose. I check the character's movement several times to make sure everything goes smoothly. It seems good enough here. I create another keyframe in frame 40. This way, I return the legs to their normal position. I review the character's movements in the created frames again, and if there's any issue, I fix it. Everything seems to work correctly, so I press play to see the character's movement. Now, friends, when the character's legs are apart, we need to move it slightly downward to make the movement look more natural. In frame 30, I select layer 1 to reveal all the bones. I press the down arrow key on the keyboard 10 times to move the character slightly downward. Now the character's walking looks more natural. In frame 40, the character's legs are apart again, so I select the character's layer and move it slightly downward by pressing the down arrow key 10 times. So in every keyframe where the character's legs are apart, I moved it slightly downward. Now I go to frame 50, create a keyframe. To create a loop for the character's walking motion later, I need to return to frame 10, where the movement started. So I right-click on frame 10, select Copy Pose, then right-click on frame 50 and select Paste Pose. Thus, the character in frame 50 returns to the initial movement pose in frame 10. We created a walking cycle this way. Here it starts and the walking looks like this. Now I activate the loop option. If I start the loop from frame 0, the character's movement will look like this. But if we want the character to keep walking, we need to start the loop from frame 10. I press play. Now you can see the character walks continuously. I deactivate the loop. To stop the character, I right-click on frame 1, copy the pose, go to frame 60, create a keyframe, then right-click and select Paste Pose. This way, the character returns to its initial state. I press play. To make the movement look more natural, I bend the character's body forward in frame 20. Now the character isn't moving, so I select the character's backbone, go to the Properties panel, and slightly increase the speed for this bone. I repeat this in frame 40. Now I press play. I activate the loop. After completing all these steps, I return to the main scene. Note that we created about 60 frames of animation. Now I create a new layer in the main scene and move it downward. I create a ground in the scene. I select both layers, hold down Shift to select both, go to frame 60, select these two frames, and press Insert Keyframe. I select the armature layer, right-click on the frames, and click Create Classic Tween. This way, I go to the last frame, hold Shift, and move the character forward. I press play. So as you saw, the character covered a distance and then stopped again. Now, friends, we can also change the walking speed of the character. If I double-click on the character again and hover the mouse over the end of the frame, the mouse changes, and by dragging it, I can adjust the walking speed of the character. If I shorten it, the walking speed increases, and if I extend it, the character walks more slowly. I return to the main scene, and you can see the changes are applied here as well. Why did the animation repeat twice? Because here we have 30 frames, but in the main scene there are 60 frames. So I create 30 frames in the main scene. I press play. You can see the character's movement speed has also increased. Well, friends, this tutorial ends here. Continuing our animation tutorials with Adobe Animate, in this video I will teach you how to design a character's head. First, I import the initial sketch that I previously drew on paper into the software. You should also either draw a character or download one from the internet. Now, I start designing the character. select the head layers together.
And in this video, I will continue teaching Adobe software. In this lesson, I'll show you how to apply constraints to character bones, edit characters, and also create controllers for character bones. Alright friends, if you've watched the previous tutorials, you know that we've already rigged the character, created a walk cycle, and basically prepared the character for animation. In the previous steps, I also turned the character into a symbol. Now you can see that I can move the character wherever I want using the transform tool. If I double-click on it, I'll enter the symbol editing mode. And if I select the selection tool and click, I can see the character's bone rig inside this section. One of the best ways to control a character is to create controllers. To do this, I first create a new layer. Then, using the shape tools, I select the rectangle tool and draw a rectangle like this. I select the free transform tool. You can also change the color from here. Let's make it green so it's easier to see. I right-click and choose Convert to Symbol, or you can press F8. Here, I select Graphic and click OK. Now, I make several copies by holding down the Alt key and dragging. I position one of these shapes under the hand, and I place the rectangle or square where I want it. With the Zoom tool, I zoom in a bit. Using the Selection tool, I click on the character so I can see the bones. Now I select the Bone tool. I select the hand bone, which controls the wrist, and connect it to the square to create a bone. I repeat the same process for the other hand. For the legs, I do the same, from the ankle bone to the rectangle. I move these shapes around as needed. Again, I use the Selection tool to select my shapes. I create the bones with the Bone tool. Again, I select the Bone tool and connect from one bone to another. Now I press this button so I can see the character centered on the screen, and I press Ctrl+1. Now, using the Selection tool and these controllers, we can very easily move and control the hands, allowing us to create better animations. These controllers can help us a lot. For example, for making dance movements or other actions, we can use them for different purposes, and the same goes for the legs. You can see how easily we can do this. Now, I press Ctrl+Z. Now we need to hide the green color. All you have to do is select them with the free transform tool. If you want to select all of them together, hold down the Shift key and select the rest. If you move them, you'll see that they move together. Press Ctrl+Z to undo the move. Once all are selected, go to the Properties panel, select the Object or Control effect, choose the Alpha option, and set it to 0. Now, even though the controllers are invisible, with the Selection tool you can still use them easily. Again, I press Ctrl+Z. For rotating and moving the bones and body parts, we need to set constraints so, for example, the character's hand or foot doesn't rotate too much. To do this and make animation easier, I zoom in a bit. I select the Selection tool and click the head bone, which controls the head movement. In the Joint Rotation section, which is active, if I click this option, I can apply rotation limits to the bones. If you look here, it shows an angle range. For example, I set it to rotate from -45 to +45 degrees. This way, the head can only rotate within this range. I select it again and reduce the range. For example, -30 to +30 degrees is good for the head. Now, this is a better rotation limit. For the character's shoulder, which shouldn't rotate, I set the speed to 0 so it doesn't move, and I disable joint rotation so there's no rotation. Do the same for the other side. Set speed to 0 and joint rotation is disabled, so it can't rotate. Now I select the arm bone. I enable constrain, and from here, I can set the limit. Now, with constrain enabled, the arm only rotates 90 degrees by default, but I can increase that amount. Watch this section as the value changes. Now, you see the rotation range is suitable. I can select it again and increase the upper limit a bit more. Apply constraints for this bone as well. The arm shouldn't bend in the other direction, so select it and set the rotation as needed. Do the same for the other hand. Now it's good. Select the next bone and set its limits as well. You can also do this for the palm and wrist. The wrist shouldn't rotate too much. Select it, enable constrain, and set it to, say, -45 to +45 degrees, which works well. Do the same for the other wrist. Enable it here, set it to -45 to +45, and it's suitable. Now, pay attention. The character's spine should be able to bend. Select the spine bone and increase the speed so it can rotate better. When you bend the character, since we didn't design the character, we just used a photo, you'll see an empty space here because the character image only goes that far. To fix this, double-click the upper body with the Free Transform tool. Now you're in symbol editing mode. Draw a circle here and place it over this area. Adjust it as needed. Change the circle's color so it matches the body. Double-click the scene to go back. Now if you use the selection tool to rotate the character's waist, you'll see that you can bend it a bit. This bone shouldn't move because it'll mess up the character. Select the bone and set the speed to 0 so it doesn't move. Do the same for the thigh bone. Select it and enable constrain. Set the values. Do the same for the other thigh bone. Apply limits to the shin bone. The shin shouldn't bend forward. Select and set it to 0 in that direction and increase the other direction. When you bend the knee, if it doesn't look right, turn on the outlines and use the Free Transform tool to adjust the pivot point. Now it's better, so turn off outlines. Repeat the exact same steps for the other leg. Set the rotation range. For the ankle, select the bone and set it to rotate from -45 to +45 degrees, or even -30 to +30 if you prefer. Press Ctrl+1 to center the character. Now friends, if we move the character with the selection tool, we can easily animate the body without losing the natural pose. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. See you in the next video. In this video, I will teach you how to design a character's body for animation preparation. Well, friends, if you watched the previous lesson, you learned how to design a character's face. You also learned how to parent different facial components to the main face layer, which was the head layer, and I explained how to do the parenting. If you haven't seen that video yet, make sure to check it out. After parenting, we explained that all facial parts move together. Now, we're going to design the character's body. First, I'll draw the character's neck. To ensure the neck and head move simultaneously, I place the neck layer within the main head layer. I'll zoom in slightly on the head layer so you can see the details better. I'll double-click on the head layer using the Transform tool, then select the Rectangle tool. In previous lessons, I taught you that in the Rectangle Options section, we can apply curvature to the corners. Now, to draw the neck, I'll enter the value 20 for the upper corners and 5 for the lower corners. Then, I'll create the shape with the Rectangle tool. The resulting shape has more curvature at the top and less at the bottom. It's now roughly suitable for me. I select a skin color for the body, select the shape, and press Ctrl+X. I create another layer in the head symbol. I'll delete the existing empty layer. Then, I create a new layer that should be below the head layer. While on the new layer, I press Ctrl+Shift to place the neck precisely where it previously was. So now, we have two layers, one head layer and one neck layer within the head symbol. I place the neck here. I slightly resize the neck, holding the Alt key to adjust only the top part. Now it looks good. Pressing Ctrl+1, I view the entire document. We've now successfully designed the character's neck. To declutter the layers and work more comfortably, I go to the top layer, create a folder named Body in uppercase letters, and select all layers except the photo layer by holding Shift and clicking. I drag all selected layers into the body folder. This way, all layers are neatly placed in the folder. Since we're not animating yet and only designing, I'll temporarily move and minimize the Layers panel. This arrangement allows us to design more comfortably. From the window menu, I hide the Output panel. This further simplifies our workspace. Whenever we want to reset settings, we can select Workspace from the window menu and choose Reset Basic. I'll temporarily place the Layers panel here. Now, I create a new layer named Body in lowercase. On this body layer, I select the Rectangle tool again. This time, I apply a curvature of 10 to the top corners and 40 to the bottom corners, as I want the lower body to be more rounded. I zoom in slightly and draw a rectangle. I'll position it here. Then I double-click on the character's neck, right-click, and convert it to a symbol. Returning to the body, I select a suitable color, something different. Selecting the Selection tool, I want to curve the shoulders slightly. Using the Free Transform tool, I double-click on the body layer. A message appears stating the shape must be converted into a drawing object to edit, so I click OK. Now in the drawing object mode, I select the Selection tool and slightly lift this part upwards. Next, selecting the Subselection tool, I click on this stroke line to reveal the points for adjustments. I zoom in further. Selecting the Pen tool, I add a point above the stomach area to create a bulge and adjust it using the Subselection tool. Now, I'll refine the character's waist. We can create additional curves here. This character body shape is currently good, and we can adjust it further later. To exit the drawing object mode, I click on the scene. Currently, I won't convert the shapes into symbols to allow further modifications later. I'll hide and lock the body layer for now. For the character's arm, I'll use the Rectangle tool again, setting corners to 0 for sharp edges. Create a new layer named Arm, draw the character's arm, and use the Selection tool to round its corners fully. I'll place it here, set the anchor point here, and slightly rotate it. I enable the body layer briefly to align the arm with the body, then hide the body layer again. Holding Alt, I enlarge the arm. Duplicate this layer, naming it Forearm. Now, I adjust the forearm to match the image. Later, I'll explain how to remove these extra lines. So we have an arm layer and a forearm layer. Double-clicking on the arm and clicking OK, we convert it to a drawing object to make further adjustments. Now, I zoom in on the joint between the arm and forearm. Enabling outline mode, we see rounded lines necessary for proper rotation. To remove this line, I draw a circle over the joint, ensuring its stroke is deleted. Now, the circle is below the forearm, so I select and convert it to an object, placing it over the forearm. This ensures proper arm rotation. Now to create the fingers, I create a new layer. Using the pen tool, I draw the hand shape, close the shape, and hold Alt while adjusting handles to match the image precisely. Holding Alt activates the Convert Anchor Point tool. Now, selecting the Paint Bucket tool, I choose a skin color and click to fill, placing this layer below the arm and forearm layers. Finally, to create the fingernails, I again use the Rectangle tool, slightly rounding the corners, selecting white color, resizing it, and placing it here. I hold down the Alt key and copy this nail for the other fingers. All these nails have been created in the hand layer. Now, I turn on the body layer. This way, we've created the character's hand and body. To create the other hand, we don't need to repeat these steps. Simply select the hand-related layers, right-click, and choose Duplicate. Now, I position the other hand appropriately. This hand should be underneath the body, so I place its layers below the body layer. Now, I adjust its position. Okay, I hide these layers. I mistakenly named the head layer as body, so I correct it. I create a new layer and name it pelvis. I draw a rectangle with rounded corners. Like the previous shapes I described, I adjust it and place it correctly. I select this shape individually. I turn on the body layer to properly align the body and pelvis. I use the subselection tool to adjust the points. With the Free Transform tool, I double-click the pelvis shape, select this stroke using the Selection tool, and delete it by pressing the Delete key on the keyboard. I zoom into the character's foot and hide all layers except the pelvis. I lock the pelvis layer. I create a new layer for the thigh and draw a rectangle. I adjust it similarly to the previous shapes explained earlier and place it correctly. I zoom in slightly and make the corners rounder. I click on the document and place the thigh layer under the pelvis layer. I create a new layer for the lower leg with rounded corners and align it with the character's image. I create a new layer for the shoe. First, I draw the top part of the shoe bone, then use the pen tool to draw the shoe. I select blue for the shoe and adjust the points according to the image. I place the shoe layer beneath the thigh and lower leg layers. Now, I select all 3 leg-related layers and duplicate them. I adjust the front leg using the transform tool. I place these 3 leg-related layers under the pelvis layer. Now, I turn on all layers and press Ctrl+1. Currently, the character's front hand has moved beneath the pelvis, so I must select the hand-related layers and move them above the pelvis and body layers. This solves the issue. Additionally, the bottom side of the character's hand must be visible and should not have nails, so I zoom in slightly and delete the nails from this hand. The character's head and neck layers should also be above the body layer. Thus, we've successfully designed the character's body. Now you can slightly adjust the pose of the legs to avoid having overly straight lines. You can select all leg-related layers and change their colors. Well, that's our character's initial design. In the next tutorial, we'll focus on the details, rigging, and various poses of the character. In this video, we'll animate the character's eyes and create blinking movements. If you've watched the previous lessons, you'll remember that we've already created the head and body of our character. First, I want to animate the eyes of the character. I'll zoom in a bit to work more comfortably. If you recall, when we designed the character's head, I advised you to name each layer created in the head folder separately. For example, we've named layers for the pupils, whites of the eyes, eyebrows, and other parts. Make sure you also name your layers. I previously created separate layers for each eye, but now I want to combine both white parts of the eyes into one layer and the pupils into another. I'll select and delete the right eye layer. Now I'll zoom in a bit more. Using the free transform tool, I'll select this eye layer and create a copy. I'll hold down the Alt key and drag to copy, and I'll also hold Shift to move the shape directly in a straight line. Now, both whites of the eyes are on one layer, and both pupils are on another. I'll select both eye layers and align them using the Align tool so the pupils are centered in the eyes. For our character to blink, we need an eyelid layer. I'll create a new layer above the pupils and name it Eyelid. I'll use the Rectangle tool to create a rectangle. I'll double-click the rectangle so that I can later change its color and stroke if necessary. I'll move the eyelid slightly upward and make it bigger so it covers both eyes when moving down. I'll convert the shape to an object so I can easily change its color and stroke whenever I click it. Now, I'll click and hold from the topmost layer in the timeline and drag down to create frames for all layers, releasing the mouse button at frame 75. I'll click on Insert Frame to create the frames. Next, I'll move the time indicator to frame 10. I'll select the eyelid layer and click on Insert Keyframe to create a keyframe. Then, I'll move to frame 15 and insert another keyframe. Note that since I've selected the eyelid layer, the keyframes are created only in that layer. I'll enlarge the timeline so you can clearly see it. I'll now click on this keyframe, select the Free Transform tool, hold the Alt key, and drag the eyelid downward. I'll move back to frame 10 and change the eyelid color to match the character's face, making it slightly darker using the color picker. I'll again move to frame 15. When the eyelid opens, its color should be lighter, so I'll click on frame 15 and make the eyelid color brighter using the color picker. Thus, both the eyelid's color and shape change. Now, I'll right-click on the area between these frames and select Create Shape Tween. You can now see the eyelid closing. After this step, it's time to learn masking. What does masking do? Using a mask, we can tell the software to show only the part of the eyelid that covers the eyes and hide the rest. To mask the eyelid, I'll first select the eye layer, right-click on it, and choose Duplicate Layer. This creates a copy of the eye layer. I'll rename this new layer Eye Mask. Thus, we've created our mask layer. The mask layer's position is important. Since we want to mask the eyelid layer, the mask layer must be above the eyelid layer. So I'll move the mask layer above the eyelid. I'll again select the eyelid layer, position myself on frame 15, and click. Here, this rectangle shape should completely cover the eyes, so I'll hold the Alt key and enlarge the eyelid. Now, I'll select the mask layer again, right-click, and select Mask. Now, you can see the eyelid is visible only over the eyes. Thus, we've created the blinking animation. I'll enlarge the timeline a bit. After the eye closes, it should open again. I'll select frame 10, hold Shift, and click on frame 15 to select them. Then I'll hold the Alt key and drag them forward. Now, our character blinks twice and then keeps the eyes closed, but I want the eyes to open again. I'll select these frames again, right-click on one of them, and choose Reverse Frames. This reverses the frames. I'll hit play. You can see how smoothly this animation has turned out. Now, let's animate the pupil movement. I'll select the pupil layer. You might notice the frames in this layer are purple, indicating previous motion. If this happened by mistake, right-click on a frame and choose Remove Classic Tween to revert it to normal. I'll select the pupil layer again and create a keyframe at frame 25. I'll then move to frame 30 and create another keyframe. Selecting the pupil layer again, I'll slightly move the pupil using the Free Transform tool. I'll right-click between these frames and select Create Classic Tween. Again, I'll select these frames, hold Shift, and drag them forward with Alt. Now, our character blinks, the eyes move, and blink again. I'll move the pupils back to their original position by copying these frames with Alt, and then right-click and select Reverse Frames. I'll play the animation and enable looping. Finally, we need to parent the eyelid and mask layers to the main head layer. I've previously taught layer parenting, but I'll quickly demonstrate it again. If I select and rotate the head layer, you'll see the eyelid doesn't rotate along. To fix this, I'll activate parenting mode, select the mask layer, and drag it onto the main head layer. I'll also connect the eyelid layer to the head layer by dragging it similarly. Now, if I rotate the head layer, the eyes move along with the head. That's it for today's tutorial. I hope you enjoyed it.
In this video I am going to teach you how to export an animation in different formats such as MP4, GIF, without background, and other formats as well. So friends, after you have finished your project and made sure that no further changes are needed, you can press Ctrl+Enter and take a test preview of your animation. And when you are satisfied, you can start exporting. But as you see, when I take a preview of my work, I realize that there are some lines I had previously used as guides that still exist in the animation, or an image that I placed in this part, which I do not want to appear in the final export. Friends, pay attention, this is just a preview, which you can see with Ctrl+Enter. Now I will close this. In order for this image you saw not to appear in the preview, I return to the timeline. You can see that when you press Ctrl+Enter, you enter the output section and it shows you a preview. I go back again to the timeline. I come down here to where my image exists. You can see that although the layer is turned off here, and also the guide layer is turned off, still in the final export it appears. The only way that we can make sure this image does not appear in the final export and in fact does not get exported is to either delete it, or to come here, click on this folder-shaped icon, like this. After double-clicking, I come and choose the guide option for it so that this layer is recognized as a guide. Then I press OK. For this image layer as well, which was a guide, I come here, double-click on this folder, and also select it as a guide, and press OK. Now if I press Ctrl+Enter and take a preview, you will see that in this way those images and pictures I did not want are no longer exported. OK, I will close this again and return to the timeline. The next point, friends, is the sound section. If your animation, like mine, has sound, or if your character is speaking, for this sound to be applied in the final export, you need to go and select its layer in the sound section. I also explained this in the previous lesson. Now in the Properties Frame section, you can see here that I currently have it set to stop, which means no sound is generated from the character. In the normal state, it is on Event, which shows the sound on the timeline. Let me play it. But in order for the sound to render in the final export, I select it again, and in the Properties Frame section, friends, this option must definitely be set to Stream, so that our audio file is exported as well. Now, after you have done all these corrections, friends, go to the File menu, choose Export here. You see that it has different options. In this video, I want to focus mainly on exporting in MP4 format, but I will also review the other options so that you become familiar with them. For example, Export Image or Export Image Legacy. These two options are very similar and do not have much difference, but the image quality in Export Image is a little higher. When you click on it, this window opens for you. You can turn off the transparency option to see the background of your work. Whatever background you have created, you can see it here in this mode. But if you click here and enable transparency, it will create an image without background for you. It only takes one image. If I press Save here, and select the location where I want my file to be exported, and here I choose for example number 1 for it, and press Save, now if I go back to where I saved my work, you can see that it has exported one image of my work without background. Just one image, as a sample, from the exact frame you were on. Now again I go to the File menu Export. The next option, friends, that I want you to get familiar with, is Export Movie. What it does is export the animation as a sequence of frames and images. If I click on it, I can choose the storage location of my file here, I open a folder for it. Here I can choose my desired format, like GIF, JPG, or PNG. I choose JPEG and press Save. Here I can change the size of the document or resolution. It's not necessary, so I click OK. In this way, it starts exporting as consecutive images. When it finishes, and I go to the folder where I saved the project, you can see that I have all the images in this way and I can view them. Now again I go to File Export and select Export Video/Media. Here we can change the document size. By default, it shows the document size we had created earlier. You can also change it if you want. The option Ignore Stage Color means ignore the color of the stage, our document. If you enable this, the background color in the export will be black. For now, I won't click it. In the entire movie mode, it renders all the parts of the timeline where we created frames. In the scene mode, if I click here, I can say export only certain scenes. But since we only have one scene now, it just shows that one. We can also set from which frame to which frame it should export, or even specify a time range, like from which second and for how long it should export. But we don't need that. I just click on Entire Movie so that it exports the whole animation. Now in the Format section, I want to choose my format. For example, it has MP4, PNG, and different options. For MP4, it is the H.264 option. When you select it, it means MP4 format will be applied. In the Preset section, we can choose video quality. You can see here that ready presets exist for us. For example, if I want the video for YouTube, I can select the Full HD option here. For HD, I can choose the HD preset. But normally, I recommend the high bitrate option here, which has very high quality. If we go a little lower, we can also select quality 1080 here. But since my document size is 1280 x 720 HD, for now I will select the high bitrate option. Here I choose where my file will be saved. I say, for example, in folder 2, and I choose a name for it. I name it 2 and press save. Now friends, for us to be able to press export, you must have Adobe Media Encoder installed on your system, so that it can export MP4 for us. If this option here is active, then we cannot change settings in Media Encoder, and it will export very quickly. I uncheck this, and then press export. Now you see that Adobe Media Encoder opens for us. Don't forget, your Media Encoder version must match your Adobe Animate version. For example, my Media Encoder is 2023 and my Adobe Animate is also 2023, so we can continue easily. Just click on this green button here and it will quickly export for us. Now I go to where I save my file. If I double-click on it, you can see that it has created the export for me. Double-click again so you can see it. So friends, in this way we export our animation in MP4 format. Now I return again to Adobe Animate. I press OK here. Now friends, if you want to export your animation without a background, again go to File Export, select Export Video, and in the Format section choose QuickTime. Then in the Preset section, scroll down and you can select the Maximum Bit Depth plus Alpha option, or 4444 plus Alpha. When it has Alpha, it exports without background. For example, I choose this one. And friends, make sure this option, Ignore Stage Color, is enabled as well, so that it ignores the stage color. Now again I take an export. Again I press the green button here so it renders. I return to the folder where my file is, and you can see that it has created the animation for me as a MOV file and without background. Friends, if you double-click it, maybe it won't play for you, but if for example we go into Premiere and want to edit it, or place it on top of another video, you can see the effect. I open Premiere. To show you the no background mode, I import the file into Premiere. I double-click here, choose the file I exported without background, this file, and click Open. Now you see it appears here. I drag it here onto the timeline. If I place the playhead here, you can see that my character appears here. I can scale it larger from here. And you can see that it no longer has a background, and I can place the character anywhere I like this. If I press play. So you saw that we correctly exported this file without background. Now I return again to Adobe Animate. Okay friends, in this tutorial you got familiar with different export formats. I hope you enjoyed it, and thank you for staying with me until the end of the video. In this video, you will be taught how to speak the character. You can go to the Freepik site and import the different modes of the mouth into the software. Now I'm going to create a new layer on top of this, and I'm going to name this layer, Peak. I want to import a photo about the mouth. As I told you in lesson 20, I'm going to import it again. I will look at my drive, and I'm going to import that photo here. I will place it on the software, and you can download this photo, friends, from the Telegram channel of Arash Academy. I will move a little further away from here, mode 25, and I'll select it. I'll hold the shift button from this corner and make the photo much smaller because it's too big. I'll make it a little bit smaller again like this. Now I'll zoom in a little like this and I'll put it here. I'll come here with my zoom tool and I'll zoom in a little more here. If we want to say the letter F in this way, of course, friends, this is mostly for the English language, but it also works for the Persian language. Or if we want to say the letter L, or the letter U, we want to say the letter U in this way. What we want to do now is to come and create a mouth for our character and start talking with that mouth. For this, friends, I will use the free transform tool. I go to the face folder here. Well, the mouth layer is clear here. I drag the mouth layer and put it in this area. I put this photo layer at the bottom of the layers, in the lowest layer, like this, and lock it so that it won't move. I'll double-click on my mouth layer again to enter the symbol section, because in the previous lessons we converted this layer to a symbol. I select it and place it above. And I select an oval from the shape section. This is how I create a base shape. I select it with the free transform tool and make it darker here, so it's suitable for us. A similar state will be created for me. Let's create this shape, but the easiest way is to come here, select it with the selection tool, and try to create this shape for it. Well, my character's mouth has a special shape and it has 4 teeth. So I will come and create 4 teeth for the character here. In this way, I will keep the one I created as an alt copy, like this, and I will also take another copy in this way. Friends, make these edges round. Let me do this for you. From here, select the rectangle tool again. I will come to this corner and select the corner rounding mode. Above my tooth, I want it not to be round. That rectangle is here. I will assign the number D to it. Now, if I create the shape of the tooth, you will see that it has a broken shape here, and here a round shape has been created for me, which is suitable for me. I will hold the Alt button and make a copy like this. I'll take it, I'll bring it a little closer to the others, and I'll select both of them. I will hold Shift again and make them smaller. Now I'll right-click and convert it into a symbol. You can name it whatever you want. For example, you can put it as tooth, and I'll click on the OK button here. Now I'll make a copy of it in this part. I'll zoom in a bit here. I will come and place the mouth shape here very easily. Now I can take another alt copy from here and make the teeth a little bigger. I will delete this, then make a copy of the same teeth again, because I changed the size. I will come and place it in this part. We can create the shape of my tongue, friends, with a circle shape. But for our character's mouth it is not needed. So I will select this shape, I will right-click here, and I will convert it into a symbol. I will name it, for example, the letter A, and I click OK. It's so easy. Now, friends, in the selection mode, in the frame properties and frame section, if I enter, you can see that in the label section, I can choose a name for it. Why do I choose it? In the timeline section, it will show me the name of that layer. If I zoom in, you will see that the letter A is written here for me in the timeline. So, I will select this and place it here. I will move a little further away and select the oval shape again. Let me choose a black color for the work. I will take the color from this part and create another oval here. In this way, I will select this shape and keep it. For now, I will take a copy of it until here. Okay, I'll take a few more copies. It's better so that we can use them later. Now I want to create the shape of his mouth. You see that his shape is like this. So I'm going to select it again with the free transform tool. I'll deselect it like this with the selection tool. I'm going to drag the top part up. I'm going to drag this part down from the middle like this. Well, this is suitable for me now. I'm going to move away a bit, and I'm going to place it here. I'll take the tooth, select it, and convert it to a symbol with F8. I'll press OK so that it becomes a symbol, and then I'll put it here. I'll zoom in a little bit again. So, friends, in order to fix this, I'll come from here, double-click, and copy this area. I'll just press Ctrl+C, and then I'll go back. I will hold Shift and move the symbol with Ctrl so that it is exactly in its place. Here I will turn it into an object. You can see that now the stroke has gone under the teeth. Now I can adjust the teeth. It will look more natural. We can make the teeth a little smaller. In this way, it is suitable for me now. It is better to lower them a bit, so I will put them here. Now I will select it, I will press F8, and I will press the OK button so that it becomes a symbol. For now, I will put it here. Like this, you can see that they are very similar and we don't need to do this again. We will create some of them so that it doesn't take too much of your time. I will create another mouth shape. I want to create the letter F. I will come and select the selection tool. I will come here, see the shape with the selection tool, and drag upwards like this. Now I will come here and select the teeth. I will hold Alt and I will place it in this area. I select it, I press F8, and OK. Let's write the letter F here, so that we know this is the F letter. I do OK and I put it here. Friends, here I come to the S form, and I create the S form. I want to make a letter. I want to make a copy of this. I'll select it again, press F8, and press OK. I repeat the same thing. I select this, I hold the Alt button, and I place it here. I select it, press F8, and OK. I write a letter here and press OK. I will put this in this section. Friends, this amount is enough. I will choose this shape. This is the first shape of my mouth. We don't need it. In this part, I will put it in the symbol. In this part, friends, I will put it and rotate it a little. Here, in frame 1, I press the XO button. I come and create another keyframe. I press Shift plus Ctrl to create other mouth expressions. This is the basic state and I don't need it. I come and choose the closed mouth state for the character, and I put it here. I zoom in a bit, I rotate, and this way it's okay for me now. Let's move it a little higher, it's not bad. I'll come again, friends, and I'll select all of this. I'll press Ctrl+X and create a new keyframe. I'll paste this and adjust it with Shift plus Ctrl, so that all the mouth positions are created. For example, I'll select the letter A here and put it in this section. It's almost suitable for me. Now we can make it a bit bigger. I'll select this again, press Ctrl+X, and paste it in a new keyframe. I'll adjust it again with Shift plus Ctrl. In this case, I'll highlight this again. In this mode, I'll select this, and I'll put it here and keep it. I make it smaller and I put it here. I will rotate it and place it in this area and make it smaller. So now, friends, if we rotate the slider, different modes will be created for us. For the label mode, if you remember, we wrote the A mode for this part. If I click, it is written as frame A. I will come here, I click in the label part, and I will write normal. Like this, you can see now that it is in this part, and normal is written for me. I will come again, and in keyframe B, if you remember, this was his speech. I will choose here from the frame part, and I will be in the next keyframe. I am writing, when we write the next frame on each of them, you will see that here the name is written for us. I click here, I will write the letter F, and on this part of me it was S. I will write the letter S here, I will write it in this way, and it will create different states for me. The basis of the sound is that our mouth should move in the layer of the mouth that I have placed. Friends, I will create a new layer. It must be above the mouth. I will create a new layer, and I will name it Sound. Like this, now I will create my voice layer and place it in this layer. If I play here, friends, the number of frames was low, the sound was not created. Let me press Ctrl+Z, come here like this, and go higher in this section to create it for all the frames. I'll take the sound layer above it, then I'll bring the sound again and I'll import the sound here. It's in the WAV format and it can be MP3, it doesn't matter, friends. It doesn't matter if it's in another format. In order for the sound to match the mouth, I will go to the mouth layer and select it. In the Properties and Object section, I will set it to Play Single Frame mode so that the mouth position does not repeat for me again. When this mode and this window open for me, here we have to introduce which letters belong to each of the mouth modes. See here, for example, it says Normal Mode, A mode, D mode. For example, in this mode, there is the letter A. I come here, the name is A. Here is the method, we will create the closest mouth position for D. For example, I will create this position for D. For E, I will click on the E mouth position. Here is the letter F. I will click. For example, this was our F position. I will choose the L position. I choose and close my mouth again for the letter L, friends. If I click on the Test button, you will see that the sound is recognized here. The sound layer is here, it is recognized. By clicking the button, our mouth positions will be arranged for you. Well, my friends, this tutorial ends here. I hope you enjoyed it. In this video, I will teach you how to quickly sculpt a character that you design yourself, as well as important points about this topic. In the previous lessons, we designed the character and taught you how to animate the character's eyes and mouth. Now, in this video, we want to quickly create the bones for the character that we designed ourselves. But when we bone the character that we designed, there are some points that you must follow. Select all the frames except frame 1, and click on the Remove Frame option to delete the frames. I will click here. All the frames will be deleted for us in this way. The second point, friends, is that all the facial components must be placed in the face symbol layer. If you remember, before we converted the layers to symbol mode. Let's put them inside the symbolized head layer. For this, I click on this layer. I'll go down. Well, here is the head layer. Then the rest of the layers will be the body layer. So, I'll come in here, above the head layer, which is my mouth layer, I'll hold the Shift button and click. You'll see that all the layers, except the main head layer, are in selection mode. Friends, in order to learn this tutorial, you must have seen the previous lesson to understand this one. Now I have selected it. I will right-click and select the Cut Layers option here to remove the layer. Now, I will come to the head layer that is here, and with the Free Transform tool, I will double-click on the head layer. On the top layer, there is a neck layer, which is the head in the head symbol layer. I click on the scene again. This is a symbol that is related to the head. I click on the scene, I go back to my scene, and we have a head layer. I click again in the head method. All the layers will be placed inside the layer that is related to the head. If I come down here, you will see that the neck layer is also here. I will select it so that you can see it better. I click on the scene again, I zoom a bit. I select the different parts of the character in this way. For example, I select the body first, and I hold my shift like this, and then I separate it a bit. I also select the other layers in the same way. Friends, let's first convert each layer to symbol mode. For example, I select the hand, I right-click, and press the F8 option. Or I can press the F8 key from the keyboard, it doesn't matter, and I press the OK button here to turn it into a symbol. I select it, I press F8, and I turn it into a symbol. Friends, the hand you select, you can see that only the element is selected here. I also want the nail to be selected here, so I hold the Shift button and select the nail in this way. If it moves badly, you will see that they all move together. I press F8 and turn it into a symbol. I do the same for the character's other hand. At the bottom of the leg, I will go a little further away so you can see better. I select it for the sole of my leg, I press F8, and in this way I turn them into symbols. Again, for the leg, for these friends, I press the control button. Let it be a symbol here. Friends, it will be corrected, there is no problem about this. I will select this, I will press F8, and I will select the symbol again for the legs. I'll do the same for the other leg of the character. We also convert the pelvis and upper body of the character into symbols. The layers are located here. If I right-click and go to the library, you will see that the layer is clear. We have already converted it into a symbol and it is not needed now. The next thing we should do is set the anchor point, which is very important for the bones and movement of the character. In fact, we will say where the joints should be, and where the rotation should be made. I'll delete this shape and create a better pelvis for the character. I select it on the hip layer where I am, and come here, select the primitive with rectangle mode, and create a shape like this. This is almost suitable for me. Now I'll make some adjustments to the character's body. Our character's stomach is also very big. We can make it a little smaller. Well, I'll zoom out again. After I make these corrections, I'll come back to my scene. As I said, I will adjust the anchor point here for the upper body. It is very important. I will place it in this part. It doesn't matter if it is lower or higher. For the hip part, I will put it at the top. For the head and neck part, from where the head or neck rotates, this is suitable for us. Of course, friends, we can adjust the anchor points later. You must remember this. Friends, and for my hand, I will place it in this part so that the hand will actually rotate for me. I will set the anchor point here. Friends, the reason is that I will take my hand a little into the shoulder. Here it is better. Even later, we will adjust it after the bone is placed. Well, we have done this. So now I will come and find the foot, and here set the anchor point for this foot. For shoes, wherever you put the foot anchor, the leg will rotate from there. Try to place it outside the previous layer. For example, don't put this layer adjacent to the anchor point. Place it correctly. You can adjust this again after the boning. This is where the joint rotates from here. I will place it in the same way for the cap. For example, I will place it here like this. I will choose it for the legs, and I will place the legs here. In this way, I will choose this leg, and I will place it here. It is almost suitable for me. Now you can see that this kick has come and is placed on the character. For now, friends, it is not a problem. Finally, we will fix this. So, I will zoom out. Now, my friends, in the part where I was teaching about animating photos, I told you a model of ossification that we did. Now I want to teach you another method for ossification. In the character section, I click here. In this animation section, if you put it on the character section and put this section on the AI section, it will show you a series of characters that have bones. For example, this character is only walking, and it is important that this character is in this angle where we are going to select that bone. It is facing you, showing the character from a side angle. So, I will come and select the character that is similar to mine. It will open here. In this way, the rig mapping window will open for you. It is much easier for us to come and create the ossification quickly. Let's put it where it is related to the pelvic bone. If you look carefully, it is clear here that this circle is related to the pelvis part where our character is going to rotate. So I come here, select this pelvis with the free transform tool, and click on my pelvis layer. Why didn't this happen now? My layer probably hasn't been converted into a symbol. If I zoom in and right-click here, yes, look, I'll come here and convert it into a symbol so that we can set the bones. Let's do it again. I will come again and I will click here. The color will turn blue, and I will click on the hip bone. So friends, this bone will turn green. This shows that this ossification is now done correctly. If you want to remove a bone, hold it on this joint, click on the minus sign, then it will be deselect, and you can adjust the bone again. I select the waist bone and click on the character's pelvis. The bone turns green. For the upper body, I first click on the bone and then click on the character's upper body. I move the anchor point a little higher. Now I select the head bone and click on the character's head. You can see that the bone turns green, which shows that we have done it correctly. I select the bone of each part of the arm and then click on the corresponding layer so that it turns green. Now we do the same action for the other arm of the character. To see the arm behind the character's body, I slightly move the character's body. I connect the bones to the body. For the character's legs, I do the same thing until all the bones turn green. It is important that after selecting each bone, you click on the same body part of the character. So now you can see that the whole part is set. Friends, let me come up and adjust this body of my character here again. And let's make this part of my pelvis a little smaller. It's better. Let's come and check that my motion mode is enabled. It says that the character's walking mode is active and my walking mode will be created. I don't need it. I just want to ossify the character. I disable it and click on the apply option here. In this way, the ossification will be done automatically for us. There are only a series of settings that we need to quickly come and adjust. It's very easy. I will place your hand in this part where it should be. I will select this hand, I will hold the shift button. It's okay. Even I can make it higher here. It depends on my own work. This is almost suitable for me at the moment. For my character's legs, my friends, I can straighten the legs here. Let's select the selection tool here. In this way, I will select this leg in such a way that I will also move the legs correctly. Well, here I will zoom in. I will select again with the selection here. Well, here, friends, we need to do a series of corrections. I will select this bone and place it here. This is the bottom. This is how these settings, friends, should be done in this way. Try to make them in the same direction. Well, this is how I set it up, my friend. I will double-click on the pelvis, and with the Alt button, I will make it a bit larger. It must be under the clothes. I will select it, I will hold the Control button on the layer, and I will press the down arrow on the keyboard. This shoe of mine should go and be placed under the previous shoe. If you press Control and the down arrow, it will go like this and it will be placed under this foot. My friends, control the arrow down and go under and place it like this. This is how I will control the arrow down and select the selection button. All the bones are selected. I'll go to the Properties panel and then to Frame. Here I'll change the bone mode to wire mode to make the bones look better and more defined. Now, I have to select this joint here with the selection tool, and in the speed option, I set it to 0 so that this bone does not rotate for me anymore. Let's rotate it. Our character bends correctly. In the same way for the legs, you can see that the legs move correctly for us. So friends, we came in this way and did the boning for the character. As you can see, we came and did this. We just set the anchor point. It can be done correctly with the selection tool so that these legs are equal to each other. This is the lower line. We can move this value higher in this way so that they are more aligned. This is how my head moves. Well, the rest of the friends, for now the anchor points are suitable, there is no problem here. The last point in this lesson is about removing these lines. To delete these extra lines, first I double-click on the character's thigh with the selection tool to select this part of the stroke and then delete it. In this way, the extra line is removed. With the selection tool, I slightly adjust the thigh lines. Now, if I go back to the main scene, you can see that the line has been deleted. Please remove the other extra lines yourself so that the video doesn't become too long. Well, my friends, this tutorial ends here. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm Arash Adder, and in continuation of our Adobe Animate tutorials, in this video I'm going to teach you about the Assets panel and how to use the ready-made rigs. The Assets panel gives us access to characters, objects, rigs, and ready-made scenes for animation. To access the assets, click on the Assets panel. If you don't see the Assets panel here, you can activate or deactivate it from the window menu. The Assets panel has two modes. Custom, which contains the assets we add to the software ourselves to use later. Default, which contains the assets that the software has already prepared for us to use. We'll first take a look at the default section. The default section is divided into three parts: Animate, Static, and Sound Clips. If I open the Animate section, you can see that it includes two parts. I'll expand this, set it to all, and here as well I'll set it to all for now. In this mode, you can see that the Animate section includes characters or objects that are animated. If I hover the mouse over them, you can see their movement. These objects are more than just a single frame, they include animations. Now I can filter it to show only props. You'll see that only accessories are displayed. For example, if I want to use this globe, I can left-click and drag it into my scene. It might take a little while to download, but once it's ready, it will appear in my scene. From the Properties panel, I'll change the color of the stage a little so you can see the scene more clearly. This way, you can see the movement of the globe. Now, I'll select it and press the Delete key to remove the globe. Let's go back to the Assets panel. Here, there are a lot of animated objects you can use. If you don't have these objects, just click on the Download Assets button at the bottom of the software, and it will download the assets and place them here. Now, from here I can select the Background option. These are animated backgrounds in the Assets panel. We can drag them into the scene. If I press Ctrl+Enter, you'll see that the background animates. Now I'll click on it and press Delete to remove it. So, these were animated backgrounds. I'll switch it back to all. Using these options, we can choose to show only objects or only rigs. If you remember, in the previous lessons I showed you how to rig and animate your own characters. Here, you can also see the rigs you've already created. Okay, I'll set this option to all, then close the animated section. With this option, you can also change the display style of the assets. Now, I'll close the animated section and open the static section. In the static section, everything is still and has no motion. Each object has only one frame. For example, let's pick one of these characters. I'll drag it into the scene, and immediately the character appears. Now I can hold Shift and use the free transform tool to resize it and place it here. Or I can choose another character, just hold left-click, drag, and drop it into the scene. You can see that if I move the timeline slider forward, there's no animation, it's just an image without movement. So I'll select this one and press delete. Besides the characters option, which shows different characters, we can also click on props to see the props in this section. We can also select backgrounds here. You'll see a variety of backgrounds. For example, I can select this one, hold left-click, and drop it into the scene. After a short wait, the background is added. Now I can resize it and place it in the scene. I can also select these 3 layers and move them lower so the character is visible. Let's enlarge the background a bit so it fits the stage. Now it looks fine. So, as you saw, we easily added a ready-made background. Remember, if we want the background to appear across all frames, we need to create frames for it. For example, I'll drag and drop it into this frame, then choose Insert Frame, so the background appears in every frame. Now, for example, instead of just background, we can select all, which includes characters, objects, and backgrounds together. From here again, we can also filter it to show only objects. Okay, I'll set it back to all and close this section. In the sound clip section, there are short sound effects. For example, if I hold left-click here, drag it into the scene, and drop it, a sound is added. If I press play, you'll hear the sound. In the same way, you can download and use different sounds in your projects. Now, I'll select the sound layer and press delete. I'll also delete this other layer since I don't need it. At the bottom, there's a trash bin icon. You can delete any assets you don't want by dropping them there. Now, to create our own asset, I'll use the Shape tool. I'll choose the circle shape. Remember, you can turn any picture or shape into an asset. I'll draw a circle here and adjust it a little to make it different. Now, to convert it into an asset, just select it, press F8, and turn it into a symbol. I'll give it a name, for example, A1, and click OK. Now if I go back to the library, you can see A1, the shape I just converted into a symbol, is there. It's very easy to right-click on it and choose either Export Asset or Save as Asset. The difference is that Export saves the file on your computer. So I'll click that, then choose Export. I can rename the asset if I want, and finally click Save. Now it's saved to my desktop. If I go back to the Assets panel and open the Custom section, you'll see that the shape I saved isn't here yet. But there's a plus icon at the bottom. If I click on it, I can import the asset I saved, for example, the A1 file. I'll click Open, and now it's imported. You can see it here in the static section. I can drag it into the scene and use it. I can also select it and press delete. Or, back in the library, I can right-click again and this time choose Save as Asset. In this window, I can rename the asset, and when I click Save, it goes directly into the Assets panel. Okay friends, I'll delete this layer and go back to the default section. Now, you may ask, how can we animate characters that are static? Well, right now I already have one of these characters in the scene. At the top, I'll open the Animate section and choose Character. You can also select the Rig option to only show rigs. Since our character is shown from the side view, we can choose this Walking Bone rig for side view. If the character was from the front view, I would choose the front view skeleton instead. Now, I'll drag this rig into the scene. In the previous lesson, I showed you how to quickly set up bone rigging. If I click on the character, you'll see it as one single layer. But if I double-click, I can select each part separately. So, I'll select the middle bone, which is for the pelvis, and click on the pelvis of the character. You'll see it turns green, which means it's correctly attached. If you link it by mistake, just hover the mouse here and click the minus icon to remove the link. For the upper body, it's the same, select the bone and click on the torso. For the head, select the bone and click on the head. For the arms, select each bone and link it to the correct arm layer. And for the legs, the same process. Now you can see all the bones are linked. If we want to use the ready-made walking animation, we can check the motion box here and click Apply. This way, the walking skeleton is applied instantly. Now, if I close this panel and press play, you'll see the walking animation is created. If loop is enabled, the walking cycle repeats continuously. If you don't need this animation, you can simply select all the keyframes except the first one and choose Remove Frames. Then, using the selection tool, you can build your own custom animation. For example, at frame 30, I can create a keyframe and apply changes to animate it however I want. Alright friends, this tutorial has come to an end. I hope you enjoyed it.
I'm Arash Adder, and I'm back with the continuation of teaching Adobe Animate. In this video, we're going to create an interactive animation between a ball and a character. The goal is both to use the techniques I've taught you in the previous lessons and also to learn some new animation techniques. In the earlier lessons, if you remember, we designed this character and added bones to it. Now, any kind of movement we want, we can create for the character. First, I want to set the character's initial position. On frame 1, I adjust the character's pose and create a standing position. I move one of the character's hands closer to his waist. The other hand, I bring forward. I bend his hand a little to give the character a more natural pose. That way, when the ball comes in, the character will throw it toward the ground with his hand. So this is our character's initial pose. Now, on frame 1, I create a new layer. I double-click on this new layer and name it Ball, then click here. Now I import the image of the ball. I hold the left mouse button, drag it, and place it here. Click on the ball, go to Object and Properties. If you activate the lock icon, you can resize the ball right here. I hold the left mouse button and drag to make the ball smaller. This size is almost suitable for the ball. I place the ball where I want it. An important point is that the ball layer must be above the character's layer so that the character's hand appears behind the ball. If I move the ball layer below, you'll see that the hand goes in front of the ball. So the ball layer must be on top. Now, I create another new layer from here and name this layer Ground. Then I select the Rectangle tool and create a rectangle. Using the Free Transform tool, I click on the rectangle and change its color. This color is almost suitable. In this way, I created the ground. Now you see that the ground is placed on top of the character. So, I drag the ground layer and put it at the very bottom. I select the ground and move it down a little. Since the ground color is the same as the character's shoes, I change the color of the ground. I lock the ground layer so it won't move anymore. First, I select the ball layer, right-click on it, and convert it into a symbol. In the graphic mode, I click the OK button. Now I need to create frames. So, starting from frame 2, I hold the left mouse button and drag until frame 30. Remember that you must create frames for all 3 layers. I release the mouse at frame 30 and click on Insert Frame. Now, I right-click on the ball layers bar and choose Create Motion Tween. If you recall, I already explained all of this in previous lessons. Now the ball is ready for animation. I move to frame 15. While holding the Shift key, I use the Free Transform tool and drag the ball downward. This way, the ball moves toward the ground. Now, in the last frame, I want the ball to return to its original position. If I do this manually, the ball might not land in exactly the same place. So, I press Ctrl+Z and go back to frame 1. Here, I hold down the Alt key along with the left mouse button, drag, and release at frame 30. This way, I created a copy of that frame. So basically, if I play it now, the ball moves down and then comes back to its original place. I activate the loop mode and hit play. You see that the ball has a very simple movement. Now, I place the slider at frame 13. I want the ball, as it goes downward, to stretch a little. So, with the Free Transform tool, I make the ball narrower. But as you can see, when I do this, frame 15 is also affected, and the ball no longer returns to its normal shape. So I press Ctrl+Z. I only did this to show you that you must first click on each keyframe, then right-click and choose Insert Keyframe All. I repeat the same process for frame 15 as well. When we choose All, keyframes are created for all options like position, scale, rotation, and so on. Now I press All so that a keyframe is created for every option, which means when we add another keyframe later, this one won't disappear, and the ball's shape won't be lost. I select the last frame, right-click, and choose Insert Keyframe All. Now I return to frame 13 again. Using the Free Transform tool, I make the ball a little narrower and give it a stretched shape. You see that now at frame 15, the ball is back to its normal shape. So at frame 15, we have the ball in its normal form. Now I go to frame 17. From the same keyframe I just created, I make a copy. Holding down Alt and the left mouse button, I drag it and release it at frame 17. This way, the ball again takes the stretched position we made at frame 13. You can see here it's normal, and here again it's stretched. Because when the ball hits the ground and goes upward, it should have a stretching effect. At frame 15, when the ball hits the ground, it should have a squashed effect. So I select the ball with the Free Transform tool, hold down Alt, and drag it downward to squash it slightly. When the ball is squashed, it should also widen a bit. So now you see that a bounce effect is created for the ball, and then the ball returns to its original shape. But here too, when the character is supposed to hit the ball should again get slightly squashed. So, I squash it a bit. Now, to make sure that the exact same position and transformation happens at the last frame, I select this keyframe, then hold Alt and the left mouse button, and release it at the last frame. So, this keyframe is copied to the final frame as well. If I hit play now, you'll see the ball naturally bounces off the ground. Now we also need to animate the character's hand. At frame 1, the character hits the ball. When I reach frame 15, the character's hand should be raised again, because he is supposed to hit the ball again. So, with the selection tool, I select the character's layer and raise his hand. This position looks fine. Again, when the ball comes up, the character's hand should come down. So, on the character layer, I select this keyframe, hold Alt with the left mouse button, and release it here. Now, in the last frame, the character's hand returns to its initial position. Now I hit play. So, the animation is created, but it doesn't look natural yet. That's because when the character hits the ball, his hand should move faster, and also when the ball comes down, its movement should be faster than the natural pace. If you remember, in the previous lessons, I explained ease, which we use to change the speed and acceleration of an object's movement. So first, I select the ball layer. In the Properties panel, under Frame, you can see that in the Tweening section, there's an option called Ease. If I set Ease to -100 and press play, you'll see what happens. Well, this motion doesn't look natural. The ball is very slow at first. So I return to frame 1 again, and this time I set the ease value to 100. Now, if I press play, you'll see that the motion of the ball looks much more natural. When the ball goes up, it slows down, and when it's hit, it moves faster. Now we must do the same for the character's hand. I select the character layer. In the Properties panel, under Frame, the ease settings are available. Since these settings are related to the character's bones, the ease settings here are slightly different. I can choose different options for them. For example, I select this option and set its strength to 100, then hit play. This way, you see that now when the character's hand strikes the ball, it happens faster, and both the character and the ball move more naturally. I just remembered there's one more thing to do. When the character raises his hand here, his body should also move slightly backward. As a result, the character's movement becomes more natural. Now I press play. In this way, we managed to create this animation. If I also press Ctrl plus Enter to preview the project, you'll see that we've created a very fun and interesting animation. Well, this lesson comes to an end here. I'm Arash Adder, and in this video, continuing our Adobe Animate course, I'm going to teach you how to design an animation background. Scene or background design has a big impact on the quality of your animation and how it affects the audience. Before anything else, there are a few points about scene design I should mention. First, there are several ways to design a scene. For example, you can sketch your scene on paper, import that sketch into the software, and trace over it. Or you can build the scene using different objects, like importing a photo of a chair, a photo of a table, and arranging your scene from those elements. But the method I recommend is this: choose a photo that matches the layout you want to create. It can be any image. If you want to design a nature scene, pick a nature photo. If you want to design a room, search various sites for a room photo that's close to your mental design, import it, and then build your layout based on that reference. As an example, I'll import a photo I downloaded earlier. I'll select the image and scale it down a bit so you can see better. I want to create a scene that looks similar to this layout. Right now, the scene isn't cartoony, but once I design it, it will be suitable for making a cartoon/animation and I'll be able to use it. I'll zoom the photo in a bit. Another point, this white frame will be visible in the final output, so I'll enlarge the photo slightly. Also, avoid adding too much detail to the animation scene. There's no need, for instance, to draw the text on a book or overload the scene with tiny details. In this video, we just want to create the background and place a character in the scene. We'll also use shadows to add depth, and in the next lesson I'll show you how to create those shadows. After importing the photo, I'll lock its layer so it doesn't move while we're designing. To make drawing easier, I'll double-click this layer to open the Layer Properties panel, rename the layer to Pick, set its opacity to 50%, and set it to Guide so it won't appear in the final render. Then I'll click OK. This way, the image becomes lighter and it's easier to design over it. For now, I'll return the layer's visibility to normal. In this corner, I want to create a few squares for the scene's colors. Basically, I'm going to pick colors directly from the image, and later I'll apply those colors to the elements I draw. First, I'll create a new layer, choose the rectangle tool, and draw a square. I'll double-click the square and convert it to an object so it keeps both fill and stroke together. Now I'll hold Alt and make 2 copies. I'll select them all again, hold Alt, and duplicate the whole row once more. I'll name this layer Color. With the Free Transform tool, I'll select the first square, then use the eyedropper to sample a color from the wall. I'll select the second square and, again with the eyedropper, pick a color from the floor. I'll select the third square and sample a color from this picture frame. Next, I'll grab the sofa color, then the cushion color, and finally I'll assign the carpet/rug color to the last square. Later, if we want, we can always tweak these colors. I'll double-click this color layer as well, set it to guide so it won't show in the final render, click OK, and lock it so the squares won't move. For the scene design itself, I'll mainly use the pen tool and the line tool. For the wall and the floor, I'll use rectangles. Start with the farthest object in the scene here, the wall sits behind everything. So I'll create a new layer and name it Wall. Using a rectangle, I'll draw the wall. It's totally fine if the shape extends beyond the document, only what's inside the document bounds will be visible. I'll select the wall and use the eyedropper to give it the wall color. I'll right-click on the wall layer and duplicate it. I'll rename the copy to Floor and move it downward. I don't need a stroke, so I'll remove it. I'll position the floor here, select it, and use the eyedropper to give it the floor color. For now, I'll lock and hide the wall layer. I'll set the floor layer's opacity to 50% to make it lighter and adjust its position slightly. Now I'll choose the line tool and draw the lines on the floor. I'll set the stroke thickness to 2 and draw the floor lines. After creating the lines, I'll double-click the floor layer with Free Transform, restore the opacity to normal, and click OK. Now I'll delete the extra line segments. I'll zoom in so you can see better, click each line, and delete it up to where the scene actually exists. I'll select the photo layer and set its opacity to 50%. If I press Ctrl+Enter, you can see we've designed the floor. I'll lock and then hide the floor layer since we don't need it right now. I'll create a new layer and name it Frame, for the wall picture frame. I'll zoom in a bit to draw more precisely and design the frame with the line tool. Once the frame is drawn, I'll choose a color and fill it with the Paint Bucket tool. There's no need to draw whatever image goes inside the frame, we can draw anything, but it isn't necessary. Our goal is to create the overall scene layout for animation. I'll press Ctrl plus Enter to preview what we've drawn. I'll hide and lock this layer as well. Next, I'll create a new layer to design the sofa. I'll zoom in and start drawing the sofa with the pen tool. If you remember, we covered all these tools in previous lessons. I'll copy the shape I just created with Ctrl plus C and Ctrl plus V and move it to the other side of the sofa. I'll select it again, right-click, and flip it. After finishing the sofa, I'll lock and hide its layer since we don't need it for the moment. Now I'll design the cushions and also this cloth draped over the sofa. I'll create a new layer for the cushions and rename it. I'll color a cushion, hold Alt to make a copy, and place it here. I'll hold Alt again to make another copy. I'll make one more copy of the cushion. I'll double-click on the cushion shapes and convert them to objects. If we want one cushion to appear in front of another, press Ctrl plus up arrow. If we want it behind, press Ctrl plus down arrow. Both cushions need to be converted to objects for stacking order to work as expected. I'll darken the fabric and the cushions. If I press Ctrl plus Enter, you can see the result. I'll adjust the cushion colors again to reach the shades I want. For the books, I'll create a new layer and continue drawing. After finishing the design, I'll turn on all the layers. As you can see, we've designed this entire scene and it looks pretty nice. I'll press Ctrl plus Enter to preview the result. Here, you can see that this shape sits on top of the cushion but should go underneath. So I'll select its layer and move it below the cushion layer. Now you can see it's exactly under the cushion. I'll select that element as well, double-click it, and convert it to an object. So, we've designed the scene. I'll teach you how to create lighting and shadows in the next lesson so you can add them to the scene and make it look more natural. In this video, I'm going to teach you how to create light in a scene and how to turn a lamp on and off. If you remember, in the previous lesson we designed a scene in Adobe Animate based on a photo. Now I want to show you how to add light into the scene. For example, for this lampshade shown in the picture, we will create light for it and then learn how to turn the light on and off so that the scene becomes darker or brighter. First, I create a new layer at the very top and name it Light. After creating this layer, I go to the lampshade layer that I built in the previous lesson. When I click on it, the entire lampshade is selected. But using the free transform tool, I only select the top part of it, the place where the light should come out. Then I press Ctrl+C to copy that part. Above the light layer, I create a new layer and paste the copied part exactly in place using Ctrl+Shift+V. Now I need to select all the layers except the light layer and the one I just created. I click on one layer, scroll down to the wall layer, hold Shift and click to select them all. The two layers related to color and image that we created in the previous lesson are not needed here. I right-click on the selected layers and choose Convert to Symbol so that all of them are turned into one symbol. Now the scene is cleaner, one layer for the part where the light comes out, one light layer, and one symbol layer for the whole scene. The two other layers are locked and won't affect anything. Now I select the light layer. I zoom in a little on the area to see it better. Then I right-click and choose the Polystar tool. Here I can specify the number of sides. For example, I set it to 3 to create a triangle. I try to make the triangle point upwards, with the base downwards. Its color is black. I double-click on it and convert it into an object so that both fill and stroke will appear together whenever I select it in the color panel. Then I place it in the proper position and enlarge it a bit. By holding Alt and dragging the shape, I make copies and extend it downward to create the beam of light. I repeat this a few times until the initial shape of the light is formed. I don't need the top part of the shape that sticks out of the lamp. With the free transform tool, I double-click on the shape, select the extra part, and press Delete. This way, the initial shape of the light is created. I go back to the main scene. In the light layer, I want to soften the sharp corners of the light shape. Again, I double-click on it with the free transform tool. Then, using the subselection tool, I select the corner points and, while holding Alt, I drag them to create a rounded shape. I do this on both sides so that the light looks softer and more natural. Now back in the scene, you can see that the light layer is placed under the lampshade, making it appear as if the light is shining out from inside it. From the window menu, I open the color panel and place it beside the scene. I select the light layer and apply a linear gradient. Since light is more intense near the lamp and gradually decreases as it moves away, I adjust the gradient angle to reflect this effect. I double-click on the black color stop and change it to a light yellow. Then I double-click on the other stop and set it to a darker yellow for the end of the beam. To make the light more realistic, I adjust the alpha, transparency. For the beginning of the light, I set the alpha to 80 so the background can still be seen through it. For the end of the beam, I set the alpha to 20 so the intensity is weaker. I also remove the stroke, outline, to make the light look more natural. If needed, I can add a third color to the gradient. By clicking on the midpoint, I choose another yellow and set its alpha to 5. This gives the light a smoother, more natural look. Then, by adjusting the gradient sliders, I fine-tune the brightness until it looks the way I want. Now I no longer need the color panel, so I close it. After adjusting the gradient, I select the light shape, right-click, and choose Convert to Symbol. I set it as a symbol in graphic mode. Next, I go to the Filters panel. I click the plus sign, plus symbol, and select the blur filter to soften the sharp edges of the light. I increased the blur amount slightly, around 20, so the light looks more realistic. The blur quality can also be set to medium or high. To test the effect, I press Ctrl plus Enter. Now the light appears softer and more natural. If I want the light to be stronger, I simply enlarge its size and press Ctrl plus Enter again. But this is only the first part of the work. We also need the scene to brighten when the lamp is on, and darken when the lamp is off. To do this, in the timeline I select only the top 3 layers, the scene symbol, the light, and the lampshade, and extend them to frame 60. Then I select the Insert Frame option to add frames. I go to the light layer. At frame 15, I set the alpha value to 0 so the light disappears. At frame 30, I set the alpha back to 100 so the light is fully visible. At frame 1, I also make sure the alpha is 100. Finally, at frame 45, I set the alpha to 0 again so the light turns off. If I play the scene, you'll see the light turning off and on in sequence. When the light turns off, the whole scene should also become darker. To do this, at frame 15 I click on the scene symbol layer. In the Color Effects section, I select Brightness and set it to -30 or -35. This makes the scene darker at the same time the lamp turns off. At frame 30, where the light is on, I set the brightness back to 0 so the scene looks natural and bright again. At frame 45, I once again set the brightness to -30 so the scene darkens in sync with the light turning off. I also create a keyframe in the last frame. Finally, if I play the scene, Ctrl plus Enter, you can see that not only does the light turn on and off, but the scene also brightens and darkens accordingly. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. In this continuation of the Adobe Animate tutorial series, in this video I'm going to show you how to create shadows, glows, and other filters. Before we begin, if you haven't subscribed to my channel yet, make sure to hit the subscribe button right now so you don't miss any of my upcoming videos. Alright, if you've watched the previous lessons, you'll remember that we designed this scene based on a photo. We added lighting to the scene and placed all the layers inside a single symbol, except for the light layer and the lampshade layer. Now I want to create a shadow. To do that, I'll enter the symbol layer. For example, I'll double-click on the painting. It doesn't matter which element, because the entire scene has been converted into a symbol. Now I'm inside the symbol and I can select each part separately. First, I select the canvas, zoom in a little, and apply a shadow. After selecting it, I'll go to the Properties, Filters panel. If you look closely, you'll see a plus sign plus. Click on it to reveal the list of available filters. The first option is Drop Shadow, which is used to add shadows. As soon as I click it, a shadow appears behind the painting. To increase the distance of the shadow from the painting, I'll adjust the distance value. As you can see, the shadow moves farther away. This distance looks fine for me. Then, I can change the shadow angle in the angle section. Since the light source is on this side, the shadow needs to fall on the opposite side. By adjusting the angle, I place the shadow exactly where it should be. From the strength option, I can make the shadow darker or lighter. After zooming in, I notice that the shadow is too dark and black. So I'll reduce the strength until it looks more natural. I can also adjust the blur of the shadow. Increasing the blur makes the shadow softer and more diffused, while decreasing it gives sharper edges. These settings depend on the scene. To make the shadow more visible, I'll increase the distance slightly. In the shadow color section, I can change its color green, red, or any other. But usually black looks the most natural. If I want to temporarily disable the shadow, I can click the eye icon. The shadow disappears, and clicking again will bring it back. There's also a trash bin icon to completely delete the filter if needed. Another option is knockout. When enabled, only the shadow remains visible while the main object becomes transparent. Increasing the distance shows only the outer edge of the shadow. There is also inner shadow, which creates shadows inside the object instead of outside. Its angle and settings are similar to drop shadow. Another feature is hide object. When enabled, the main object disappears, leaving only its shadow behind. Finally, the quality setting controls the sharpness of the shadow. The higher the quality, the smoother and more realistic the shadow edges appear. Now I'll reduce the distance a little so the shadow looks more natural. The same settings can be applied to other objects in the scene. For example, if I select the cushions and add a drop shadow, the effect will apply to all the cushions within that layer. After that, I can adjust distance, strength, or opacity to make the shadows look consistent with the lighting. Again, I can toggle the shadow on or off using the eye icon. Adding shadows to different objects makes the final scene more lively and realistic. Now let's move on to a new document. I'll draw a rectangle, convert it to an object, and go to the Filters panel to test the other filters. The first one is Blur. Increasing the blur softens the edges of the shape. I can also change the quality from low to high. This is the same filter we used earlier to create lighting effects. Next is Glow. This filter adds a glow around the edges. When I enable it, a red glow appears. I can increase the glow size, change its color, or adjust the strength and quality settings. There's also Inner Glow, which creates the glow inside the shape instead of outside. Outer Glow works on the outer edges. The knockout option here hides the inner fill of the object, leaving only the glow visible. The next filter is Bevel, which gives the object a raised or embossed look. Increasing the distance makes the shape look three-dimensional. I can change the highlight and shadow colors, for example, using red to make the effect clear. The blur value here softens or sharpens the edges of the bevel. The strength slider controls the intensity of the bevel. Adjusting the angle changes the light direction, making it appear as if the light source is coming from above. In the Type section, I can choose Inner, Outer, or Full to decide where the bevel effect applies. And just like before, the quality can be set to low, medium, or high for better results. There's also a trash bin icon to completely delete the filter if needed. The next filter is Gradient Glow. It's similar to Glow, but allows multiple colors in a gradient. For example, I can set the glow to transition from green to red. By adjusting blur, distance, and angle, I can fine-tune the look. If I want to remove a gradient color, I simply drag it down to delete it. This filter also supports inner, outer, and full modes, plus adjustable quality. Next is Gradient Bevel, which works like bevel but with gradient colors for multi-tone embossed effects. After that comes Adjust Color. This filter lets me change the appearance of an object. Brightness controls lightness or darkness. Hue shifts all colors to different tones. Saturation adjusts how vivid or dull the colors are. Contrast increases or decreases the difference between light and dark areas. This filter is very useful for creating visual variations. One important thing is that you can apply multiple filters to a single object at the same time. For example, I can first add a drop shadow and then add a blur on top of it. Now the object has both a shadow and a blur effect. You can stack as many filters as you like. If one is no longer needed, delete it, or click the gear icon and choose Remove All to clear them all at once. Another note, when you apply a filter to an object, it remains on that object across all frames, unless you remove it at a specific frame. For example, suppose the stage light turns off at frame 15. To remove the canvas shadow at that point, I go to the canvas symbol, create a few frames, select frame 15, and remove the shadow filter. From that frame onward, the canvas shadow disappears. If I want the shadow to come back later, I simply add the filter again in a new frame. Sometimes we need to use the same filter on multiple objects. In that case, click the gear icon on the first object's frame, select Copy All Filters, then go to another object's frame and choose Paste Filters. The exact same filter settings will be applied. If a shadow appears darker than expected, it might be because the filter was applied twice. Just delete one of them to fix it. For instance, if I've added a shadow to a painting, I can copy and paste it onto books, cushions, or a carpet, and they'll all have the same shadow. We can also temporarily disable a filter using the eye icon. We can also use the Enable All or Disable All options to turn filters on and off. And there's another option called Save as Preset. This lets us store the filter settings under a name, like Shadow 12, and reuse it on other objects later. Now I can select an object and apply the filter I saved to it from the Filters panel. So, as we've seen, in Adobe Animate we can apply many different filters: drop shadow, blur, glow, bevel, gradient glow, gradient bevel, and adjust color. Each one can be customized, combined, and animated to create professional-looking effects. That brings us to the end of this lesson. In continuation of the Adobe Animate tutorials, in this video I'm going to teach you how to use the camera tool. You'll learn how to zoom in on the scene, create movement, apply rotation, set up parenting or linking, and several other features, all of which I will explain step by step. Just don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you'll be notified when new videos are released. As you can see, in my document I've brought in a scene from the Asset panel, which I explained in a previous lesson. I've also placed a background and a dog character here. Right now I have two layers, but I also want to bring in the character we designed in the previous lesson into this scene. I right-click on the character layer and choose Copy Layer. Then I go into my new document, right-click on one of the layers, and select Paste Layers. When I do this, the software shows a message saying that some library items already exist and asks whether I want to replace them or import them as duplicates. I choose the first option and click OK. This way, the character gets imported into the scene. After the character is imported, I hold down the Shift key to scale it up a little and place it in the right spot. I can also make small adjustments to it using the Selection tool. Notice that the layer I imported came along with all the bones and settings that we had already created for the character. Now, to add a camera to the scene, I click on the three dots next to the toolbar. Because the camera tool may not be displayed by default. From this menu I select the camera tool and drag and drop it into the toolbar. As soon as I select it, a camera layer is created and placed above all the other layers. I recommend always keeping the camera layer at the very top. When the camera layer is created, a new slider also appears at the top of the timeline with two icons. The first icon is for zooming the camera, and the second is for rotating the camera. To create camera movement, I go to frame 30 and hold down the left mouse button so the frames turn blue. Then I choose Insert Keyframe to create keyframes for all layers. Next, I right-click on the camera layer and select Create Classic Tween. This way, the camera layer in the timeline turns purple. Now I go back to frame 1. Remember, in the final output, only the part inside the blue rectangle is visible. Anything outside the camera frame won't be shown in the render. On frame 1, I zoom in a little. But in the last frame I haven't made any changes. So in frame 1, I increase the camera zoom. You'll see that the character also moves together with the camera zoom. To fix this issue, I press Ctrl+Z to return the camera to its previous state. Next to the layers, there are two small camera icons. By clicking on these icons, I can disable them. At the end of the video, I'll explain their purpose to you. When we turn off the camera icons and zoom again, now you can see that the camera zooms without any problem. Notice that my camera frame is positioned here. Now I hold down the left mouse button and drag to the left. This way, the camera also moves to the left. Then I zoom in a little more. So what happens now? At frame 1 I zoomed in, but since we didn't make any changes in the last keyframe, you can see that the further I drag the slider forward, the zoom of the camera decreases. In fact, the zoom level goes down. I press play, did you see? At the beginning the camera was zoomed in. And by the end the camera returned to its original position. If I want to test just this part, I can use the shortcut Ctrl+Enter. Or go to the Control menu and select Test. Both methods work the same way. Now I'm back at frame 1 again. This time, instead of zoom, I select the rotation option. When I change the rotation value, you can see that the camera rotates. Now, if I move the slider forward, you'll see that at the start the camera is rotated. And by the end it returns to its original state. I press play. Aside from these two options, zoom and rotation, in the Properties panel we can also move the camera along the X and Y axes. Just remember that the camera layer must be selected. You can do this either through the camera slider or by entering numerical values in the Properties panel. If we want the camera to return to its initial state, we can use the Reset button. For example, if we reset the zoom, the magnification will return to 100%. If we reset the rotation, the angle goes back to 0. This way, we can very quickly return everything to the default settings. I go to the last frame and zoom in a little again. In this same panel, we can also use color effects. For example, I select the brightness option so that the image becomes darker or brighter at the end. At the beginning, the camera is in its normal state, and as the animation continues, the scene gradually gets darker, or we can make it brighter instead. You can try out all of these effects yourself. Or we can set the value back to 0 so everything returns to normal. Also, in the same section we can use alpha or other color modes. In addition to these, in the filters section we can add effects such as blur to the camera. For example, in the last frame, if we activate the camera's blur filter, the higher the value, the more the scene gradually becomes blurry. As a result, the image is clear at first but becomes blurred at the end. I press Ctrl+Enter to see a preview. Now, I'm in the last frame. I select the camera tool panel and delete the blur effect. Then I reset the first and last frames so that everything goes back to its original state. Once again, in the last frame I zoom in slightly on the character's face. You can see that the camera frame is now positioned here. Now I want to create a short pause for the camera. To do this, I select frame 45 of all the layers and choose Insert Frame. This way, frames are added. On frame 45, which belongs to the camera layer, I click and create a keyframe so the camera remains still for a few moments. This way, from frame 30 to 45, the camera stays still. Now I move to frame 75, insert frames again so they're created, and add another keyframe for the camera layer. At keyframe 75, I want the camera frame to be positioned on the dog. Make sure the camera frame doesn't move outside the scene. I right-click on one of the frames we created and choose Create Classic Tween. You can also right-click directly on the timeline and select Create Classic Tween there. So now, if I press play, at the beginning the camera moves, then it stops, and then it moves again onto this dog character. I press Ctrl+Enter so you can see the preview. With this method, the camera first zooms in, stays still for a short time, and then moves onto the dog. Sometimes we may want the camera to jump suddenly, without a smooth motion, to another point. To do this, I add another keyframe, and in this new keyframe I move the camera so it's positioned on the male character. I zoom in a little more. This way, the camera immediately jumps to the new spot, creating a fast cut. I press play. I zoom out a bit in the scene so I can see everything. Another important feature is the Attach option. With this tool, we can attach one or more layers to the camera. When we do this, every movement of the camera is also applied to that layer. For example, if I select the dog layer and activate Attach, a blue frame appears around the dog character. Now, as the camera moves, the dog moves along with it. This feature is very useful in certain animations. Keep in mind that when a layer is attached, in that same scene you can't turn it on or off. To change this, you need to create a new scene. In future lessons, I'll explain how to create new scenes. Finally, a few closing notes. You can first create the camera movement and then animate the character. Or the other way around, animate the character first and then add the camera. Both methods are correct, it depends on your project's needs. Alright, that's the end of this tutorial. If you enjoyed this lesson, don't forget to hit the like button. Continuing with our Adobe Animate course from beginner to advanced, in this video I'm going to show you how to create scenes in animation. Each scene is basically a unique image or camera angle inside your animation. A collection of scenes works kind of like a series of film shots, put together in a certain order to build the animated story. When you create a new document, on the left you'll see something called Scene 1. If you click on it, you'll notice we only have one scene to start with. Next, let's check out the document settings. If you go to the Properties panel and select your document with the free Transform tool, in the document settings you'll see the document I created is 1280 by 720, running at 30 frames per second. The important thing here is that any new scene I add later will automatically use the same size and settings. Now, let's go to the Assets panel and add a background and a character to our project. In the Animate section under Character, I'll scroll down and grab a walking character, drop it into the stage, and there we go, it's placed in the scene. Then I'll close Animate, head over to Static, and choose a background. I'll drag and drop it into my document, wait a moment for it to load, and then scale it up by holding Shift from the corner. Finally, I'll move the background layer to the very bottom so our dog character is visible on top. By default, this background only comes in with one frame. So I'll click and drag up to the frame where the dog ends, right-click, and hit Insert Frame so the background extends across the timeline. That gives us our first scene. Now at the last frame, I'll select only the dog, hold Shift, and move it forward a little bit. This spot looks good. To make the animation longer, I'll select both frames and drag them out to about frame 75. On the dog layer, I'll right-click and choose Create Classic Tween. If I hit play, you'll see the dog moves across the scene. Next, I want my animation to jump right into another scene with a new character. So I'll open the Scene panel from Window. The shortcut is Shift plus F2. Here you can see Scene 1. To make a new scene, I just click the plus button, Add Scene, and now we've got Scene 2. Inside Scene 2, I'll drag in another background, scale it with Shift, and place it nicely. I'll lock the layer so it doesn't get moved accidentally. Now I'll go back to Animate and pick a new character for the scene, let's say a crab. I'll drag and drop it into place, and now the crab is part of this scene. So now in Scene 2 I have this animation, and in Scene 1 I have the dog animation. That means we've created two separate animations. But if I just press play, Animate only shows the scene I'm currently on. To preview everything together, I press Ctrl plus Enter or go to Control Test. You'll see that as soon as Scene 1 finishes, Scene 2 automatically plays. This keeps looping in preview, but in the final export it will play through the scenes once in order. Let's go back to Scene 1 and make a copy. I'll click Duplicate, wait for it to generate, and rename it to Scene 3. I'll drag it down so the order is Scene 1, then Scene 2, then Scene 3. Now, scene 3 is just a copy of scene 1. Now I want this dog, which is moving along the path, to come back and walk the path in reverse. I'll only keep these last 2 keyframes so that I can continue the character's animation in the third scene. So, I place the timeline marker here and hold down the left mouse button. I select all of these frames except the last 2 keyframes, and I can either click Remove Frames or right-click and choose Remove Frames from the menu. It makes no difference. As you can see, it only removed the frames from the dog's layer, and now only the last keyframe remains. For the scene layer, I'll do exactly the same thing. Technically, it isn't necessary, but I'll do it anyway so you can see how it works. So, in scene 3 we only have 2 keyframes. I'll select the dog, right-click, go to Transform, and choose Flip Horizontal so the direction flips. If I double-click on the dog, you'll notice its walking cycle frames are already there by default. These are built into the character, so we don't need to touch them. Now, at frame 75, I hold down the left mouse button on both layers. This way, the frames turn blue, and then I click on Insert Frame. This creates additional frames for me. Next, I move to the last frame, click on the dog, hold down Shift, and move it forward. Finally, I right-click here and select Create Classic Tween. If I go back to Control Test, here's what happens. First the dog walks forward, then scene 2 plays with the crab, and then in scene 3 the dog walks back. This keeps looping smoothly. That's the power of scenes. You can chain them together however you want. In fact, I could rearrange them so scene 3 comes before scene 2, giving me a different playback order. When I test again, you'll see the scenes play in this new sequence. Let's add a camera to scene 1. Sometimes you need to follow your character from different angles. So at frame 1 in scene 1, I'll click on the camera button. This way, the camera is created. I zoom in a little on the dog character. In the lesson about the camera, we said that these lines represent the camera frame, so I adjust it. Then I go to the very last frame here and move the camera forward. This position looks good. Now I right-click on the camera layer and choose Create Classic Tween. If I press play, you can see that the camera moves in this scene and also zooms in a little. I can even increase the zoom so that you can see it more clearly. Now, from the control menu, I select Test. You can see that first, we zoom in on the dog, then we view the dog again from a farther angle, and after that, the next scene is displayed in this way. So, as I mentioned, we can use camera angles both within a single scene and across different scenes. Here I move back a little. I could create cameras for all the scenes, but for this example, I only added one for scene 1. Finally, in order to export all the scenes in sequence, I go to the File menu, then Export, and choose Export Video/Media. If you remember from earlier lessons, I showed you how to export or render an animation. But when we have multiple scenes, we must select this option so that it exports all the scenes, in the same order they appear in the scene panel. We can also change the format here, which I already explained in detail before. If you want to render just one scene separately, you can come here, select Scene, choose the scene you want, and click Export. But in the end, I click on Entire Movie so it exports all of my scenes. When I click Export, it takes me to Adobe Media Encoder. If I press Start here, the animation will be exported for me. Lastly, if there's any scene you don't need and want to delete, just select it here, click the delete button, and confirm with OK. For example, scene 3 is removed this way. Alright, that's the end of this tutorial. Continuing the Adobe Animate software tutorial from beginner to advanced levels, in this video I will teach you how to move an object along a path. We will define this path ourselves, and the object will move according to it. If you haven't subscribed to my channel yet, hit the subscribe button right now so you don't miss my future videos. In this video, I want to import a fish shape and define a path for it so that the fish moves along that path. Of course, instead of a fish, you can use a picture of an airplane, a rocket, a ball, or anything else, it doesn't matter. First, I'll select the rectangle tool and create a rectangle like this. I'll also choose blue for its color. Then I'll lock its layer so it doesn't move. Now I'll create a new layer and name it Fish. On my computer, I'll hold the left mouse button on the fish image and drag and drop it onto the document. The fish will be imported this way. I'll right-click on it and from the Transform section, select the Flip Horizontal option to reverse the direction of the fish. Now I need to convert the fish into a symbol. I'll right-click on it again and select Convert to Symbol. You can choose either graphic or movie clip mode. I'll choose graphic mode and press the OK button. Our fish has now been converted into a symbol. I'll hold the Shift key and use the free Transform tool to make it much smaller. I think this size is suitable, and I'll place it here. Now I'll zoom in a little more. I'll click on the fish layer to select it. Then I'll right-click and click the Add Classic Motion Guide option. This will create a new layer named Guide Fish with a different shape. Now we can create the fish's movement path in this layer. I'll select the guide layer and also select the pen tool. To make the path more visible, I'll slightly increase the stroke size. Remember that the path on the guide fish layer will not be visible in the final output. I'll click here with the pen tool. I'll click at the start of the path and do this several times to create my desired path. Here, I'll hold down the left mouse button and drag to make the path more curved. Finally, I want the fish to exit the scene, so I'll click outside the scene so the fish also exits the scene later in the process. Now I'll use the free Transform tool to select the fish again. I want to place it at the beginning of the path. In the document settings, I'll enable the Snap to Objects option. This way, when you place the fish, it will snap to the path. I'll place it at the beginning of the path. Now, at frame 300, I'll hold the left mouse button and drag until the frames for the background, guide, and fish layers in the timeline turn blue. Then I'll click the Insert Frame option to create frames for them. I'll select the last frame of the fish layer and click the Insert Keyframe option. Now I'll select the fish with the free Transform tool, drag it, and place it at the end of the path. This way, we have defined the beginning and end of the path. I'll go back to frame 1. I'll select the fish layer again, right-click, and select the Create Classic Tween option. Now you can see that the fish moves along the path. I'll press the play button. It's clear that the fish moves on the path, but it doesn't rotate with the path and remains in one direction. For example, when the fish moves upwards, its head should move upwards, but no change occurs. To fix this, select the fish layer again, and in the Properties panel under the Tweening section, check the Orient to Path option to activate it. Now, at frame 1, I first need to adjust the fish's direction myself. I'll rotate it slightly here so the fish's head is up. I'll place the slider on the last frame and adjust the fish's direction slightly. I'll go back to frame 1 again. You can see that the fish moves along the path. I'll play it again. When the path goes down, the fish's head goes down and it continues the path this way. As I mentioned earlier, this path will not be visible in the final output. Let me go to frame 1 and from the Control section, click the Test option to see the preview. In the preview, you can see that the path is not visible at all, and our fish moves in the water this way. Finally, I'll tell you a few things that you shouldn't forget. If you want the fish's movement to be slower, you need to increase the number of frames. For example, I created the animation in 300 frames, you should create the animation with 400 or 450 frames. If you want the fish's movement to be faster, you need to use fewer frames, for example, 200 or 100 frames. This way, the fish's movement will be faster. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Practice all these points to master them well. Until the next video, bye for now. Continuing our Adobe Animate tutorials from beginner to advanced levels, in this video, you'll learn how to use the Motion Presets panel to create pre-configured movements. This will save you a lot of time. To access the Motion Presets panel, go to the Window menu and select Motion Presets. A new window will open with two folders. The first folder shows you the ready-made presets that come with the software, and the second folder is for the movements you create and save as a preset yourself. I'll teach you how to save these movements later in this lesson. Now, I'm going to open the default presets folder. You can see there are various options here. For example, if I click on Bounce in 3D, it shows you a preview of the ready-made motion. To use this preset, you must first create a shape. It can be a circle or a rectangle, it doesn't matter. I'll right-click here, select the oval tool, and hold the Shift key to create a perfect circle. An important point is that you must select your shape, right-click, and convert it to a movie clip symbol to be able to use these presets. So remember to choose the movie clip option and then click OK. After your shape is converted to a symbol, select it again with the free Transform tool. Now I've selected the Bounce in 3D preset, which means it bounces inwards. If I click Apply, you'll see a motion tween has been created in the timeline. You can see a series of keyframes here, and the animation type is motion tween. This is why we can see the path of the ball's movement. If I play it, the animation runs. Notice that because it's bounce in, the ball seems to be coming towards us, getting bigger as it moves forward. Now, if we want to increase the ball's movement speed, it's very easy from the timeline. Where the cursor changes to two arrows, I'll hold the left mouse button and drag it inwards. You can see our motion is much smaller, so as a result, the speed also increases. If I play it, you'll see how much faster it is. And if I want the speed to be slower again, I'll hold the left mouse button on this edge and drag it further out to slow down the ball's movement. I'll click the play button again. I can now select this layer again. I'll shorten the animation to about 60 frames. I'll select the ball layer and this time choose Bounce Out 3D. You can see that the ball now moves and bounces outwards. If I click Apply again, the software asks if I want to replace the previous preset. I'll say yes. So, if I play it now, the ball seems to move outwards. There are other bounce options as well. I'll make the panel a bit bigger so we can see the options better. You can also choose the bounce smooth option and use that motion. Now I'll place the slider on frame 1. I'll create a new layer and delete the previous one. From the Shapes section, I'll right-click and select the Rectangle tool to create a rectangle. Now we can use the Fly presets. For example, Fly In. If I click on it, you'll see that my shape moves from the bottom to the top. But before that, I need to select my shape, right-click, and convert it to a movie clip symbol and click OK. Now, if I select the rectangle and place it at the bottom, I can click the Apply button and my shape will move to the top. Now I'll place the slider on frame 1. When you've created the movement, you can select the shape itself with the Free Transform tool and place it wherever you want to make changes to the animation. I'll press Ctrl+Z to go back to the previous state. Also, if you click on the layer to select the entire shape and frames, you can use the Free Transform tool to move the whole shape and the path of the shape's movement. For example, I can place it at the bottom so the shape enters the scene from the bottom. Now if I play it, the rectangle comes up like this. I can even select just the shape in the last frame and, while holding the Shift key, move it higher to create a change in the animation. I'll play it again. My shape comes from the bottom and ends up at the top. If I press Ctrl+Enter or select the test option from the Control section, you'll see that such an animation is created for us. I'll also create a few extra frames using the Insert Frame button so my shape stays static for a moment. I'll hit the test option again to see the preview. You can try and test other options, like different types of presets, yourself to see how you can use them. Now I'll create a new layer and delete the previous one. This time, I want to combine a shape and text and then give it a preset. I'll create a rectangle. Using the text tool on the same layer, I'll click and write something like Arash Adder. Now I'll select it, choose white for its color, and place and adjust it in the center of the rectangle. Now I have both a shape and text. I'll select both of them simultaneously with the Free Transform tool, right-click, and convert them to a movie clip symbol. I'll click OK. Now I can choose the Fly and Blur Left option and click Apply. This animation is created for me. I'll place the rectangle and its motion outside the stage. If I play it, you'll see that the text and shape come from outside and land inside. Let's see the preview. Remember that when you export it, the animation will only play once. I'll add a few more frames so the animation pauses a bit at the end. I'll create a new layer and delete the previous one. I can create a blue circle. If we have a lot of items in the panel, we can type the name of the preset we want in the search box. For example, I want to call up the wave preset. If I type wave here, it finds it quickly. When I click on it, it shows me a preview. I'll select the circle, press F8 to convert it to a movie clip symbol, and click OK. Now all I have to do is click the Apply button. If you play it, you'll see that the animation runs for you. I'll press Ctrl plus Enter and you can see how quickly this motion is created for us. This time, create a new layer and create a long text in it. For example, use the text tool to create a text box and write some letters in it. Then, as an example, select the text scroll preset. You can see that its preview looks like this. To apply it, you must convert the text to a movie clip. I'll right-click on the text, convert it to a movie clip symbol, and click OK. Then I'll select the preset and click Apply. Just like that, the animation is created for us in this way. Keep in mind that the motion will always begin from the point where you position the slider on the timeline. Now I can select all the frames and move them to start from the beginning. I'll play it. There are other presets in the panel, such as spiral or smoke, and various other modes that you can use. Now let's create a new preset ourselves and save it. I'll create a new layer and delete the previous one. Now I'll place the slider on frame 1. I'll select the rectangle tool and create a square. I'll also change its color. Now I'll select the shape I've created with the free transform tool and press F8 to convert it to a movie clip symbol and click OK. We have many frames in the timeline. I'll select the extra frames and choose Remove Frames to delete them. Now I'll place the shape in this location. I'll go to frame 50 and press the Insert Frame button. Now I'll right-click and select the Create Motion Tween option. Now I'll go to the last frame and, while holding the Shift key and the left mouse button, move the shape forward. This creates the motion. In the last frame, using the free transform tool, I'll rotate the shape. So my shape is both rotating and moving forward. If I click on the last frame so that only the last frame is blue, you can see that from the frame section, I can determine how many turns my shape should rotate. Here it says the square has rotated 179 degrees. I can determine how many turns it rotates in the rotate section instead of using the angle number. For example, here I'll say it should rotate 3 times. Now I'll place the slider on frame 1. Now I'll click on the layer to select all the frames. From the Object section, I'll slightly reduce the size of the square. In the last frame, from the Object section, I'll make the size a bit larger. This way, our shape starts smaller and then gets bigger. Also, I'll go to frame 1 again, click on the layer to select all the frames. In the Object section, from the Color Effects section, I'll select the Alpha option and set the alpha to 0 at the beginning. Next, I move the slider to the last frame, click here again, and in the Object panel, I set the alpha value to 100. So this way, my shape is both small and hidden at first, and over time, the shape appears and also gets bigger. Now, if I want to save this motion, I must first click on the shape layer with the free transform tool to select it. Then, in the Motion Presets panel, click on the Save Selection option. Choose a name for the preset. For example, I'll type the number 11 and click the OK button. Now you can see that a new preset has been created in the Custom Presets folder, which we can use in other projects. You can also create a new folder and put your desired presets in it, or you can select a folder or a preset and click the Delete button to delete it. Now from the File menu, I'll create a new document to use this motion that we saved. This time, instead of a square shape, I'll use another shape, for example, a pentagon. I'll select it, press F8 to convert it to a movie clip symbol, and click OK. Now all I have to do is select this preset that we saved and click the Apply button. This way, you can see that the motion we created is created very quickly and saves us time. If I play it, everything we did and saved before now plays again. In the end, you can create as many of these motion presets as you want and then use them very easily in different animations. This tutorial is over. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel if you haven't already, and I'd appreciate it if you liked the video. Continuing the Adobe Animate tutorial series from beginner to advanced levels, in this video I'll teach you about the Width tool, the Pencil tool, and the Brush Library panel, which are very important and useful for designing characters and objects. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel so you won't miss future tutorials. The first tool I want to teach you is the Width tool. This tool doesn't appear in the default Tools panel, so we need to click on the three dots. You can see that the Width tool is here. So, I hold down the left mouse button on the Width tool and place it alongside the other tools. Then I click here to close the panel. Now, when I click on the Width tool and hold down the left mouse button on the stage, you'll see that nothing happens. That's because to use this tool, you first need to create a line. So I take the Line tool, hold the Shift key, and draw a line like this. As I mentioned before, once you draw a line and select it, you can choose whether the edges are rounded or sharp. For now, I'll choose the rounded option. In this case, I'll select the Width tool. When you hover your mouse over the line, you'll see the center line displayed. Anywhere you want to make changes, hold down the left mouse button. For example, I'll hold down the left button at the end of the line and drag my mouse downward. You can see that this creates a shape like this. Or, if I want to make this section narrower, I adjust it this way. Now we have a completely unique line. Let me create another line, select the Width tool again, close this section, and increase it here. Now the line looks like a drop of water. So, using the Width tool, you can make any adjustments you like to your lines. I press Ctrl+Z to undo and bring the line back to its original state. Now, suppose I want to save this line so I can reuse it later. All I need to do is select it with the free Transform tool. In the Properties panel under Object, you'll see the shape displayed. I click the three dots and choose Add to Profile. I'll give it a name, like 33, and click OK. From now on, whenever you select the Line tool, you'll see 33 written here, along with the saved shape. You can select it and reuse the same line as many times as you want. You can also change its color here, for example, to red. I press Ctrl+A and delete to clear everything. Another thing, if I go to the Window menu, there's a panel called Brush Library. If I click on it, you'll see a large number of brushes here. For example, if I click here, you'll notice the different brush styles available. If I select one of these brushes and double-click it, it gets added to the color panel. You must double-click it in order for it to appear here. Now, when I select the brush and then choose the line tool, you'll see that the brush shape is applied. I can also make the brush larger. Or I can select another brush, double-click it, and you'll see the changes apply to the strokes. This way, I can create different styles of lines. Scrolling down, for example, if I want to create a cloud effect, I can double-click this brush and easily create a cloud-like effect. In this way, you can choose from a wide variety of brushes. For creating banners, we also use these types of brushes. You just need to double-click your chosen brush. Just remember to reset the stroke width back to normal. Brushes you select will appear in the Style section. So, I select the brush style and create a banner like this. I can make it much larger, too, and create banners in this way. If you like, you can also add text on top of the banners. Then I press Ctrl+A and delete to clear everything again. The most useful brushes in this panel are found under Line Art in Basic. When designing different objects, we often use these brushes. In the Style section, you can also quickly find and reuse all the brushes you've previously used. Now, if I select this brush, reduce its width a bit, and draw a line, I can then use the selection tool to bend and curve the line. So, line art brushes are very useful. There are also many other brushes you can use. Let me show you a few, like chain, flower, and other styles, so you can see them. Again, I press Ctrl+A and delete. But there's another tool called the pencil tool, which I've already added to the Tools panel earlier. To find this tool the first time, you usually need to click on the three dots. The pencil tool works like the line tool, but with one major difference: you can freely draw straight or curved lines. The line tool only created straight lines, but with the pencil tool you can draw more naturally, just like using a real pencil. Now, you might ask, what's the difference between the pencil tool and the brush tool? The difference is very important. If I create a line with the brush tool, let me change its color so you can see it better. You'll notice right away that the pencil stroke looks very different from the brush stroke. The brush has a softer, more artistic style. But the main difference is in the anchor points. If I right-click here, choose the subselection tool, and select the pencil stroke, you can clearly see the anchor points. These points are easy to move, adjust, or delete. But if I select the line drawn with the brush, change its color, and use the free transform tool to double-click it, then switch to the subselection tool and click on the edge, you'll notice the line has many anchor points. Because of this, it's not easy to edit. So, when we want to draw and edit a shape, the brush doesn't work very well. Notice that when I double-clicked on the brush line, I entered drawing object mode. Then, by clicking on the edge, you could see all the anchor points. I press Ctrl+Z to undo. So, this is the essential difference. With the pencil tool, you can easily draw any line you want and conveniently edit its points. Now I'll return to the main stage. There's nothing more specific in this lesson, and this video ends here. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back to the BlueCube YouTube channel. Today, we're diving into something super useful, the motion editor in Adobe Animate. It's one of those tools that can really speed up your workflow, helping you quickly change an object's position, rotation, and other properties over time. First things first, before we can even get to the motion editor, we need to set up a motion tween. Let's start with a simple shape. I'm grabbing the rectangle tool and holding down the Shift key to make a perfect square. Then, using the free transform tool, I'll just change its color from the fill section here. As you know from our previous videos, to animate any shape, we first have to turn it into a symbol. So, with the shape selected, I'll either hit F8 on my keyboard or just right-click and choose Convert to Symbol. For now, let's keep the symbol type as a movie clip and hit OK. Now, over here in the timeline, I'm going to click on frame 60 and choose Insert Frame. See how that creates a bunch of frames? Next, I'll right-click on those frames and select Create Motion Tween. You'll notice the frames change color. That's how you know you're ready to add some motion. Using the same free transform tool, I'm going to hold down Shift again to make sure my movement is perfectly straight, and I'll just drag the shape forward. Because we created that motion tween, the path of the movement is automatically drawn for us, just like we talked about before. And just like that, we've got a super simple animation. Okay, so how do we get into the motion editor? It's easy. Just double-click on those frames we just created. You'll see the editor pop up. To close it, just double-click again. Another way to get there is to right-click on the frames and choose Refine Motion Tween. Once it's open, you'll see this graph related to location. It's showing up because we changed the shape's position from left to right. We can expand and collapse the x-axis for horizontal movement and the y-axis for vertical movement. I know it might look a little complicated right away, but I promise, it's pretty straightforward. The x-axis shows the horizontal motion. Since our movement was a simple horizontal drag, you'll see a slope on the graph. The y-axis, on the other hand, is completely flat, a straight line. Why? Because we didn't move the shape up or down. So, there are no keyframes or movement on the y-axis, only on the x-axis. Down here at the bottom, there's an option called Add Anchor Point. You can use this to add new points to your graph. When you click it, your cursor changes, and you can just click anywhere to add a new point, which also creates a keyframe. You can see that a keyframe is also created here. I'll press Ctrl+Z to remove the points. Instead of this option, we can also use Insert Keyframe. However, if we use Add Anchor Point, a handle is created for that point, which allows us to change the shape of the graph and the speed of the motion. Now let's see what change was made. The steeper the slope of the graph, the faster the object's movement. In places where the slope is less steep, the shape moves more slowly, and with an increase in the slope, its speed increases again. To better see the motion path, I'll double-click on the layer icon and change its color to black. Now you can see that where the speed is higher, steeper slope, the points are farther apart, and where the speed is lower, the points are closer together. When you play the animation, you'll see that it starts fast, slows down, and then speeds up again. There's also another option that, when clicked, fully zooms the graph into the timeline. There is also a trash can icon to delete the tween and its properties. For example, I can select and delete the X or Y axis. In this case, the entire motion editor is deleted. I'll press Ctrl+Z to bring the graph back. There is also an option called Add Ease. If I select the X-axis, I can use this option to change the movement speed. Clicking on it shows various modes. The None mode makes no changes to the speed. In Simple mode, if I select Fast, the graph takes on a shape where the speed increases, decreases, and then increases again. You can test and apply the other graph modes as well. Remember that the dashed graph shows the new graph you've selected, and when you play the animation, the new graph will be used. If I don't want to use it, I can select No Ease again to return the graph to its initial state. To delete a point or a keyframe, simply hold down the Control key to change the mouse cursor and click on the keyframe to delete it. In the Ease section, I can also choose other modes like Stop and Start and Fast to change the graph. I'll play it again. I can also change the ease amount from the bottom. By increasing the value, a stop is created for the shape, and then it moves at high speed. I'll play it again. The reason for this stop is the flat line that is created in the graph. Apart from these, you can also use complex movements. For example, by selecting the bounce mode, the animation becomes much more complex, and the movement changes entirely. All of these items are editable, and you can change them using the handles. In the Custom section, you can also create your own graph. Clicking anywhere creates a point, and you can use the handles to change the shape of the graph as you wish. When you play the animation, you'll see that the shape's movement follows the new graph. The shape first moves forward, then moves back slightly as the graph goes down, and then moves forward again. Be sure to work with this graph until you are completely proficient with it. You can also use this tool to zoom in on the timeline with your mouse and its scroll wheel or to move it. To add another property to the shape, I'll select the layer and, in the Object section, choose Color Effect. By clicking on Tint, I can select a desired color for the shape. Now the square's color will be red in the first frame and purple in the final frame. Now, if you look closely, a new property called Color Effect with a tint graph has been created in the timeline, which indicates the color change in a linear fashion. I can create a different color change by modifying this graph and creating points on the graph. To move the handles individually, I'll hold down the Alt key. When I press play, you'll notice that the speed of the color change is different. To return the graph to its previous state, I'll simply hold down the Control key and click on the point to straighten it. I can also create a change for the Y-axis in the last frame. By moving the square up, you can see that a change is also created on the Y-axis. The reason the movement becomes curved is the curved state of the graph on the X-axis. If I return it to no ease mode, the graph becomes straight, and the shape's movement will be direct. Now, in the last frame, I'll add some rotation to the shape. You can see that the rotation option has also been added to the graph on the Z-axis. The color of this graph is also purple. We can also copy graphs. If I make a change on the X-axis, I can right-click on the graph, select Copy, then right-click in the Rotation and Z-axis section, and select Paste to copy the graph exactly. This is only possible if we have created the graph manually. I can copy and paste this same graph for the Y-axis as well. There's another option called Reverse. By right-clicking on the graph, you can select it to reverse the movement and make the shape move backward. To return the graph to its previous state, I'll hold the Control key and click on it. This was everything you needed to know about the motion editor. If you practice these things well and become proficient with them, you can create more complex and professional animations. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome to the BlueCube YouTube channel. Continuing our Adobe Animate tutorials from beginner to advanced, in this video, I'm going to teach you how to animate a flying bird. Don't forget to subscribe to see new videos. Animating a bird is usually done in two ways. You can either design a bird, color it, place it in different layers, and animate it. Or, you can use Illustrator images and files, import the bird image, and animate it. You can download these images from Freepik, a site I've mentioned before. Just go to the Freepik website and search for flying bird to see a variety of Illustrator images. You can choose one, import the Illustrator file, and animate it. Now, I'm going into Adobe Animate. From the File Import to Stage menu, I'll select the Illustrator file I previously downloaded from that site and click Import. It shows us many files here, but we don't need all of them. I'll uncheck the other parts and only take the object, then select Import. This way, you can see the images are imported into the software. After importing it, I'll select and delete the extra parts with the free transform tool, as I only want to animate one bird. I'll delete the other birds I don't need. I'll select this bird, hold the Shift key, and make it bigger. I'll rotate it a little and place it here. Now you can see that this image is just a single layer that we can move. But if I double-click on the bird, you can see that I can select different parts of the bird's body separately. I'll go back to the main scene. I'll select the bird, right-click, and choose Break Apart. This separates the different parts of the bird's body, making it much easier to animate the character. I'll press Ctrl+Z to put the bird's wings back in their place. Now that the different parts of the bird are separated, I'll select it again, right-click, and choose Distribute to Layers to create separate layers for the bird's body in the timeline. I have one layer for the front wing, another layer for the back wing, and another layer for the character's body. I'll rename this middle layer, which is the body to make it clear. The top layer is the one in front, and the bottom layer is the back wing, which is behind the body. The order of these layers is very important. Now, I'll select each part of the body separately, right-click, and convert it to a symbol of the graphic type and click OK. I'll select the front wing. Instead of right-clicking, I can press the F8 key and convert it to a symbol again. You can see that the symbols are also imported into the library panel. This time, I'll select the wing behind the body, press F8, and click OK. Now, we have 3 symbol layers. Now, I need to grab this anchor point and place it in this spot. The anchor point determines the rotation point of the wing. Hold down the left click and place it here. This is a good spot. Try to bring it straight down and don't move it around too much. For this back wing, I'll first select it and hold the Shift key to bring it down a little so the wings are aligned. Now, I'll temporarily hide the front wing to get a better view. I'll adjust the anchor point. Now, I'll make that top layer visible again. Now I want the wings to move with the bird's body when it moves. For this, we'll use the parent option that I taught in previous lessons. We can enable or disable parent here. When we enable it, a new section opens here. Now I'll attach the top wing to the body. I'll hold the left click and release it on this section. You can see that it's now attached. I'll also grab the bottom wing and attach it to the body. So, now if the body moves, the wings will move with it. Be sure that the anchor points of each wing are in their correct positions. Now, at frame 25, I'll hold the left click for all 3 layers and click Insert Frame to create the frames. I'll go to frame 10 and create a keyframe. Once the keyframe is created, I'll hold the Shift key and move this wing downwards. This amount is good. Now, 2 frames ahead at frame 12, I'll create another keyframe, and at the last frame, I'll copy the first frame because I want the bird's wing to be in its original place at the end. So I'll select this frame, hold the Alt key, drag with the mouse, and place it in the last frame. You can see the wing opens, stops here, and closes again. If I right-click here and select Create Classic Tween, you can see the wing closes here. I'll move forward and create a classic tween again, and the wing opens again in this way. I'll press the play button. Next, I'll temporarily hide the front wing to see the back wing better. I'll go to frame 10 and create another keyframe. I'll hold the Shift key and close the bird's wing like this. This amount is suitable for me. I mistakenly created a keyframe in frame 9, so I'll hold the left click and drag it one frame forward. I'll go back to frame 12 and click Insert Keyframe. Another keyframe is created. The wing stops here, and finally, I want to copy the first frame. I'll click on it, hold Alt, drag it, and place it in the last frame, and the wing goes back to its place. I'll right-click here, select Create Classic Tween, and do the same in this section to create the animation. I'll also unhide the front wing. If I press play, you can see the bird flaps its wings once. I'll enable the loop mode and press play, and you can see the bird constantly flaps its wings. Now let's go to the body layer. As we said, we attached the wings to the body by parenting, so the wing layers move with the body. Next, I'll go back to frame 10, create a keyframe for the body layer, and move it slightly up. The reason for this is that when the wings open in frame 10, I want the bird to go up a little. So I'll hold Shift, select the body layer, and move it up. Now I'll right-click here, select Create Classic Tween, and you can see that it moves upwards. Finally, I want the bird to go back to its original place. So I'll select this frame, hold Alt, and copy it. I'll right-click and select Create Classic Tween. Now with the loop enabled, I'll press play. See what happens. The bird flaps its wings and goes up and down a little. After animating the wings and the body, I'll select all three layers here, right-click, and choose Convert Layers to Symbol, of the graphic type, and click OK. This way, a symbol that includes all the bird's layers is created for me, and if I move the slider forward, you can see the character moves within the symbol. If you double-click, you can see its layers here and go back to the main scene. Now I'm at frame 1. I can easily hold the Shift key and make it much smaller, or I can, for example, drag the symbol I created and create many birds. Or you can change the character's color with the effects I've previously shown you in the Properties section. I don't need it for now. I'll delete this. I'll click here from the Assets section. In the Background section, I want to choose a background for the bird animation. I can select this landscape in a static state and drag it here. This way, a background is created for me. Now I can place the background layer lower to see the bird here. I'll zoom out a little. Now, I'll create some frames for this landscape as well so that the background is present throughout the animation. Now I'll select the bird's layer and place it outside the scene. I'll also decrease the zoom. With the free transform tool, I'll go to frame 250 and also create frames for the background in the same way to make the animation longer. Remember that when there are more frames, the bird's movement becomes slower. Now that I'm at the last frame, I'll create a keyframe for the bird's layer, select the bird, and move it forward. At frame 250, I'll right-click and select Create Classic Tween. This way, our animation is created. I'll go back to frame 1, turn off the loop mode, and press play. This way, the bird flaps its wings and moves forward. I'll zoom in a little on the scene so you can see it better. I'll press the play button. Remember that we can add as many birds as we want to the scene. Now, if you want more birds, you can easily select this layer, right-click, and select Duplicate. This way, another bird is created. You can place it wherever you want and change its color with the effects. I'll select all of its layers from here and remove them up to the last frame. Now that I'm at frame 1, I'll make this bird much smaller to show that it's much farther away. I'll go back to the last frame, create a keyframe, and move the bird a little forward. I'll go to frame 1 and press the play button. This video also comes to an end here. If you enjoyed this video and found it useful, be sure to like the video. Until the next video, goodbye for now. Hello everyone, welcome back to Blue Cube. Continuing our Adobe Animate tutorials from beginner to advanced level, in this video I'll show you how to animate a tree along with its shadow in a scene when the wind is blowing. The first thing we need to do is import a tree image into Adobe Animate. Of course, besides importing an image, you can also draw the tree manually using the design tools, it makes no difference. In this part, I'll import a PNG image of a tree that I've already prepared. Using the free transform tool, I make the tree a bit smaller. I hold down the Shift key while resizing it. The reason I'm doing this is because I want to create a shadow for the tree. Then, I select the zoom tool and zoom in on the stage a little. Now I'll use the Asset Warp tool, which I explained in Lesson 9. When you select this tool and click on the image, it creates a mesh over the picture that allows us to animate it. This tool may put some pressure on your computer. To prevent that, go to the Properties panel under Object, where you can enable or disable the mesh and reduce its density so it runs more smoothly. I click to add a few pins on the tree trunk to keep it fixed so it won't move. Then I add pins to the branches and upper parts of the tree so I can move them around. If you want to delete a pin, just click on it and press delete. I add a few more pins, and that's enough for now. Next, I move to frame 60 and choose Insert Keyframe. The more frames you add, the slower the tree movement will be. Since tree movement in the wind is slow, I set a higher number of frames. At frame 60, I use the Asset Warp tool to slightly move the pins to the left to simulate the tree bending under the wind. Then, I right-click on the frames and choose Create Classic Tween. I wait a few seconds for the frames to load. If I play from frame 1, we can now see the tree moving. Because there are more frames, the motion looks slower and smoother. To make the tree stay still for a moment after moving, I add another keyframe at frame 65, and another one at frame 120. At this point, I select frame 1, hold down the Alt key, and copy it to frame 120. Again, I right-click on the frames and choose Create Classic Tween. With this, the tree bends to the left with the wind, stays still for a bit, and then returns to its original position. In the Timeline panel, I enable Loop so that the tree's movement repeats continuously. If we play it, the tree keeps moving, pauses a little, and then returns again. You can use the same technique for flowers or any other object you want to animate in your scene. To avoid repeating all these steps each time, I select the tree layer, right-click, and choose Convert Layers to Symbol. I name a tree, select Graphic, and click OK. Now, if I open the Library panel, I can see the tree symbol saved there as a ready-to-use animation. If I create a new layer and delete the tree from the stage, I can still bring it back from the library, and the animation will play exactly the same. To save the file, click on Save As and save it on your computer. Be sure Motion and Object are enabled. Then press Save to store it on your computer. If I now create a new document, open the Asset panel, go to the Custom section, and then into Animated, I can drag this tree animation onto the stage and wait a moment for it to load. Now let's add a shadow for the tree we created. I move the tree a little higher. Then, in the Library panel, I right-click on the tree and choose Duplicate to make a copy. I give it a new name and press OK. I bring the shadow into the stage, it's identical to the tree. I cut it, Ctrl+X, create a new layer named Shadow, and paste it back, Ctrl+Shift+V. I place the shadow under the tree and adjust its anchor point. I rotate it slightly to give it the right look. If the shadow is in the wrong direction compared to the tree movement, we need to fix it. To do that, right-click, go to Transform, and select Flip Horizontal. I rotate it again a bit and position it correctly. Now the tree and its shadow move together in sync. To make the shadow look more realistic, I need to change its color and make sure the shadow layer is on top. In the Properties panel, under Color Effects, I click Advanced and set the red, green, and blue values all to -100. This darkens the shadow. Then, I reduce the alpha so it's not too strong. Next, under Filters, I add a blur filter and set it around 6 or 7 so the edges look softer and more natural. The shadow's position depends on the sun's location. If the sun is above or to the right, the shadow should change accordingly. You can move or resize the shadow. To refine it further, I use a mask. I create a new layer, select the pen tool, and draw a curved shape over the shadow area. In the end, you must close the shape. Then I use the Paint Bucket tool to fill the mask shape with color. Finally, I right-click on the shadow layer and select Mask. Now the shadow is adjusted, and the extra parts are hidden, making it look much more natural. In the end, pressing Ctrl+Enter lets us preview the final result. The tree moves continuously, and the shadow moves along with it. This technique can be used in many different animations. That brings us to the end of this video. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Blue Cube channel. Today in Adobe Animate we'll be working with the Text tool, also known as T. We'll start with the difference between static, dynamic, and input text, then I'll share some professional typography tips, and in the end, we'll convert text into vector. I'll also save letter animation for the next video. First, I'll create a new document. I go to New File and choose a document of type HTML5 Canvas. In this tutorial I'm choosing the HTML5 Canvas platform because its output runs on all browsers and mobile devices, it doesn't need the old Flash player, and it's considered an up-to-date standard for new projects. I'll set the document size to 1280 by 720, frame rate to 30, and click Create. After creating the document, I pick the Text tool. In general, there are two ways to write. One is click and type, called point text. The other is click and drag to create a box, called area text. For longer text, area text gives better control over line breaks. I type blue cube. When you select your text, a very important panel called Properties opens on the right side. This panel is basically the control center for your text. In the Objects section, you can change everything. In the Position and Size section, we can change the size of the text box or place the text where we want. Also, with the Selection tool, by holding the left click on the text, you can move it around. Here, I change the font. Adjust the text size with this tool. Then adjust letter spacing with the next option. In the Fill Alpha section, I can reduce the transparency of the text. If needed, I can also change the text color in the Fill Color section. By clicking on either of these two buttons marked with a T, the text inside the box is placed at the top or bottom. In the Paragraph section, we can align the text left, center, or right. Below that, we can adjust text padding inside the box and the line spacing. Another important part in the Properties panel is the Text Type drop-down menu. Here we have three options that are essential to know. Static text, this type is for fixed text, such as titles, headings, or any text that won't change. Remember this important point: for what we'll do later in this tutorial, converting text to vector, we must use static text. But before that, let's check dynamic text. We use dynamic text for animated or changing text, such as displaying moving texts, timers, or anything that will change through coding. In this type of text, we can add different filters. For example, I'll add the drop shadow filter to the text. I've already taught all these filters in previous lessons, so we'll pass through them quickly. The last option is input text, which allows the user to type something themselves, for example, in login forms or search boxes. The reason this option is disabled here is because the document type we selected is HTML5 Canvas. Personally, I don't use input text much, but to enable it, you'd need to change the document type to ActionScript 3.0. Now let's create a dynamic text. To be able to access the text in code, I give it an instance name, for example, my text. This naming is very flexible, and you can type almost any name you want. Now from the window menu, I click on the Code Snippets panel. Since our document type is HTML5 Canvas, I open that folder. Then I go to the Animation folder and double-click on one of the options. This way, the Actions panel appears with the related code. Finally, I press Ctrl+Enter to see the preview. This is one example of the capabilities of dynamic text that we just used. You can try out the other options yourself. Okay, now we get to the fun part. How do we convert text into vector? This process is called break apart. It allows you to edit and animate each letter separately. First, I create a static text. I type my channel name. Then with the selection tool, I select the text, right-click, and choose Break Apart. You see that each word is now separated. Now right-click again and choose Break Apart once more. This time, each letter turns into a separate object. Now you can select and move each letter individually, change its color, rotate it, or even reshape it with the Subselection tool. It's no longer text, it's vector. Remember, after break apart, you can't change the typed letters anymore because they become shapes. Well, in this lesson you learned how to work with the text tool. In the next lesson, I'll teach different types of text animation. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Blue Cube channel. Today in Adobe Animate, you'll learn about various methods for animating text. This tutorial will help you create creative and engaging motion text to add more flair to your videos. There are many ways to animate text, but I'll teach you a few of them in this video. For the first example, I'll select the text tool, click, and write my name, Arash, in English letters. Using the free transform tool, I'll hold the Shift key and make it larger. In the Align panel, I'll center it both horizontally and vertically. I'll first click the Align to Stage option so the text is centered on my stage or document. In the Properties panel, I can change the text color if I need to, but for now, the color is fine. Now, I'll right-click on the text and select Break Apart. As I mentioned in the previous lesson, this creates each letter as a separate object. If I select the letters again, right-click, and choose Break Apart one more time, each letter will be converted into a graphic object. I can then select each letter individually and change its color. You'll notice that the text settings are no longer available, and each of these letters has become a graphic object. Next, I'll select all the letters again, right-click, and choose Distribute to Layers. This will create a separate layer for each letter. For example, the letter A will have one layer, R will have another, and so on. I'll then move to frame 45, hold the left mouse button to select the frame, and choose Insert Keyframe to create a keyframe for all layers. Then, I'll go back to frame 1. I'll right-click here and select Create Classic Tween. A warning will pop up saying that to apply a classic tween to text, you must first convert it to a symbol. So, I'll click OK. You'll see that all the frames in this layer turn purple. I'll repeat this for all the other layers, right-click and Classic Tween. Now, I'll move the slider to frame 1. I'll click on the letter A and place it here, rotating it slightly. I'll select the letter R, rotate it a bit, and place it up here. I'll do the same for the other A, rotating it slightly and placing it at the top. I'll select the H, rotate it a little, and place it off stage. Finally, I'll tilt the letter S and move it to the bottom. If I play it now, you can see that all the letters fall into their correct positions. I'll play it again. So, we've created a simple text animation, but there's still more to do because this animation is uniform, and as you can see, the letters move at the same speed. To make it look better, I'll click on the initial keyframe. In the Frame section, I'll click on Classic Ease and choose Ease In Out. This option is suitable because, as I've taught before, it starts slowly, then accelerates quickly, and finally, the letter settles into its place gently. I'll select this option and be sure to double-click on it. I'll repeat this for the other keyframes. I'll select this keyframe, and it turns blue. In the Frame section, I'll click, select Ease In Out, and choose this speed graph. You must double-click here, a single click won't work. I'll select the next keyframe, go to the Frame section, and again choose Ease In Out and the Quart option. I'll continue doing this for the rest of the keyframes. After repeating this process for all the letters, let's see what happens when I play it now. You can see that it creates a much more interesting animation. Next, I add additional frames and use the Insert Keyframe option. This allows the letters to remain in their final positions for a longer duration. Now, if I press Ctrl plus Enter, it will run. Let me move this letter a bit higher so it's off the stage. I'll also move the letter S off the stage. Now I'll press Ctrl plus Enter or select Test from the control menu. You can see how beautifully the animation plays. This was one of the methods I taught you. You can create different animation styles based on your own preferences. Next, I'll quickly create a new document. Whenever you type a word with the text tool and then, for example, want to create a keyframe in frame 20 and change the word Arash to another word, I'll type ATR. Then, I'll create another new keyframe further along and type YouTube. Now, if I go back to frame 1 and press play, you can see that the text changes over time. You can also use this technique to change your text. I'll create a new document again from the File menu to teach you another type of text animation. This time, I want to use blur or alpha effects. I'll write the word Arash again, as it's my name. After typing the text, I'll make it a little larger and center it. In the Properties panel, I'll add some spacing so the letters aren't too close together. I'll right-click and select Break Apart. I'll repeat this action so each letter becomes a graphic object. I'll change the color of the letter A to show that we can change the colors here. Then, I'll select them all again and choose Distribute to Layers to create a separate layer for each letter. Now, for example, I'll go to frame 45, drag the left mouse button, and click Insert Keyframe to create a keyframe. I'll go back to frame 1 and change the color of the A back to black so its color only changes to red on the last frame. Now I'll right-click and select Create Classic Tween for each letter. Now, with all the letters selected in frame 1, I'll move them back slightly. Using the Free Transform tool, I'll make the letters much larger, holding the Shift key to make them this big. Now, let's see what happens. The letters gradually get smaller, and the color of the letter A changes at the end. I'll play it. Well, I want to clear some of the extra keyframes so the animation happens faster. Now, a very short animation has been created. I'll make the timeline a little larger. I'll select this layer and move it forward a bit, and I'll do the same for the other layers. In frame 1, I'll select the letter South and also place it off stage. I'll go to the last frame and press Insert Keyframe. Now, watch what happens if I play it. A cool animation is created for us. Now, while in frame 1, I'll click here and go to the Frame section. In the Filter section, I can open the filter and choose, for example, the blur effect. I'll give it a value of 10. You can see that the letter S is slightly blurred and gradually returns to its normal state. I can activate the blur effect for all the letters and give them a value of 10. So, in this way, the letters are blurred at the beginning and gain clarity at the end. I'll play it. I'll add a few more frames to the work so the letters stay on the screen longer, and I'll press Ctrl plus Enter so you can see the final result. This is how we can create different animations using these options. And so, this video comes to an end. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Be sure to practice all the steps yourself, creatively change some of the options, and use different effects to get different results. Thank you for staying with me until the end of this video. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Blue Cube channel. Today, continuing our Adobe Animate tutorials from beginner to advanced, you'll learn how to place and animate a sword or any other object in a character's hand. If you remember, in this same course, in lessons 25, 26, and 27, we designed this character together. So now, you know how to design a character, rig it with bones, and animate it. When we apply a rig, all the different layers merge into one single layer. Before I add the sword to the character, let's look at something. If I select a bone with the selection tool and raise the character's arm, the hand that was in front will go behind the head as it moves up. This means if we add a sword to the hand, the sword will also end up behind the head. To fix this issue, I'll select the arm and zoom in for a better view. Then, with the Free Transform tool, I select the character's arm. I press Ctrl and the up arrow on the keyboard, and this brings the arm to the front of the head. I do the same for the forearm. After selecting the forearm, I press Ctrl and the up arrow on the keyboard to bring it to the front. I repeat this for the hand as well. Essentially, you can move different parts of the body forward or backward to ensure the correct display order. I'll bring the character's arm down for now because I want to add the sword. I'll also bring the other hand down. Using Free Transform, I'll move the hand slightly to the right to bring it forward and adjust its position. So, remember, you can select and adjust different parts even after rigging. Now, I double-click on the hand to enter its symbol. Since we converted all the layers to a symbol for rigging, clicking on the hand now takes me into symbol 20, which corresponds to that hand. In this mode, the rest of the scene, except the hand, fades slightly. I'll zoom in a bit to make it clearer. Now, the hand needs to be in a fist shape to show that it's holding the sword. Therefore, I'll select the Free Transform tool and create a new keyframe. Now we have two states in two keyframes. I'll place the slider on frame 1 and add a new layer. My plan is for the hand to be in its natural state in the first keyframe and for the sword to appear in the character's hand in the second keyframe. This way, we can add or remove the sword from the character whenever we need to. To do this, I'll drag the sword image from my computer and drop it onto the stage. Be careful not to add the sword in the first frame. First, place the slider on the second frame and then import the sword. While holding the Shift key, I'll make the sword smaller to make it fit exactly into the character's hand. It's okay if it's a little bigger. I'll place it in the right spot and zoom in again for a more precise adjustment. Now, its size is appropriate. To show that the hand is holding the sword in frame 2, we need to make some changes to the hand. First, I'll lock the sword layer so it can't be selected anymore, and I can work on the hand easily. With the Free Transform tool, I'll select the hand and zoom in more. I'll select and delete the character's nails because the hand is going to be a fist, and the nails won't be visible. Now, I select the Subselection tool and click on the outline of the hand. This will display all the anchor points, and I can make the necessary changes to create a fist shape. I'll delete a few extra points and move the others to close the hand. With the Alt key, I'll adjust the curve of the lines to create a more natural shape. Then, I'll give a name to the sword layer and move it below the hand so it's under it. This makes it easier to see and adjust the changes to the hand. I'll select the hand again and, using the subselection tool, I'll move the points around to make the grip on the sword look more natural. This really makes the hand look like a fist. If you make these changes once, you can save it and use it in all your projects. It might seem a bit difficult at first, but with practice, the result will be more natural. Finally, by moving the points, I'll create a shape that looks right. I'll zoom out a bit to see the character. Now the character's hand has two states. In the first frame, the hand is empty, and in the second, the sword appears. The hand is also closed in this state, holding the sword. Let's go back to the main scene. At first, we don't see the sword. But if we create a few frames, you'll see the sword appears and then disappears again. To control this, I'll place the slider on frame 1 and select the hand with the Free Transform tool. Notice that for the hand symbol, which is a graphic type, I'll select the single frame option in the looping section. This allows us to specify exactly which frame should be displayed. When we're on frame 1, I'll click on the frame picker. I'll click on the image with the sword to make the sword appear on the stage. Now, when the hand is selected, the sword moves with it. You can also switch between the empty hand state and the hand with sword state at any time during the animation. Now, I'll create a movement for the character. In frame 10, I'll add another keyframe. In this state, the character is in a normal position. In frame 20, I'll place a new keyframe and select the sword. With Free Transform, I'll rotate it slightly. Then, in the next frames, I'll select the sword again and rotate it a few more times. This creates the rotation effect for the sword. Essentially, I want the character to twirl the sword in their hand. When I play it, the character is holding the sword and rotating it. Now I can move the character's hand higher in the subsequent frames so the sword is above their head. For instance, in frame 55 or 56, I'll place a keyframe and bring the hand down. These changes make the movement look more natural. To make the character stop for a bit and then move again, I'll hold the Alt key to copy this keyframe and place it further down the timeline. In this state, there is no change, and the hand just moves up and down. I'll create another keyframe and adjust the movements. I'll delete the rest of the keyframes that I don't need. Finally, I'll take a copy of the last keyframe with Alt to prevent any unwanted changes. If I play it with the loop option enabled, you'll see the animation repeats continuously. The character might have a small extra shake. If you don't want this movement, you can delete the keyframe and replace it with a regular frame. In that case, only the movements you defined will be shown. I'll do it again for you to see. Finally, be sure to practice this technique several times to master it. If this tutorial was useful to you, please like the video, and if you haven't subscribed to my channel yet, be sure to do so. Hello everyone, welcome back to the BlueCube channel. In continuation of our Adobe Animate tutorials, in this video you will first learn how frame-by-frame animation works, and then we'll use this method to create the movement and rotation of wind and leaves in the scene. To leave a clear definition of frame-by-frame in your mind, I should tell you that frame-by-frame is the oldest and most fundamental animation technique. In this method, each frame of the animation is drawn manually. In fact, for every frame we create and design a keyframe, and when these keyframes play one after another at a specific speed, an animation is created. Now, for example, I move to frame 30. The scene is empty. I click here and create several frames like this. As you can see, all these frames that were created are empty. To turn them into frame-by-frame animation, I right-click here and select the option Convert to Frame-by-Frame Animation. When you open this option, it has several settings. Here it tells you, for how many frames should one keyframe be created? For example, if you choose the first option, it creates one keyframe for each frame. The second option creates one keyframe for every 2 frames. The third option creates one keyframe for every 3 frames. And the fourth option creates one keyframe for every 4 frames. If we choose the custom option, we can specify the number ourselves. For example, we can type the number 8 or the number 6, and then we can decide after how many frames a keyframe should be created. If I cancel this and right-click again, for example, I choose the option Keyframe each frame. In this case, if you look carefully, here a keyframe has been created for each frame. You can see that each one has a dot, and all the frames are separated and turned into keyframes. But right now they are empty, because we haven't yet created any shape or drawing. Now, if I create another layer here, since the lower layer already has 30 frames or keyframes, the upper layer also automatically gets frames. If I right-click here and, for example, choose the option to create one keyframe for every 3 frames, and then click on it, you can see how different it looks. Here there is one keyframe, and the animation stays fixed for 2 frames before moving on again. Let me explain. Here in the upper layer, if I select it and create a shape, for example a simple line like this, you will notice that as soon as I draw a line, a keyframe is created here for me. And because it contains a drawing, it appears solid, dark. After that, there are 2 empty frames, and in the third frame it moves to the next keyframe. This means that at frame 4, it tells the program to create the next keyframe for us, and the previous drawing is removed. Now if I, for example, come and draw another shape here, this process happens again. But in the lower layer, where we set it to create a keyframe for every single frame, it is clear that if I click here, it creates a keyframe for that frame, then another keyframe for the next frame, and so on. This happens for every single frame in that layer. So this is how it works, as I explained to you. Now, moving forward, when we create the effect of wind in the scene, you will get a much better sense of how frame-by-frame works. I will create a new layer here. Then I select the 2 lower layers and remove them. I also select this layer and delete it. In the new layer I just created, again 30 frames are generated for me. I right-click and select the option Frame-by-Frame Animation. I choose the first option so that one keyframe is created for every single frame. You might say that the wind cannot be seen, but in animation, many times we want to represent the wind in a scene, to show that it is passing through, and later we can also add the sound of the wind into the animation. Now, in frame 1 where I am right now, I take the brush tool and from here, from outside the stage, I draw a straight line like this. In frame 2, you can see that the previous line has disappeared, and we can no longer see it. But in fact, that line still exists in the previous frame, and now in the new frame it is asking us to draw the next line to continue the animation. To make it possible for me to still see the previous line while drawing the new one, I enable the onion skin option. In this mode, if you pay attention, you will see a yellow overlay. With this, I can choose how many of the previous frames I want it to show me, and I can also choose how many of the next frames to show. For this tutorial, I only want it to show me one previous frame, which is now highlighted in yellow. So, when I am on frame 1, the drawing appears solid black. When I move to frame 2, it turns yellow, showing me that this was the drawing from the previous frame. This way it reminds me of what I created earlier. Now, in frame 2, I can easily use the brush tool again, hold down the shift key, and draw the next line. Look here, frame 1, frame 2. Then I move on to frame 3. On frame 3, the yellow outline appears again, showing me what was drawn in frame 2. Now I can come here, hold down shift, and draw the third line like this. So, in this way, we can use onion skin to always see the previous frame and then add the new drawing. Here, I want to create a twist effect for the wind. Well, with the brush tool, it might not look very good. For example, if I go to frame 4 and try to do this by hand with the brush, the result may not be that smooth. So, in frame 4, I switch to the pen tool. Notice that when I was using the brush tool, its size was set to 10. Now that I'm using the pen tool, I will also set the thickness to 10. Then I come here and make a click. And I add another click here like this. Good, my line has been created. Now I move to frame 5. Again, I click here. Now in frame 5, I can still see frame 4 thanks to onion skin. I make a click here, and then I release the left mouse button like this. Now I want to see more of the previous frames. So I extend the range of onion skin in this way. This allows me to view several of the previous frames together. That looks good enough for now. Then, in the next frame, I want to create another keyframe like this. Well, now I don't need to see that many frames, so I reduce the onion skin range again to show just 1 or 2 frames before. I move on to the following frame, and continue in the same way. Here I can switch back to the brush tool and keep working. I click with the left mouse button, hold down shift, and create another straight line. Then I go to the next frame and do the same thing again. Step by step, I continue this process across different frames, and finally the line exits the stage. Now you can see that in each frame we came and created this animation. If I turn onion skin off, it no longer shows the previous frames. Look, this is what happens. Let me go ahead and select these extra frames and remove them like this. Now, if we play it, you will see that this animation has been created for us in this way. Now I click here, and the whole layer is selected, all of its keyframes. I right-click and choose Convert Layer to Symbol. I convert it into a graphic symbol and click OK. So, as you can see, the animation has now been turned into a symbol. Next, I right-click again and choose Duplicate Layers, which creates another copy for me. Then I right-click once more and choose Duplicate Layers again. Now we have 3 layers created for this line. I move to frame 1, select the top layer, and using the free transform tool, let me zoom in a little, I lower it slightly. Look, I am in frame 1, I have the top layer selected, and I move it downward like this. Then I can also select the middle or bottom layer and move it slightly upward. Now I return fully to the main stage. As you can see, what happens now is that all the shapes move together at the same time. If I enable loop playback and play the animation, you'll see that the animation plays like this. But I don't want the movement to be completely synchronized. So I go to the top layer, select all the frames here, and shift them a little forward. Then I also select the bottom layer and move it a bit forward as well. That's good enough. Now, as you can see, the animation is created in this way. If I turn off the loop and play it again, you'll see that we now have a more natural wind effect. Now, if we want, we can also add some leaves into the scene. I create a new layer here, and from the section where I have my images, I import a leaf into the project like this. I scale it down a little, this size looks about right, and then I convert it into a symbol. Now I right-click on this layer and choose Create Motion Tween. I move to the last frame and drag the leaf forward like this. As you can see, the leaf also moves along with the wind. But I want to adjust its path a little. So, using the selection tool, I can change the motion path slightly. Let me add a keyframe here, like this, so I can make the changes more clearly. I pull it up a little here, and down a little there. With the selection tool, I can bend the path this way. Now, from the same leaf layer that I just created, I can make several duplicates. I right-click and create 2 or 3 duplicates of this layer like this. Then, in frame 1, I reposition them. But pay attention, you must move them together with their motion paths. So, select the entire path on the leaf, and then move them like this. I do the same with the other layer, adjusting it as well. I also select these duplicates and shift them slightly forward or backward in time, so that they don't all move too perfectly in sync, but instead look random and natural. Now, at the last frame of each of them, I can also add a little rotation, to make the leaves look more realistic as they fall and blow in the wind. Now, if I play the animation, or press Ctrl plus Enter, you will see that this kind of effect is created. In the scene, you can use this technique to represent the wind visually. So, that's it for the frame-by-frame technique, as well as creating a wind effect in the scene. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial too. Hello everyone, welcome back to the BlueCube channel. As a continuation of our Adobe Animate animation tutorials, in this video, I'll teach you how to rotate a character's head, and in the next lesson, I'll teach you how to rotate the character's body. Please subscribe to my channel to watch upcoming videos. Alright, first, I need to import a sketch to use as a reference for rotating the character's head. You can either download this sketch from the internet or you can draw a character yourself on paper from different angles, take pictures, and import them into the software to start designing. So I'm going to use this image I've already downloaded on my computer. So I'll drag and drop it onto the Adobe Animate stage. Using the free transform tool while holding the Shift key, I'll make it a bit larger. This size seems about right. To make things a little easier, I want to darken the image. So I'll come to the frame panel, and with this layer selected, I'll close this section. Under Color Effect and Brightness, I'll reduce the brightness a bit to make it easier to work. Now, since I'll be doing a lot of designing, I want to rearrange the panels. Rearranging the panels we'll be working with will give us a better result. I'll go to the timeline, click and hold the left mouse button, drag it, and release it when the area turns blue. You can see that the timeline is now placed here. I'll drag it from here and place it here like this. Next, in the output section, I'll click on these 3 lines here and select Close Group to close this section as well. The tools are also here. I'll click and drag them here like this and make this area a little smaller. Now we can see the layers more easily and do our design work. I'll lock this layer, which is the sketch layer. I'll create a new layer. I'll name this layer Girl. Now, I want to design the face from the front view. I'll come here and zoom in on this section like this. Next, from the Shapes section, I'll select the Oval tool. I'll hold the Shift key and create a circle like this. I'll double-click on it and place it here. To change its color, I click on Fill, then click here, and I note the color code for the skin tone, E8BEAC. Click here like this to get this skin tone. I'll double-click. The fill and stroke are selected. I'll switch to Create Object mode to move the fill and stroke together. I'll try to adjust the shape like this. I'll make it a bit smaller from this corner. I'll hold the Alt key like this. Usually, our sketches aren't perfectly symmetrical, left and right. Let me click here to see only the outline. See, they aren't very symmetrical. We have to create some kind of symmetry ourselves. For example, here, it's suitable and okay. I'll click on this option again to see the inside color. With the free transform tool, I'll select everything and press F8. I'll convert it to a symbol. I'll name it head, and with the graphic option selected, I'll click OK like this. Now, while I'm on the girl layer, I'll double-click here to enter the head symbol. You see, I now have one scene. I double-clicked and entered the head symbol. Here, I'll select this again. I'll name it heads. I'll add an S at the end to indicate that different heads will be placed on this layer. To help you understand, I'll create another layer. I'll name it body so you know that the body layers will be placed here, and the head layers will be placed here. Layers like the left arm and right leg. I've now created this head layer in this section. I want to place all the head layers inside this layer. So I'll come back, select this, and press F8 again. I'll name this head one so the names are different and to create some separation. They are in graphic mode, and I'll click OK like this. Now we have both body and heads. I'll double-click on the heads layer again and enter the head 1 section that we just created. It might be a little confusing at first, but you need to practice several times to fully understand the concept. Now, in the head 1 layer, which is a symbol, I'll name this layer face. I'll create a number of layers like this here. You must name these layers. For instance, I'll write mouth here. In the next layer, I'll write nose. The next layer, I'll write eye for eyes. The next layer, I'll write eyelid. This layer I'm writing is very important and must be followed. Here I'll also write pupil. Here I'll write eyebrow. The next layer, I'll write hair. Okay, I'll put a hyphen here. Hair_L for the left side. Here again, I'll write hair, put a space, and hair_R for the hair on the right side and another layer for hair_back. I'll place the layer for the back hair under the face layer like this. Okay, I'll click on this option for the face layer to see only its outline and lock it like this. I'll select the mouth layer. I'll easily use the line tool here and create a line, and with the selection tool, I'll move it downwards. I want to design very quickly and won't get into details for now. For example, we can create the mouth shape like this. Then I'll move to the nose layer. I'll select oval here and create an oval like this and move it a bit lower to this section. For now, I'll lock these 2 layers. I'll go to the eye layer here. For the eye layer, I'll select the line tool again. I'll create a line like this. I'll hold Shift to keep the line straight. This length is almost suitable for me. I'll use the selection tool to move it down like this. This much is suitable because our character's eyes are a bit elongated. This is good. I'll select it again. I'll press Ctrl+C, then Ctrl+V, and move it upwards like this. I'll right-click, go to Transform, and select Flip Vertical here to reverse its orientation. I'll place this one below like this. I should move it a bit higher. We can also zoom in a bit more here so you can see better. We can click on these 3 lines. Using the width tool we covered in the previous lessons, make the edges of the lines slightly thinner. I don't want to waste too much time now, but we can do this here with the tools we know. Now, I'll select it again with the free transform tool. I'll convert these into an object. I'll select this one too. I'll convert it into an object here, and I'll select the top one again. I'll adjust these and place them on top of each other like this so they are aligned and sort of intersect. Now I'll select both of them. I'll convert them into an object here like this. I'll select the Paint Bucket tool. I'll choose white color for it like this. They must intersect here so we can color the inside. Like this. Let me also click this so I can see the inside. And now I'll hold the Alt key. I'll make this smaller. I'll also hold the Alt key from here and adjust these like this. Now I'll select one eye. I'll hold Alt and take a copy of it here. I'll right-click, select Transform, and flip horizontal to reverse it so these two corners are similar and aligned. Okay, as I said, our sketch isn't perfect. We need to refine our sketch a bit. Okay, for now, I'll also lock this layer I've created. I'll go to the pupil section and create a circle like this. I'll select it, delete its stroke. I'll make its color black, or any other color you like. It's a matter of preference. I'll place the eye here. It needs to be a bit larger. I'm on the eyelid layer. I'll hold Alt from this and place this eye here like this. As we said, for now, we're creating it simply to get to the details later. Right now, I only want to teach you the head movement and rotation. Okay, I did this on the eyelid layer. Look, I've created these. I'll press Ctrl X. I'll go to the pupil layer, press Ctrl V, and adjust them again. I'll place them here like this. Okay, I'll name this eyelid option eyelid in English so all the names are consistent. I don't want to create the eyelid yet. I'll create it in later lessons. I'll go to the eyebrow section and select the brush or line tool and draw like this. Okay, let me change this to normal mode. I'll set the brush size to 4 and try to create the eyebrow like this. Using the lasso tool, which I taught before, I'll make this a bit thinner from here. I'll select the whole thing and convert it to an object like this. Ctrl C, Ctrl V. Right-click, transform, flip horizontal, and for now, I'll place it here. Okay, I'll lock this layer that was created. I'll go to the left hair, hair_L, and here, I'll create the hair for the character. Let me set the line size to 1. I'll draw a line from here to here and from here to here, and I'll close it like this. Okay, let's delete the other layers for now. I'll only leave this layer so we can work on it like this. After drawing the shape like this, I'll select it with the Fill Transform tool, convert it to an object. With the Paint Bucket tool, I'll come here and click. I'll choose a fill color for it here, and for example, I'll choose an orange color here like this. If I select this again, I'll press Ctrl C. I'll turn on the layer above it, which is for the right hair. I'll press Ctrl V like this. Again, transform and flip horizontal like this. Well, you can see they don't match very well because our sketch wasn't very neat. I'll move these away, I'll change them a bit like this. I'll place it here. Okay, now I'll turn on the face. I'll see how the work looks. I'll turn on the other layers too. I'll activate the ruler. I'll check where the eyes and eyebrows aren't aligned, and I see that everything is pretty much aligned. But our head is a bit crooked because our sketch isn't good. I'll open the layers here and change them a bit. I'll also fix the hair a little here like this. This is almost suitable for us. Now I'll create a new layer for the ear as well, and with the line tool, I'll turn off another layer again like this, except for the ear layer, and I'll create the character's ear like this. I'll adjust them. Let me select the whole thing better now, convert it to an object, and now I'll also give it a color. And I'll activate its color to pick the color from the face with the dropper like this. On this same layer, I'll select it, and with the brush tool, I want to create the line for the ear on it as well like this. This is almost suitable for me. I'll bring it down a bit. I'll select the whole thing. I'll convert all of them to an object again, and we'll move this a bit further in like this. I'll also place it below the face layer like this so it goes underneath. Okay, I'll select it again. I'll hold the Alt key. I'll take a copy of it. Right-click, transform, and flip horizontal, and I'll place it here as well like this. Again, we'll test with the ruler to make sure they are aligned. Now I'll turn on all the layers again. Okay, to make it better, we should move it a bit more inwards and this one a bit higher. Okay, now I'll zoom out from my sketch a bit. Now we want to create a side view for the character, meaning we want to create the character's head from the side. But we don't need to repeat all these steps. I'll create a folder at the top here. I'll name it head_front, and I'll click here. If you've noticed, I haven't converted any of the layers to symbols yet. Okay, now I'll select all the layers here and drag them and place them in the folder layer like this. They will be placed inside. Now I'll click here, hold Shift. I'll click on one of the layers. I'll right-click. You see that all the layers are selected now, pay attention, and I'll select Copy Layers. I'll create a new layer or a new folder. I'll right-click here and select Paste Layers to copy all the layers for me again. We'll select all of them and place them in the new folder again like this. I'll name it head_side for example. I'll lock this layer related to our front view head, and I'll click here with the free transform tool like this, and I'll move this in this direction. Pay attention that all the layers should be open here so the movement is created correctly for us. Okay, I'll place this in this section. Now, why haven't we converted any layer to a symbol yet? So that when I want to, for example, delete or move a part. Let me zoom in a bit. For example, if I move this part here, this part won't move. But if it were converted to a symbol, this part and this view of the head would be affected. Okay, let me also open this ear. I'll move this ear a bit. It's better to be a bit outwards. Okay, I'll lock this too. I'll select this layer. It's better to be a bit outwards. Now, if you pay attention, let me remove the layers. You see we have one eye, one eyebrow, a bit of the mouth left, and one side of the hair. So I'll turn this on again. I'll delete this part of the hair. We don't need it. I don't need this eye either. I'll zoom in. I'll click this option for the face to see better. Okay, I'll select the nose. Let me lock the face for now. I'll select the nose. I'll rotate it a bit and place it here. I'll move it a bit so it's not too round. I'll also select the character's eye here. I'll come here. I generally made the eye a bit bigger. I think it's better. I'll also come and place the character's eyebrow here. With the line tool, I'll create another mouth from here like this. In future lessons, I'll tell you how the mouth changes and is designed in this state. I'll also select the ear and place it here. Its position is almost suitable, but I have to double-click. I'll select this part. I'll delete it like this and also correct this a bit. Okay, I'll go back to the head section. I'll delete this character's hair. I'm on the layer, I'll come and can easily design it from here again. There's no need for any other work at all like this, and I'll close this here. I'll lock all the layers except this layer and select it so only this layer is selected. I'll convert it to an object. I'll apply some changes to it. You see that the hair should be a bit higher than the head like this. I'll also improve this a bit here. You can create some changes here yourself based on your preference. Okay, I'll also select the paint bucket tool. I'll click, and it will be colored here like this. Now I'll open the layer related to the back hair here and I'll hide the rest of the layers for now and only keep this one open. It's for the back hair. I'll come back in with the line tool, I'll create my sketch here like this and finally, I'll close this here. Again, I'll correct this a bit with the selection tool. See how simply you can work with these tools that I've taught you all before. Here too, like this. This is almost suitable here, just remember that the points must touch so we can color them. I'll select the whole thing here. I'll convert it to an object, and here we can now color it with the paint bucket like this. It's okay if we create another layer for this part as well so it's not too different. It's all in the head layer and they will move together when moving. Let me turn this off for now. I'll stay on this layer, and I'll also correct this with the line tool like this, and I'll fix this a bit like this, and with the free transform tool, we must select the whole thing. Let me select its layer, and the whole thing will be selected. I'll convert it to an object, and I'll color this too. For this state, I'll also come here and select the rectangle primitive for the hair clip. I'll set this value here to 150 for the rounded corners and create this like this. I'll choose a color for it, for example, red or a different color, green for example. I'll make it a bit smaller and place it here, for example, as a hair clip. Now we'll turn on all the layers. I'll also click this so I can see inside the head. You see that the layer related to the head is in front, and we must place this hair layer in front of the head or face. I'll place this at the top like this. Okay, this ear layer is also empty here. We must also go and place the ear layer above the face here to be visible, and I'll adjust it a bit. This is okay here. Okay, let me unlock them. I'll check what the situation is here. Okay, it's suitable. You can see that we've created two head views. The same process can be repeated to create other head angles as well. So, to keep the video from getting too long, go ahead and design the back view of the character yourself. Once you've designed all the head views and organized them into separate folders, like I did here, you can double-click again. Notice that I now have two folders. Let's go back to the main scene. If I double-click the head, you'll see that the head and body parts are inside. And if I double-click again on the head layer, I can access the head folders. Now, I select this folder, right-click, and choose Convert to Symbol. I confirm, give it the name side, and press OK. You'll see a symbol created here. I do the same for the front view. I select it, right-click, choose Convert to Symbol, name it Front, and confirm. So now I have two symbols, one for the front view and one for the side view. I delete the head layers from the stage to clean things up. Then I go to the library. Here you can see the two symbols we just created, front and side. From the library, I drag the front symbol onto the stage and position it carefully. Then I drag the side symbol onto the stage and adjust it so the head layers overlap correctly. You can also create 4, 5, or more head views if you like. I can even create another layer here, name it side_right. From the library, I right-click on side, choose duplicate symbol, and Animate creates a copy, for example, side_copy. I place the symbol on the new layer. Then I right-click, go to Transform, and choose Flip Horizontal. Now we have the mirrored version of the side view. It's that simple. Next, I unlock everything, expand the layers, and move the front layer to the top. I drag the side layer here, and the mirrored side layer there. Now you can see how we can switch between these head views easily. I select these two temporary layers and delete them. Then I go back into the head symbol. Inside the heads, in the Properties panel under Object, I open the Frame Picker. You'll see that the different head states are now available here, and you can easily switch between them. For example, if I extend the timeline by adding frames, let me widen it so you can see. You'll notice that the head states change along the way. If I go to Object and enable Play Single Frame, now I can move forward on the timeline, and at each point I can switch the head state from the frame picker. So at frame 10 I choose one head view, at frame 20 I choose another, and so on. In the main scene, if I extend the number of frames on the girl layer, you'll see that the head animates between the different views we created. Why does this happen? Because we set up the switching system for the head views, and Animate shows it to us in the main scene by changing the head states accordingly. In future lessons, I will show you how to animate the character's face so that it speaks, shows different expressions, and blinks. We will also create the body and animate it. For now, practice what we have done in this lesson thoroughly. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Blue Cube channel. In the previous video, you learned how to rotate the character's head. Now, in this video, I'll teach you how to rotate the character's body in Adobe Animate. The first point is that to learn from this video, you should already have watched the previous lesson about rotating the character's head. You saw that after designing the head, we placed its different layers in separate sections. If I double-click here, you can see that the layers are placed in different parts. In the Object section, I can first set this option to single, and in any frame I want, I can change the head's position. That was part of the previous lesson. Now, in this lesson, we're going to design the character's body. Since you already learned how to design the body and its different parts in the previous lesson, and because I know most of you don't like very long videos, I've already prepared a folder. If I open this folder, you'll see that I've placed the body's different layers inside it, which are currently hidden. If I turn on the layers and open the folder I created earlier, you'll see several layers inside with their names written in English. For example, upper arm L means the left upper arm. I wrote these names in English so you'll be familiar with the terms used in other software. Similarly, forearm L means the left forearm, L stands for left. Hand L is the left hand. torso refers to the upper body, and when I change it, the torso changes too. If I select skirt, it selects the character's skirt, and hand represents the right hand. If I hide the skirt, the right hand becomes easier to see, which I've placed here. The leg parts are made the same way: foot, shinelle, left shin, and the right shin. The right arm and hand are marked with the letter R, for right. Since the right arm is positioned behind the body, its layers are also placed below the body layers. Torso is here, and the right arm layers that go behind the body are placed beneath it. So always pay attention to the order of layers. You can even write these names in your own language, it won't make a difference. Now let's go to the layer we created in the previous lesson for the head. What you now see added to it is the character's neck. If I double-click the head, we see its parts inside the symbol. If I double-click again, you'll see all the head layers that are inside the symbol. Here, I easily created a new layer and placed the neck in it. So the neck must be included inside the head layer. Now I go back to the head section. At first, we were in the main scene where the head was created. When we double-click the head, we enter the head symbol. This section was already created, and later I'll explain how it works. Each time we double-clicked the head, we went into its layers. It might feel a little confusing, but with enough practice you'll get used to it. Now if I place this head layer here and zoom in a little, you'll see that the neck is positioned here. We can copy the head as many times as we want. For example, I can right-click, choose Duplicate Layer, create a copy of the head, and place it in different poses, even add rotations. For now, I'll delete this copy. I'll drag the same head layer into the symbol folder. To make sure the neck is between the arms and torso, and not above the hand, I place the neck and head above the torso layer. This way, the neck sits in the right spot. Now I can adjust it, and if I rotate, the head rotates along with it. The rotation center point of the head is also at the neck, so I place it here to make sure rotation happens correctly. Now I want to rig this character with bones. For that, you first need to make sure all layers are prepared correctly and converted to symbols. I'll delete this part that I don't need and keep the character's body here. I select the 3 layers for the arm while holding Shift, move them slightly lower, and push them to the left using the arrow keys. I also move the body slightly, adjust the skirt, and do the same for the head. It's better if everything is separated. I send this back arm further behind and place it here. The skirt stays here in a suitable position. Now that the parts are separated, I select the bone tool. If you don't see it here, you can find it in the toolbar. After selecting the bone tool, make sure you correctly set the anchor point for each part of the body. For example, I place the skirt's pivot point here so that it rotates from this spot. I set the torso's pivot point here. If I zoom in, I can move it precisely. I leave it here for now. I place the head's pivot at the neck area so it rotates properly. For the arm, the pivot should be here, so it rotates from the shoulder. For the forearm and hand, you can see the pivots set in the right places. I already explained these steps when we studied character rigging. Now I use the bone tool and link from torso to arm, forearm, and hand, creating the skeleton. After creating the bone rig, I place everything back in position. Using the free transform tool, I select the torso, move it here, and fine-tune it with the arrow keys. I do the same with the skirt, adjusting its place. For the leg, I select it, use free transform to move it here, so it can rotate from the ankle. Again, I adjust it in place. I'll explain the correct layer order in a moment. I move this back arm here so it's behind the body. I drag the front arm here so it's in front. I also place the head easily in position. So now we have created the character's skeleton. But as you can see, the layer order is messy, so we need to fix it manually. For example, this back foot needs to be placed behind. Hold down Ctrl, select the part you want to reorder, and use the up/down arrow keys to move it forward or backward. I want this leg to go behind the shoe, so I hold Ctrl and press the down arrow until it goes behind. For the forearm, I hold Ctrl, press down until it's behind the upper arm. I do the same with the hand, sending it behind the forearm. If it goes under the skirt, I bring it back up with Ctrl+up arrow. Now when I test, the back arm is properly behind, and the head is in the right position. If I select the character with the selection tool and rotate, you see the arm rotates smoothly, or the head, or even the torso, or legs. For example, I can fix the anchor point of the torso that was too low and move it slightly up. Zooming in helps. With the selection tool, I select the body to arm joints and set their strength to 0. I do the same for this part, setting it to 0. So now our character has been rigged. If you look inside the symbol, you'll see that only one armature layer has been created, which lets us animate the character exactly as we learned in previous lessons. But as you see here, I already prepared a front view layer. Let me turn it on. In this folder, I created the front view earlier in the same way I just showed you. Now I can view and move the character from the front as well. At this point, I can take the character out of the folder, delete the folders I don't need, and arrange things at the top. I'll name one symbol side and the other front. Now let me show you how to rotate the character in animation. From the window menu, I go to Workspace and choose Reset. The panel resets because I need to show you this clearly. Now we have both side and front. I select the whole character, hold Shift, drag it here, and align it with the arrow keys. If I only want to use one angle, for example the side view, I can double-click here, set it as guide, press OK, and hide it. That way, the front view won't appear in the render. Back in the main scene, I can also set the initial sketch as a guide so it doesn't render. If I double-click the head symbol and press Ctrl+Enter, you'll see only one view. So in this case, we can work with a single angle. But sometimes in animation, we want to switch between two angles. To do that, I first switch the character back from guide to normal mode so it's visible. I want the character to stay in side view until frame 40, and then from frame 40 onward, appear in the front view. So, I go to frame 40 in the side layer and press Insert Frame. Now I have 40 frames. Then, in the front layer, I click once and then again, and a white square appears next to it. I drag it to frame 41. So we have frame 40 and frame 41. Make sure to turn it on so it shows in the scene. So, notice that our character stays still here, and from frame 40 onward its direction changes. Now, for this character I'm going to create about 40 frames and then click Insert Frame. Make sure when you select the front view in the Properties panel, you set the keyframe option to Object and Single Frame. That way, the head stays consistent. And as you can see, the character rotates smoothly. If you create all the angles, you can rotate the character from any view. Even in this case, you can rotate just the head. For example, I click here, go to Object, open Frame Picker, click on the head, and change the head's angle. Now you see we have created 80 frames for this animation. You can even make further adjustments, like moving the arm forward. You can do many things this way. To preview the animation, I go to the main scene, create 80 frames on the main layer with Insert Frame, and press Ctrl+Enter. Now we can see the animation we created. Any animation you want can be made this way. Create the frames first, then test it with Ctrl+Enter or export the render. Alright, that's the end of this tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Blue Cube channel. Continuing our Adobe Animate tutorials from beginner to advanced, in this video I will teach you how to create rain in an animation. First, I imported a scene from the Assets panel and made some changes to it. For example, I double-clicked on the scene and changed the color of the sky. As you can see, the original color was blue, and I changed it. If you double-click, you can easily choose any color you like. I also selected and deleted the sun. Then I went back to the main scene. The reason I changed the sky color was that I didn't want it to stay blue, I wanted it to look cloudy. Now we are going to create the rainfall effect. First, I lock the background layer and create a new layer. In this new layer, I choose the Oval tool from the Shapes panel and draw an oval. Using the Zoom tool, I zoom in on it a little. Then I select the shape with the Free Transform tool. In the Properties panel, under Fill, I choose white for the raindrop I want to create. I also make sure the stroke is set to none. I click here to remove the stroke. Now that I've selected it with the Free Transform tool, I switch to the Selection tool, click once to deselect, then left-click and drag slightly inward from the sides. I repeat the same adjustment at the bottom. Finally, I click the top anchor point, select it, and press Delete. This gives me the shape of a water drop or raindrop. You can now resize this drop with the Free Transform tool to fit your scene. For me, this size looks about right. Next, I right-click on it and convert it to a symbol. Symbol 1 is a fine name. I set its type to graphic and click OK. Then, with the Fill Transform tool, I double-click the drop to enter the symbol. It's very important here that you are inside symbol 1, which is our drop. I select the drop again, right-click, and convert it to another symbol, which becomes symbol 2. I double-click again, and now you can see Scene 1, Symbol 1, and Symbol 2 are created. At this stage, we must be inside Symbol 2. Finally, to animate a single raindrop, I select it again, press F8, and save it as Symbol 3, then click OK. So now we have Scene 1, Symbol 2, and the raindrop converted into Symbol 3. Now let's animate it. I drag the raindrop into the scene and place it here. This black rectangle is my camera frame. From the Zoom panel, you can see this frame that will be rendered. And here is our raindrop. I zoom in a bit more on the drop. With the Fill Transform tool, I rotate it slightly. I don't want it to fall perfectly straight, I want it to have a slight tilt, like real rain. Then I add frames. I move to frame 15, click, and create 15 frames. At the last frame, I select the drop and drag it downward. Using the Free Transform tool, while holding Shift and the arrow keys, I move it straight down. That's good. I also shifted a little to the left to keep the slanted motion. So in frame 1, the drop starts here, and in the last frame it ends here. Now I right-click and choose Create Classic Tween. As you can see, the drop now moves downward in an animated motion. I go back to frame 1. This time, inside symbol 1, I click again. Earlier we were in symbol 2, now I move into symbol 1. I zoom in closer. I select the drop with Fill Transform, hold Alt, and drag to make a copy. Notice the anchor point is placed in the center. Holding Alt, I drag it to duplicate. Alternatively, I can select two drops, press Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V, and create two more drops. Then I reposition them so they are not all in the same place. I repeat this, duplicating, moving them slightly, so the drops aren't uniform. This arrangement looks good. At frame 15, I click and insert a frame. Now you can see all the drops move downward together. It looks clearer as they fall. Next, I select all the drops, hold Alt, and drag downward to duplicate the row. I repeat the process again and again until they fill the screen. Holding Alt each time, I copy them lower down. At the end, I also duplicate the last row to make sure the scene is filled. Now you can see we've created these drops. At 75% zoom, you can see the rain falling. If I press Ctrl+Enter, because we are inside a symbol, the animation doesn't play, it only shows a static image of the drops. Later, we'll reduce their opacity so they look more like rain, and we'll do that next. Now, at the top, I select all the drops here, press Ctrl+C, create a new layer, and press Ctrl+V. This gives me another set of drops. I drag them upward to place them higher in the scene. That looks good, now we have a continuous rain pattern. I zoom out a little to check the effect. Yes, this works. Then I enable Loop and extend it across the timeline so the rain animation loops continuously. Back in the main scene, scene 1, I zoom in again. Now you can see that the raindrops look very bold. To fix that, I select the rain layer, go to Object Color Effect Alpha, and set Alpha to 30. This makes them less intense. I repeat this on frame 1 as well, setting Alpha to 30. For now, I turn off Loop. If I press Ctrl+Enter, you can see the rain effect is now created. If you like, you can go into the symbol, click on individual drops, and move them around slightly so they look more random. This way, they won't fall in perfect lines, making the rain look more natural. Back to the main scene, I press Ctrl+Enter, and you can see the rain effect is now working properly. Next, I want to add the effect of raindrops hitting the ground, so we see splashes when they land. For this, I lock the rain layer, create a new layer, and choose the oval tool. In the Properties panel, I disable Fill, we don't need inner color, set stroke to white, and draw an oval. I select it, press F8, and convert it to a symbol. This becomes symbol 4. I double-click it to enter, zoom in so you can see better. I select it again, press F8, and convert it into symbol 5 as a graphic. I click OK and double-click to enter. Now we see scene 1, symbol 4, and symbol 5 created. To animate it with a classic tween, I press F8 once more and convert it into symbol 6. So now we have scene 1, symbol 4, symbol 5, and symbol 6. At frame 15, I insert frames. I also insert a keyframe. Make sure the center point stays in the middle. At the keyframe, I hold Shift and shrink the oval as much as possible. So it starts very small, and by the last frame, it grows larger. I right-click and choose Classic Tween. Now the oval gradually expands. At the last frame, I select it, go to Object Alpha, and set Alpha to 0 so it disappears. I play it back. Now that the splash animation is created, I return to symbol 4. Again, I extend it to 15 frames. You can see the effect plays out. I copy the oval, Ctrl+C, create a new layer, and paste it, Ctrl+V, at frame 1. Now the splash animation appears again. I move it downward while holding Shift and position it where I want. I create another new layer, paste again, and place it elsewhere. I repeat this a few times, positioning splashes at different spots. At this point, all the splashes happen at the same time, but I want them staggered. So I select the layers and drag them across the timeline to offset their timing. This way, they appear at different moments. I play it back, this looks much better. You can add more splashes to increase the effect, but I'll keep it brief for the tutorial. Now I'm going back to scene 1. Finally, I extend the timeline to frame 90, insert frames, add a keyframe, and press Ctrl+Enter. Now the animation pauses a bit, and the raindrop splashes on the ground look realistic. That's the end of this tutorial. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the BlueCube channel. Continuing our animation course with Adobe Animate, in this video, I'll teach you, through a practical project, how to create depth in a scene and animate the movement of planets. First, I'm going to create the rotation and movement of the Earth. I'll start by importing an image from my computer. I go to my Pictures folder, drag the image, and place it on my stage. You can download the map of the land from Google or other websites. As you can see, the image is quite large. Now, I click on the image and use the free transform tool. In the Properties panel, make sure the lock icon is active. Now, I'm going to scale the image down. This size looks fine, but I'll make it a little smaller again and place it in this area. Then I click this option and press Ctrl+1 to view my work in full screen. I'll shrink it slightly more like this. I name this layer Map. Next, I'll create a new layer. Using the Oval tool, I hold down Shift and draw a perfect circle like this. I select the circle and position it here. The color doesn't matter because we're going to place the map image over it anyway. I open the Align panel and center it both vertically and horizontally so that it sits exactly in the middle of the stage. Now, I double-click on this paper-like icon to open its settings. I set the opacity to 50 and click OK so I can see the circle underneath. This helps me align the map properly. I also go to the Properties panel and change the background color of my document. When you click the free Transform tool, you can adjust the document's color in the Properties panel. I'll slightly change it so that the white background blends better with the document color. Now, I'll make the map image a bit smaller again so its width matches the circle's size. Something like this looks right. Using the arrow keys on my keyboard, I fine-tune its position. That looks about right. Now I select the map, hold Shift, and move it slightly forward like this. I align the map so that the edges line up. Perfect. Next, I hold the Alt key and drag to make a duplicate of this map, positioning it exactly in line with the first one so both maps are perfectly aligned. When I click the map layer, both images are selected together. I press F8 to convert them into a symbol and click OK. Then I click the circles layer, press F8 again, convert it to a symbol, and click OK. Now I move to frame 50. I select both frames and insert keyframes so they appear on the timeline. On the map layer, I right-click and choose Create Classic Tween. Then, at the last frame, I click the map, hold Shift, and drag it forward, making sure this position aligns with the starting one. As you can see, this works well. Next, I double-click inside the circle symbol and make it visible so I can see the full shape. I right-click and duplicate it like this. I drag the duplicate below, so one circle layer is above the map and the other is below it. On the top circle layer, I right-click and select Mask. If I press play now, you can see that because the map is masked, only the circular area is visible. It looks like our Earth is rotating. Now I select everything again so that all frames are highlighted. I open the Filters section, choose Glow, and add a soft glowing effect, maybe white or light gray. I increase the glow a bit, and you can see a soft white rim appear around the Earth. You can make it darker or lighter depending on your preference. If I play it now, the animation looks more natural. When I enable Loop, you'll see the Earth continuously spinning like this. I used a white glow, but I prefer it a bit darker. I select the layer again, make sure all frames are highlighted, and choose a slightly darker tone. That looks good now. Next, I select this layer, hold Shift, and also select the other related layer. I right-click and choose Convert Layers to Symbol, naming it Earth, then click OK. If I open the Library panel now, you'll see the Earth symbol is there. I can right-click on it, select Save As, and save it with the same name so it appears in the Assets section. Now it's saved. I return to the timeline. Now I can easily delete this instance and create a new layer, deleting the old one as well. I drag the Earth symbol from the library onto the stage and click OK, so my Earth appears here. Now I want the Earth to orbit around the Sun to give a sense of depth. To demonstrate that, I'll leave the Earth aside for now. I create a new layer and import my Illustrator file of the Sun by dragging it onto the stage and clicking Import. The sun appears here. Let's align it to the center of the stage using the Align panel. This file includes several parts, the sun itself, its shade, and other details. I select both of these layers, right-click, and choose Convert to Symbol, then click OK to make them one symbol. I delete the unnecessary layers. Now I have two layers, one for the Earth and one for the sun. I'll lock the sun layer for now so it won't move. I select the Earth layer and place it here. I make it slightly smaller, or maybe enlarge the sun a bit instead. Then I lock the sun again, move the Earth layer to the top, and make it a bit smaller so it fits nicely. I center it again. Now, with the Earth layer selected, I open the Layer Depth panel. To make it easier to work in the Layer Depth panel, I'm changing the color of the ground layer to red so that the layer colors are different. This window shows the camera and two depth lines representing our layers. The red line indicates the Earth, and as I drag it backward, it moves behind the sun. If I bring it forward, it appears in front. If I push it back, it disappears behind the sun. So regardless of whether the Earth layer is above or below the sun layer in the timeline, we can control its front or back position using layer depth. You can also adjust this numerically. Positive numbers bring it forward, negative numbers send it backward. The green line represents the sun. If I move it, it shifts closer or farther from the camera. I press Ctrl+Z to reset it. We can also add a camera, something I taught in previous lessons. You can insert a camera layer from here. Once added, the Layer Depth panel shows it clearly. You can move the camera backward or forward like this. We'll use the camera in future projects. For now, I just wanted you to see how it works. I press Ctrl+Z to reset again and set the Earth's depth value back to 0. When all depth values are 0, whichever layer is higher on the timeline appears in front. For now, the Earth is above the sun, so it's visible in front. Now we have 50 frames. I click and drag down, choose Insert Frame, and extend the animation to 100 frames. I'll temporarily disable Loop. I select the Earth layer, right-click, and choose Create Motion Tween. Since the Earth was already a symbol, we can apply the tween directly. At frame 1, I set the depth value to 200 so the Earth moves backward behind the sun. The further the value increases, the deeper it goes. Negative values bring it closer to the camera. So at frame 1, it's 200, far back. At frame 50, I set the depth to -200, meaning the Earth moves forward in front of the sun. Finally, at the last frame, I set it back to 200 so it moves behind again. So, frame 1 depth 200, frame 50 depth -200, frame 100 depth 200. This creates a full orbit. Next, I go to frame 25, select the Earth with the Free Transform tool, hold Shift, and drag it slightly to the left. Something like this looks good. At frame 50, I place the Earth directly in front of the sun. You'll see the orbit effect forming. Then, at frame 75, I hold Shift again and drag the Earth to the right, and finally at the last frame, I move it exactly behind the sun. Now, what happens? Let's play the animation and enable loop. When I press play, you can see the Earth moving smoothly around the Sun, from back to front and back again. If I press Ctrl plus Enter, you'll see the full effect. The Earth comes from behind, passes in front, and continues orbiting. However, there's one problem: the motion feels a bit stiff and bouncy instead of smooth and circular. To fix that, I open the Earth's layer, double-click the tween to open the graph editor, which I taught in earlier lessons. You should be familiar with it by now. Here, I select the x-axis, location X, and want to remove the sharp linear motion. I click this option, hold Alt, select a keyframe point, and drag it to create a curve. I release Alt, adjust the handles again, and form a smooth curve. I do the same at the top point, select, hold Alt, drag to form another curve, then release. Now when I play the animation, you'll notice the motion is much smoother and the stiffness is gone. You can open or close the layer depth panel from here anytime. I double-click again to close it. I lower this panel a bit and press Ctrl plus Enter to preview. You can see now that the Earth rotates and orbits around the Sun beautifully. We've successfully created this nice, realistic animation. Alright, that brings this tutorial to an end. I hope you enjoyed it. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Blue Cube channel. In this video, as part of our Adobe Animate animation series, I'll show you how to design doors and animate them opening and closing. Make sure to subscribe to my channel so you don't miss future tutorials. Alright, first we're going to design the door, but of course, the door needs a wall, and we'll also create the ground. So, I'll start by selecting the rectangle tool. I'll set the zoom level to 75% so I can see more of the stage. Next, I'll pick a color for the ground. Let's choose a darker tone. For example, I'll use this one. Then, I'll draw a rectangle large enough to cover the entire camera frame. Now I'll lock this layer so it doesn't move. Next, I'll create another layer for the wall. Again, I'll select the rectangle tool, go to the fill color section, and change its color. This color will be for the wall. I'll draw a rectangle like this, that looks about right for the wall. Now, an important point: since we're going to create a door, we need to pay attention to how the wall is drawn. After you've drawn the wall, select it with the free transform tool. When you click once, you'll notice it only shows the fill. But if you click again or double-click, it will show both the fill and stroke. Why does this happen? Because when your shape is in object drawing mode, Adobe Animate treats it as an object, so it shows both fill and stroke. However, for creating a door inside the wall, we only want the fill to be selected when we click, not both. Let me show you. If I delete this wall and draw another rectangle while object drawing mode is enabled, then when I click it, both fill and stroke are selected, meaning I can't cut the door from the wall. So I'll delete it again, select the rectangle tool, and make sure object drawing mode is turned off. Now, when I draw the wall and click on it, only the fill is selected, perfect for cutting out the door. That's a very important step. Next, I'll set the view to fit and stay on the wall layer. I'll use the rectangle tool again to draw the door, something like this. You can make the door larger or smaller depending on your preference. For me, this size works fine. Right now, I just want to cut out the door shape from the wall. I'll click on it with free transform once selects the fill, and double-click selects both fill and stroke. Now, if I drag the door shape downward, you'll see that it cuts through the wall, leaving an opening. We've created both the wall and the door opening. Now I'll cut, Ctrl plus X, this door shape and paste, Ctrl plus V, it into a new layer, our third layer. To ensure that both fill and stroke are always selected when we click the door, I'll undo once, double-click it, and convert it to an object. Now, each time I click, both fill and stroke are selected. Let's change the door color. I'll pick a new color that fits better. That looks good. I'll rename this layer door so we can easily recognize it. Next, I'll position the door precisely inside the wall opening. Since my door was a bit larger, I'll zoom in to align it properly. Using the free transform tool, I'll hold Alt and drag the side so that the door and wall edges align perfectly. I'll do the same for the other side, holding Alt and adjusting the alignment. Now, while on this door layer, I'll lock the wall layer so it doesn't move accidentally. Then, using the oval tool, I'll draw a small ellipse on the door. This will be the doorknob. I'll select it, convert it to an object, and place it in position. Let's change its color slightly and make it smaller. Perfect. Now I'll select both the door and the knob, and convert them together into a single object, so if we move the door, the knob moves with it. Perfect, our door design is complete. Now let's move on to the animation. I'll extend the timeline by adding some frames. Right-click and choose Insert Frame to create them. At frame 1, I'll insert a keyframe, F6. Then, around frame 15 or 20, I'll insert another keyframe. The fewer frames between them, the faster the door will open or close. For now, I'll use frame 20. At frame 20, I'll select the door, hold Ctrl plus Shift, and slightly stretch it from the corner. That looks good. Then, using the free transform tool, I'll move the rotation pivot point to the side edge of the door that will act as the hinge. Now, I'll rotate the door open from that point, and there we go. When the door opens, it looks flat, as if it has no thickness. So, let's fix that by adding a side edge. I'll create a new layer, select the rectangle tool, and draw a thin rectangle on top, representing the edge of the door. Zoom in to align it properly. Make sure to double-click and convert it to an object so the fill and stroke move together. I'll move down to the lower part of the door. While holding the Alt key, I'll adjust the edges. Then I'll zoom out a little to get a better view. Now, while holding Alt, I'll make a copy of this keyframe. In this keyframe, I'll adjust the section that adds thickness to the door, so that when the door closes, it looks more natural and realistic. I'll zoom in slightly, and again, while holding Alt. I'll fine-tune the edges to make sure they align properly. Finally, I'll place the edges on top of each other, so that when the door closes, its thickness becomes hidden naturally. Now I'll zoom out again. I'll right-click on these frames and select Create Shape Tween. Then I'll repeat the same step for the door layer as well. Now you'll see that the door opens smoothly, just like that. Press play, and the door opens beautifully. If we want the door to close again, here's what to do. Select all the keyframes, hold Alt, and drag them to where you want the closing to happen. Then, right-click and select Reverse Frames. Now, when we play it, the door opens and then closes naturally. You can test it by pressing Ctrl plus Enter, and you'll see the full animation. The door opens, pauses briefly, and then closes nicely. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the BlueCube YouTube channel. In continuation of our animation tutorials with Adobe Animate, in this video I'm going to teach you how to animate a car. Alright, to animate the car, we first need to import a car image into Adobe Animate. To do that, I go to the website freepik.com, which I've introduced in previous videos. If you type car animation in the search bar and click search, you'll see a variety of car images appear. But to make sure the images are both free and vector-based, you need to select the vector and free options on the left side. This way, only free vector images will be displayed. Here, you can see many different types of cars shown in various styles and angles. Choose any one you like and click Download to save it. When the file is downloaded, it will be a compressed, zip folder. To extract it, right-click on the file, select Extract File, and then click OK. Now you'll get a folder that contains an image showing different views of the car, and also a file with the EPS format. We can't directly import an EPS file into Adobe Animate, so we first need to convert it into an Illustrator AI file. To do that, simply double-click the EPS file. If you have Adobe Illustrator installed, it will open automatically. Click OK, wait a few seconds for the file to open, and you don't need to change anything. Then go to File Save As, and save it as an AI file anywhere you like. For example, I'll save it to my desktop, inside a folder named 3, and click Save, then OK. Now the Illustrator file is saved and ready to be imported into Adobe Animate. Open Adobe Animate. From your folder, select the Illustrator file, resize it a bit smaller, and drag it into the stage to import it. In the Import window, just click Import, and your car file will appear on the stage. If you zoom out to 25%, you'll see several different car images displayed. I'll scroll down a bit and choose the angle I want to animate. Using the free transform tool, I deselect the others, then select and delete the unnecessary car images. If all images appear as one combined object, right-click and choose Break Apart to separate them, though in this case it's not needed. Delete all extra car images until only your chosen angle remains. Now let's move to the next step. Go to File New to create a new document. Click Create, and a new blank scene will open. Go back to your previous document, select the car you chose, and press Ctrl plus C to copy it. Then return to the new document and press Ctrl plus V to paste the car onto the stage. The car looks too large, so use the free transform tool to select it. In the Properties panel, under Object, enable the lock icon to keep proportions, then resize the car to fit nicely on the stage. Now double-click on the car to enter the group, then double-click again on the tire to isolate it. Select the tire group and separate it from the car. Double-click the anchor point to center it. Still inside the group, select the second tire, drag it downward, and delete it since we only need one copy for now. Select the front tire, press Ctrl plus X to cut it, then go back to the main scene. Create a new layer and name it Tire. Click on that layer. Select the other layer that contains the car and name it Car. We won't touch that one for now. Go back to the tire layer and press Ctrl plus V to paste the tire you just cut. Now select the tire and press F8 to convert it to a symbol. Make sure the type is movie clip, then click OK. Next, select the car layer, right-click, and also convert it to a symbol, but this time choose Graphic and click OK. Now the tire is a movie clip, and the car is a graphic symbol. Right-click on the tire layer and choose Duplicate to make an identical copy of the tire. Move the second tire into its correct position so both tires are aligned properly. Select 15 frames for all 3 layers, right-click, and choose Insert Keyframe. Now highlight all frames, they turn blue, then right-click and select Create Classic Tween. You'll see them turn purple, but there's no motion yet. Select Frame 1, open the Properties panel, and in the Frame section choose the Rotate option. In the Rotate menu, select the Clockwise option. If you play the animation, you'll notice the tires spin backward. To fix this, go back and choose the last option again, and now the tires rotate forward. I'll repeat the same step for the front tire as well. If you press play, the tires now rotate smoothly. Next, we'll make the car body move up and down slightly as it drives, to make it look more natural. On frame 8, select the car's frame, it should turn blue, right-click, and choose Create Classic Tween. Click on frame 8 again, and insert another keyframe. Now, press the down arrow key twice to slightly move the car downward. So the car starts high, dips down, and then goes back up. If you play it now, you'll see the car bob up and down gently while moving, making the animation feel more realistic. To keep things organized, hold Shift and select all 3 layers. Right-click and choose Convert Layers to Symbol. Set the type to Graphic, and name it whatever you like. I'll name it Car and click OK. Now all layers are grouped inside one symbol named Car. If you double-click on the car, you can use Free Transform to enter the symbol and see its internal layers. Then go back to the main scene, where the car symbol is placed. Delete any extra layers and keep only frame 1. Now let's add a background. Create a new layer, name it BG, Background, and move it below the car layer. Drag an image from your computer, one you've already downloaded, and drop it onto the stage. Back in Animate, click OK when prompted. The background might appear too large, so select it, enable Scale Lock, and use Free Transform to resize it to fit the scene. Place it properly, then lock the background layer so it stays fixed. Now select the car layer, move the car to a suitable position in the scene, zoom out a bit, and hold space to pan the view. Use Shift to adjust its position more precisely. Select around 90 frames for both layers and insert keyframes. On the last frame, move the car forward to the right side of the stage. Right-click the car layer and select Create Classic Tween. If you play it, you'll see the car driving smoothly across the scene. You can also press Ctrl+Enter to preview the animation in playback mode. Next, let's add a character inside the car so it doesn't look empty. Zoom in and make sure the playhead is on frame 1. Double-click the car to enter the car symbol, and double-click again until you reach the window group. Select the eraser tool and erase the car's window to make it transparent so the interior is visible. Because we're editing only within that group, only the glass area is erased. Erase the top and side parts of the window to open more space. Go back to the main scene and zoom out slightly. Now choose a static character and place it on the stage. It will automatically appear in a new layer. Right-click the character, go to Transform, and choose Flip Horizontal to face the right direction. Hold Shift while resizing to make the character smaller, and place it properly inside the car. Move the character layer below the car layer so the body is behind the car's frame. If necessary, make the character even smaller for a more natural look. If you only want the head visible through the window, enter the character's layer and delete the legs or body, keeping just the upper torso. Position the head so it's right behind the window. Right now, the car moves but the character stays still. To make them move together, we'll use parenting. In the timeline, activate the Parent tool. Click and drag from the character to the car symbol to link them. You'll see a connecting line appear. Now, when the car moves, the character moves with it. Finally, select Fit to Screen, and press Ctrl+Enter to preview the final animation. You'll see the character sitting inside the car as it drives smoothly across the scene. This video ends here. See you in the next tutorial. Goodbye for now.